Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sky above Eldrin was the color of molten gold, a vast expanse of shimmering clouds that pulsed like the dying embers of a great fire. The land had known peace for centuries, but the echoes of a time before still whispered through its mountains, its rivers, and the ruins that lay forgotten beneath thick ivy and shattered stone. The dragons were gone, so the world believed. Their bones, carved into weapons and talismans, had become mere relics of a past that no longer breathed. Their fire, once the heart of the world, had dimmed into legend. But legends never truly die. They slumber, waiting for the right breath, the right moment, to stir once more. At the heart of the old kingdom of Vylor, in the forgotten temple of Othdrasil, an ancient woman sat among crumbling pillars, her frail hands tracing runes carved into the obsidian floor. She was the last oracle, her sight long stolen by time, yet she saw clearer than any mortal who still possessed their eyes. Her lips moved in silent prayer, her breath shallow, as if each word she spoke threatened to unravel the last tethers of her soul. A fire burned in the great brazier before her, its flames twisting unnaturally, moving in patterns beyond the understanding of those who watched. The king's men stood at the threshold of the temple, their polished armor reflecting the flickering light, their hands gripping hilts of steel. They did not trust her. They never had. She had lived too long, seen too much, spoken truths that made rulers uneasy. But still they listened, because even fear bends to prophecy. The oracle lifted her head, unseeing eyes locked on something distant, something not of this world. Her voice, when it came, was barely more than a whisper, yet it filled the chamber as if the very stones carried its weight. When the final ember flickers, she murmured, the world will burn or be reborn. A hush fell over the gathering. The soldiers shifted uneasily. Their leader, a man of steel-gray hair and cold eyes, took a step forward. "You have spoken of this Last Ember before," he said, his voice edged with impatience. "Tell me where it lies. The king demands it." The oracle gave a slow, brittle smile, as if the question itself was foolish, as if she had heard it many times before, from men who thought themselves powerful. "The ember is not a thing that can be taken," she replied. "It is not gold to be hoarded, nor a blade to be wielded. It is a choice, a breath, a moment waiting to be set alight." The captain scowled, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword. He had no patience for riddles. "The king believes the ember is a weapon," he said. "He believes it can grant him dominion over life and death itself." At this, the oracle let out a dry chuckle, her voice carrying the weight of something ancient and knowing. "The king," she said softly, "is a fool." The brazier's flames roared suddenly, sending a rush of heat through the chamber, and for the briefest moment, shadows twisted against the walls, forming the outline of something vast, something with wings that stretched beyond the edges of the room. The air crackled with an unseen force, and the soldiers took an involuntary step back. A deep, ancient voice, one that did not belong to the oracle, whispered through the room. "I wait." The oracle shuddered, her breath coming in short gasps, and when she next spoke, her voice was no longer her own. It was layered, filled with the echoes of something older than time itself. The last ember stirs beneath the bones of the world, she intoned. It remembers, it watches, and soon it will choose. The captain's patience snapped. He moved toward her, his boots striking against the stone, but before he could grab her, the flames in the brazier surged upward, burning white-hot. The oracle's body seized, her mouth opening in a silent scream, and then silence. The fire vanished, snuffed out as if it had never been there. The room plunged into darkness. A single ember glowed at the heart of the brazier, pulsing like a heartbeat. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. The captain hesitated, then stepped closer, his breath catching as he looked down at the oracle. Her body had turned to ash, crumbling into dust at his feet. The only thing that remained was the ember, its glow unnatural, almost hypnotic. The captain knew what he had to do. With a steady hand, he reached for the ember, curling his fingers around its warmth. It did not burn him, but it filled his palm with an unsettling heat, as if something inside it recognized his touch. The king would want this. As he turned to leave the temple, the shadows behind him shifted once more. The ember, cradled in his palm, pulsed again, and far beneath the mountains of Eldrinth, something stirred. Something ancient. Something waking. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the Frostbane Ridge, carrying with it the bitter scent of snow and ash. Beneath the shadow of the cliffs, a lone traveler picked his way across the narrow mountain pass, his cloak billowing behind him like the tattered wings of a forgotten god. His name was Eryndor and though he had once been a warrior of renown, he now walked the earth as little more than a shadow of the man he had been. The road to the ruined city of Vaelor was treacherous, but Eryndor had long stopped fearing treachery. The frost-bitten scars on his hands and the deep-set weariness in his bones had taught him that no battle was ever truly won, only survived. He had spent the last 10 years hunting for things that should have remained buried. Relics, old weapons, pieces of a world that had crumbled long before his time. And now, once again, he found himself chasing ghosts. The letter had come to him in the dead of night, slipped beneath the door of the nameless inn where he had been drowning his past in cups of bitter ale. The ink had been dark as blood, the parchment smelling faintly of incense and something older, something unsettling. The message had been simple. Come to the ruins of Othdrasil. The prophecy stirs. The last ember must not fall into the wrong hands. There had been no name, no signature, only the unmistakable pull of fate, dragging him from the solitude he had carved for himself. He had considered ignoring it. Gods knew he had ignored worse omens before. But something in him, some long-forgotten instinct, would not let him. By the time he reached the shattered gates of Vaelor, the sun had begun its slow descent beyond the distant hills, bathing the ruins in molten gold. The once great city was little more than a graveyard now, its spires collapsed, its statues worn down by centuries of wind and rain. A place of ghosts, where the whispers of the past clung to the air like mist. Eryndor moved through the ruins, his boots crunching over broken stone. The temple lay ahead, its grand archway cracked but still standing, a testament to the stubbornness of gods who refused to be forgotten. He hesitated at the threshold, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against his back. He was not alone. You took your time, a voice murmured from the shadows. Eryndor turned, his hand instinctively drifting to the hilt of his blade. The woman who stepped into the light was old, but not frail. Her silver hair was braided in intricate loops, her eyes like smoldering coals in the dim light of the temple. She wore the robes of a seer, their deep red fabric embroidered with golden runes that shimmered faintly as she moved. "I don't answer to riddles left in the dark," he said, his voice rough from disuse. The woman, Seraphina, if he remembered the name, whispered in old stories, studied him with the gaze of one who saw far more than most. "And yet, here you are," she replied, tilting her head. The warrior who ran from fire returned to chase its dying light. Eryndor stiffened. He had heard his past spoken of in many ways, by drunkards in taverns, by enemies who had lost to him in battle, by the voices that haunted his dreams. But never like that. Never as if it was something still unfinished. "The Last Ember is real, then?" he asked, deflecting. Seraphina nodded, stepping deeper into the temple. The air inside was thick with the scent of old parchment and candle smoke. Runes lined the walls, carved into the stone, their meanings long forgotten by most. At the center of the room stood a great brazier, its fire long extinguished. But there, resting upon the cold ash, was something that should not have been there at all. An ember. It pulsed faintly, as if breathing, as if waiting. Eryndor stepped forward, his fingers twitching with an urge he did not understand. The moment his gaze fell upon it, something inside him stirred. Something ancient, something buried so deep it had almost been lost. "Not yet," Seraphina said sharply, breaking the spell. "Not with unsteady hands." He turned to her, his jaw tightening. "You called me here. You put this in front of me. If you didn't want me to take it, then what do you want?" Seraphina sighed, the weight of ages pressing down on her narrow shoulders. "I want you to understand what it means before you claim it. The king's men march even now, searching for this, and when they come, they will burn what is left of this land to find it. The Last Ember is not an object of power. It is a promise unfulfilled, a history that refuses to die. And it has chosen you." Eryndor shook his head. "I was chosen for nothing. I am no one's savior." "You were chosen once before," she whispered, her voice softer now. "And you failed." His breath caught. The temple walls felt smaller, the air heavier. For a moment, the fire in the brazier flickered, and he was somewhere else. Not here, not now. A battlefield, bathed in dying light. A dragon, its scales like liquid obsidian, its wings stretching to block out the sky. A voice, ancient and familiar, calling his name. Pain. And fire. Eryndor stumbled back, his heart hammering against his ribs. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, but it left something behind. A question, clawing at the edges of his mind. "What did you see?" Seraphina asked, watching him closely. He didn't answer. He wasn't sure he could. The sound of distant hoofbeats shattered the silence. Seraphina's expression darkened. "They are here." Eryndor's grip tightened around his sword. The past could wait. For now, there was only the present, and the battle waiting beyond the temple walls. The road to Othdrasil wound through valleys carved by time and war, its jagged cliffs standing like the ribs of a long-dead beast. The mountain loomed before Eryndor, its peak lost in the mist that curled around its slopes like spectral fingers. He could feel it now, the weight of something ancient pressing against his bones, whispering through the wind that funneled through the crevices of stone. This was no ordinary ruin. This was something alive, something watching. Seraphina had given him no instructions, only the knowledge that the Last Ember was hidden within the heart of the mountain. He had thought her a mystic, a woman who spoke in riddles and half-truths, but the fire in her eyes had told him she believed every word. And now, standing before the gaping maw of the cavern entrance, he found himself believing as well. The entrance was flanked by towering statues of long-forgotten deities, their faces worn smooth by the passage of time. They seemed less like guardians and more like mourners, their hands outstretched as if pleading with the heavens. The air smelled of damp stone and something deeper, something scorched and old. Eryndor adjusted the grip on his sword, though he knew it would do little good against whatever lay inside. Fire would not bow to steel. With slow, measured steps, he entered the cavern. The darkness swallowed him whole, his vision adjusting as the last threads of daylight disappeared behind him. The ground beneath his boots was uneven, slick with condensation, but deeper still, he could feel warmth radiating from somewhere unseen. A breath of heat, pulsing as if the mountain itself had a heartbeat. The deeper he went, the more the walls of the cavern changed. No longer rough stone, but something else. Smooth, blackened surfaces that shimmered under the glow of his torch. Runes were carved into the rock, their shapes unfamiliar, twisting like the curling tongues of a fire frozen in time. He ran his fingers along them, feeling a faint vibration, a hum of something living beneath his fingertips. The path widened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow. Pillars, massive and cracked with age, lined the room like the bones of a forgotten god. At the center, half buried beneath centuries of dust and rubble, lay something unnatural. A massive stone egg. Eryndor felt his pulse quicken. He approached slowly, every instinct screaming at him to turn back. The egg was unlike anything he had ever seen. Its surface was dark, but not black. It shimmered like coal catching the light, veins of deep crimson running through it as if something burned beneath its shell. Heat rolled off it in waves, though no flame touched it. He had been told of dragon eggs in stories, but those had always been buried in myths, dismissed as the ramblings of old men who had stared too long into the fire. Yet, here it was. Here she was. He did not know how he knew, but the knowledge settled into his bones like an old truth remembered. The Last Ember. His breath shuddered from his chest as he took a step closer. The moment his boot touched the dust just before the egg, something shifted. A tremor ran through the cavern, sending loose pebbles skittering down from above. The runes on the walls pulsed in response. The air thickened. Then, voices. Not words, not anything spoken, but something ancient that wormed its way into his thoughts. They came in whispers, in flashes of memory not his own. A great shadow blocking out the sun, the rush of wind beneath massive wings, the scent of rain before a storm, a promise, long broken. He staggered back, gripping the hilt of his sword as if it could cut through the unseen force pressing against his mind. The voices grew louder, overlapping, pulling at something deep within him. Then, silence. And then, a crack. A hairline fracture split the surface of the egg, a thin line of molten light seeping through the break. Eryndor froze, his breath catching in his throat. The heat in the chamber surged, a rolling wave of warmth that pressed against his skin. made his lungs feel too full. His heart beat too fast. Another crack. And another. Then the sound of splintering stone, followed by a deep, slow inhale. The egg shattered. Flames erupted outward, but they did not burn him. They danced around him, licking at his skin like the caress of a living thing, wrapping him in their warmth before spiraling upward, illuminating the vast chamber in gold and crimson light. And at the center of it all, rising from the broken remnants of the shell, stood her. She was not the dragons of old tales, monstrous and mindless. She was something more. Her scales gleamed obsidian in the firelight, each one edged with a glow that pulsed like embers beneath the surface. Her wings, vast and lined with veins of molten gold, stretched as she took her first breath in centuries. Eyes like burning stars met his, and Eryndor felt his knees go weak, not from fear, but from something deeper. Recognition. She looked at him, and she knew him. A voice, deep and ancient, hurled through his mind, not spoken, but felt. You have returned. He did not know how to respond. Words felt too small, too fragile for what stood before him. But before he could find his voice, before he could even begin to understand what this meant, a sound shattered the stillness. Boots on stone, the sharp clang of metal. He turned just in time to see them. The king's men, their armor glinting in the firelight, their weapons drawn. They had come for the ember. And they had found a dragon. The cavern walls pulsed with heat as the embers of the shattered egg still smoldered, bathing the chamber in flickering gold and crimson light. The air was thick, dense with the scent of scorched stone and something far older, something that made Eryndor's skin prickle with the weight of ancient power. His breath was shallow, his pulse thunderous in his ears. The creature before him, the dragon, the Last Ember, stood in the ruins of her own rebirth, her wings stretching for the first time in an age. Ashara. The name settled into his mind unbidden, as if it had always been there, waiting for this moment to be spoken again. She was magnificent, her obsidian scales lined with veins of molten gold, her eyes burning with a light that saw through time itself. Her breath curled in the air, thick with the promise of fire, and as she exhaled, the very dust in the cavern shimmered like it had been kissed by flame. She was power incarnate, something neither beast nor god, but a force that belonged to the world before men had claimed it. Eryndor could not move. He knew he should. Knew that the sound of approaching footsteps meant death. Knew that his presence here, alone before a dragon, meant the edge of a fate he did not understand. And yet, he stood as if rooted to the stone beneath him, trapped between fear and awe. Ashara's gaze did not waver from his, and in that burning stare, something stirred deep in his bones. Recognition. You remember, he whispered, his voice hoarse. He did not understand why he had said it, but he knew it to be true. The great dragon's wings folded, her gaze steady, unreadable. Her voice was not spoken, but felt, rippling through his thoughts like a storm breaking across the sea. You have returned. The words struck something deep inside him, a wound he did not remember receiving. The weight of them, the way they echoed inside him, sent a shiver down his spine. He had never seen her before, and yet it was not the first time they had stood face to face. The sharp clang of steel shattered the moment. The king's men. Their torches threw jagged shadows against the cavern walls as they entered. their armor reflecting the flickering light. They moved with purpose, swords drawn, their leader, a broad-shouldered captain with cruel eyes, stepping forward, his hand raised in signal to the others. "By order of King Malrik," he called, his voice reverberating through the chamber. "The creature is to be taken. Kill the man if he resists." Eryndor did not look at them. His grip tightened around the hilt of his blade, but he did not draw it. What use was steel against what stood beside him? Ashara's gaze flipped toward the intruders, and the very air trembled in response. The soldiers hesitated. Though trained, though hardened by battle, they were still men, and men did not stand before a dragon without feeling the weight of their mortality. The cavern itself seemed to breathe with Ashara's presence, the heat pressing against them, a silent warning. One of them, braver or more foolish than the rest, stepped forward. "Stand aside, swordsman," he barked, his spear leveling toward Eryndor's chest. "This is not your fight." Eryndor almost laughed. Not his fight? Then why did his blood roar in his veins as if he had been born for this moment? Why did his heart hammer with a rhythm that felt older than himself? Older than the kingdom that sought to claim what did not belong to them? He did not move. The soldier's grip shifted. He would strike, and Eryndor would cut him down before he did. His fingers itched toward his sword. The heat in the cavern swelled, rolling outward in waves. And then Ashara moved. It was not a slow, calculated motion. It was a force of nature, a thing that had been still for too long finally set free. In the span of a breath, her wings unfurled, filling the chamber with a violent gust of wind, her body surging forward. A roar tore from her throat, a sound that was not merely a sound, but something that rumbled through the stone itself, shaking dust from the ceiling and sending shards of rock plummeting from above. The soldiers faltered. Some fell back entirely, terror breaking their formation. Then came the fire. It was not like the fire of torches or even the destruction of a battlefield. This was primordial, a river of molten gold spilling forth in an arc of light and devastation. It roared through the cavern, licking across the stone floor, curling toward the soldiers as if it had a will of its own. Screams filled the air. Armor melted, swords turned to slag. Men were swallowed by the inferno before they could even flee. The fire did not stop. It consumed, it purified, leaving nothing but scorched stone where once there had been flesh and steel. And in the center of it all stood Ashara, her wings spread wide, her head high, fire curling from her open jaws. Eryndor could not look away. He should have feared her. He should have run, should have hidden, should have done something other than this. Standing, watching, feeling the fire wash over him without burning him at all. The cavern, once thick with the cries of dying men, was now silent. The remnants of Malrik's forces lay scattered, reduced to ash or fled into the darkness, leaving only the scent of scorched earth behind. Ashara turned to him once more. "You are not afraid." It was not a question. Eryndor exhaled, the breath leaving him as if he had been holding it for a lifetime. "No," he admitted. For the first time since stepping into this forsaken ruin, he realized the truth of it. He was not afraid, because he had been here before, because he had seen this before, because once, long ago, he had stood at the side of a dragon, and he had burned with her. The fire in Ashara's eyes flickered, and then she spoke again, her voice not just in his mind, but reverberating through the cavern, filling the space with something ancient, something absolute. Then we are not finished. She lowered her head slightly, a gesture that could have meant anything. Respect, recognition, a promise. Eryndor reached out before he even knew what he was doing, his fingers brushing against the warm, ember-like scales of her snout. The moment they touched, a spark leapt between them and his breath caught. Visions. A sky darkened by winds. The scent of smoke, not of destruction, but of creation. A bond. A betrayal. A war that had never truly ended. His knees nearly buckled. Ashara did not move, waiting. He steadied himself, looking into those burning eyes, and he knew. This was not just the beginning. This was a return, and the fire was not done with him yet. The scent of burning metal lingered in the cavern, mingling with the acrid remnants of flesh turned to ash. The silence was thick, broken only by the distant dripping of water somewhere deep in the mountain's belly. Eryndor stood at Ashara's side, the warmth of her presence radiating against his skin like the lingering heat of a firestorm. He should have been afraid. He should have questioned everything that had happened in the past hour. But fear had abandoned him the moment she had looked at him with those burning, knowing eyes. The dead lay scattered behind them, the last of the king's men reduced to smoldering remnants of their failed mission. But Eryndor knew it wasn't over. King Malrik was not the kind of ruler to let his prize slip through his fingers. His soldiers were but an extension of his reach, but his reach was vast, stretching across continents and through the hearts of men who feared him more than death itself. Ashara moved, her wings stirring the dust on the cavern floor as she shifted her massive form. There was something restless in her, something caged that had only just remembered what it felt like to be free. Eryndor felt it too. The weight of the moment was pressing against his chest, a presence heavier than even the sword at his side. He had spent years running from his past, from war, from destiny, but the fire in his blood told him there was no running now. There had never been. He stepped forward, his boots crunching over the still glowing remains of the king's men. He had spent his life fighting battles for lesser men, for gold, for causes that had no faces. But this was different. The Ember had chosen him. The dragon had chosen him. And for the first time in years, he did not feel like a man waiting to die. The mountain trembled, as if sensing its ancient guardians awakening. Far in the distance, outside the ruins, a low, rhythmic sound cut through the wind. Hoofbeats, many of them. Ashara turned her head toward the cavern's entrance, her nostrils flaring. The sound grew louder, no longer a distant murmur, but a steady, deliberate drumbeat against the earth. It was not the panicked retreat of surviving soldiers. This was something else. Organized. Calculated. Malrik's real army had arrived. Eryndor cursed under his breath and turned to Ashara. "Can you fly?" The question felt ridiculous the moment it left his lips, but the dragon regarded him without scorn. "I have slept for centuries. My wings have forgotten the sky." Her voice echoed in his mind, heavy with something that felt almost like sorrow, but not quite. She spread her wings, stretching them to their full length, and a gust of wind surged through the cavern, sending a ripple through the scattered dust. It was not hesitation that held her back. It was something deeper, something ancient. Eryndor moved to the entrance of the cavern, pressing his back against the stone as he peered out into the encroaching night. The valley below was alive with the glow of torches, hundreds of them, winding up the narrow, treacherous paths that led to the ruined city. The soldiers were not the same as the ones they had faced before. These were Malrik's elite, men who had fought wars for a king who ruled through fear and conquest. They did not falter at the sight of blood. They had come prepared. Among them, banners snapped in the wind, embroidered with the black sigil of the king, a serpent swallowing its own tail. War wagons rolled behind the foot soldiers, heavy artillery mounted atop them, weapons made not for battles between men, but for something greater, dragon killers. Eryndor's stomach tightened. Malrik had known what lay beneath the mountain. He had not simply been searching for an ember to claim. He had been waiting for this moment, for the return of something he had long sought to control. The war had already begun, and they were standing at the heart of it. He turned back to Ashara. "If we stay, we die," he said, urgency sharpening the edges of his voice. "If we run, we might have a chance." She did not answer, but she did not need to. He could feel her thoughts brushing against his own, the weight of 1,000 years pressing against the edges of his mind. She had burned before. She had seen men like Malrik before, and she had no intention of dying here, buried in the bones of a world that had forgotten her. The first arrow streaked through the air, embedding itself in the stone near Eryndor's head. He ducked back inside just as another followed, this one carrying something more dangerous than steel, a glowing tip ignited with alchemical fire. The explosion rocked the cavern entrance, sending debris raining down around them. The soldiers were not waiting for a standoff. They were coming for blood. Ashara moved before he could speak. With a force that shook the very earth, she surged forward, her wings beating against the cavern walls as she launched herself toward the open sky. The fire that had been simmering beneath her scales erupted, a burst of heat that sent another wave of stone and dust cascading down the mountainside. Eryndor barely had time to react before the force of her movement dragged him forward. He ran, sprinting alongside her as she broke free of the cavern's threshold, her massive form unfurling into the twilight. The archers were already in place, their bows raised, their sights set on the dark figure that had just emerged from the depths of the mountain. Eryndor did not think. He moved on instinct, grabbing onto the ridge of Ashara's outstretched wing and pulling himself up as she ascended. The moment his fingers curled around the rough, warm scales of her back, something inside him clicked. A memory not his own. A battle fought long ago. The feeling of flying, of being one with something greater than himself. Then the arrows came. They were no ordinary arrows. Their tips glowed with enchanted runes, crafted by men who had spent their lives preparing for the return of dragons. The first missed, but the second grazed Ashara's side, embedding itself just beneath her wing. She let out a sound that shook the valley, not quite pain, but fury. Eryndor climbed higher, positioning himself along her back, his mind working faster than his body could keep up. "Higher!" he shouted over the wind. "They can't reach us if we go higher." Ashara did not respond in words, but her body obeyed, her wings tilting as she shot toward the darkening sky. The wind roared around them, the world shrinking beneath them as the valley fell away. The torches, the soldiers, the weapons, all of it became insignificant as the clouds swallowed them whole. Eryndor felt the cold bite into his skin, but he barely noticed. He gripped the ridges of Ashara's spine, feeling the powerful rhythm of her breath. the heat radiating from beneath her scales. They had escaped, for now, but Malrik would not stop. The pursuit was only beginning. The wind howled past Eryndor's ears as Ashara carried them higher, her wings slicing through the night like the blades of some ancient god. Below them, the world had shrunk into a tapestry of shadowed valleys and distant torchlit roads, the king's soldiers mere specks against the darkened landscape. But Eryndor knew they would not stay specks for long. Malrik would not stop. The hunt had begun, and once the king set his sights on something, he pursued it to the ends of the world. Ashara's flight was powerful, steady, but not without strain. He could feel it beneath him, in the subtle tremors that ran through her body, in the labored rhythm of her breaths. The arrow that had struck her had not been just an arrow. Eryndor had seen enough war to recognize when a wound carried more than simple steel. There had been runes etched along its shaft, symbols pulsing with a faint, malevolent glow. Magic. Malrik's weapons were not crafted for ordinary beasts. They had been made for her. Eryndor moved carefully along her back, adjusting his grip against the ridges of her spine as he leaned closer. The spot where the arrow had struck was still smoking, the wound not deep, but unnatural. The edges of the injury pulsed faintly, as if something were burrowing beneath the scales, something unseen and dangerous. He reached toward it, his fingers brushing over the blackened flesh, and the moment he touched it, a jolt ran through his body. The world tilted. It was not pain he felt, but something deeper, something ancient and vast. The sky and the wind around him melted away. The cold, forgotten as fire consumed his vision. He was not himself anymore, not Eryndor Vale, the relic hunter, the wandering swordsman. He was somewhere else, someone else. And Ashara. She was not the creature who had awoken in the cavern, newly freed from centuries of slumber. She was something more, something greater, something remembered. Flashes of another time seared through his mind. The great sky, not shrouded in mist and ruin, but vibrant, alive with dragons, their forms vast and endless as they soared through clouds laced with golden light. A city below, gleaming towers reaching toward the heavens, banners snapping in the wind. He felt the weight of armor on his shoulders, the familiar pressure of a sword at his hip. But it was not his armor, not his sword. A voice rang in his ears, a voice he knew, though he had never heard it before. You will not fail me again. Ashara stood before him, but she was different. She was not bound by the weight of prophecy, not chained by the grief of a world that had turned against her. She was fire itself, a queen among her kind, and she was looking at him not as a stranger, not as a lost warrior who had stumbled upon her by accident, but as someone who had once stood at her side, as someone who had betrayed her. The vision twisted, the warmth of the golden city turning to something colder, something dark. The sky was no longer bright, but choked with smoke. The dragons screamed, their wings struggling against the unnatural force pulling them from the sky. He was standing among the wreckage, his sword slick with blood, the banners no longer snapping proudly, but burned, their fabric falling in embers around him. Ashara lay before him, wounded, her wings broken, her fire dimmed. And he, whoever he had been, stood over her, sword raised. A choice, frozen in time. The weight of it settled in his chest like an iron chain. Then the world lurched again, the vision shattering like glass, and Eryndor was falling. Reality came rushing back, the cold slicing through him as his balance slipped. He barely had time to react before Ashara shifted beneath him, her great wings adjusting mid-flight to catch his descent. He grabbed hold of the ridges along her spine just before he tumbled, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Ashara did not speak, but he felt her mind pressing against his, searching. "You saw." Eryndor swallowed hard, his pulse still hammering in his throat. He couldn't deny it. He had seen something that felt too real to be imagination, too detailed to be the fevered dream of a man too long exposed to prophecy and fire. He had seen a past that should not have belonged to him, a memory burned into the marrow of his bones. And worst of all, he had seen himself as the one who had stood against her. "I don't understand," he admitted, his voice hoarse against the wind. "That wasn't me." It was. Her voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of centuries. "Not as you are now, but as you were before." Eryndor shook his head. He had no past beyond what he remembered, no life before the battles he had fought, the wars he had barely survived. He was no hero, no villain of an ancient war. He was just a man, caught in something greater than himself. But Ashara's eyes held none of his doubt. She believed what she had seen, and deep down, a part of him did too. "I did not wake by chance," she said. "I woke because of you." Eryndor exhaled sharply, forcing himself to focus, to push aside the ghosts of memories he did not understand. They were still in danger. Malrik's men would not rest until they found them. Whatever truth lay buried in the past, it would have to wait. Ahead, the mountains thinned, giving way to a vast stretch of open sky. Below, the forests rolled in dark waves, untouched by war, untouched by men. A sanctuary, perhaps only temporary, but a place where they could rest, where they could think. "We need to land," he said, forcing the steadiness back into his voice. "We need to figure out what happens next." Ashara did not respond immediately, but she shifted, adjusting her flight path, her wings angling downward toward the cover of the trees. The fire in her veins did not cool, nor did the storm in her mind quiet. But for now, she obeyed. The past had woken with her, but the future had yet to be written. The Sky Bastion loomed on the horizon, its towering spires cutting through the storm-heavy sky like the jagged teeth of some slumbering beast. Built atop the highest peak of the Frostbane Mountains, it was a relic of an era when dragons and humans had once ruled side by side, before fear and greed had turned them into enemies. Now, it stood as a crumbling fortress, long abandoned by those who had sworn to protect it. The wind howled through its broken archways, carrying whispers of the past through its empty halls. It was the only place left where Eryndor and Ashara could make their stand. The journey there had been treacherous. Malrik's forces had pursued them relentlessly, their hunters skilled, their weapons laced with magic meant to wound not just flesh, but spirit. Every mile gained was a battle, every breath a gamble. Ashara had fought through the skies, her fire carving streaks of gold against the blackened clouds, but even she was not invincible. She had grown weary, her wounds deeper than she admitted, and Eryndor could feel the toll in every beat of her wings. As they neared the bastion, the storm thickened, lightning splitting the sky with veins of silver, the wind biting like sharpened steel. The fortress had always been a place of power, built where the world's breath was strongest, where magic wove itself into the stones. If there was anywhere left where Ashara could reclaim what had been stolen from her, it was here. They landed on the highest platform, the impact of Ashara's weight sending a tremor through the ancient stone. Eryndor slid from her back, his boots hitting the ground as he took in their surroundings. The once great courtyard lay in ruins, shattered columns and broken statues half buried in frost and time. In the center, a great brazier sat cold and lifeless, its flame extinguished long ago. But beneath the ruin, he could feel something stirring. Magic, waiting to be awakened. Ashara folded her wings, her gaze sweeping the fortress with the eyes of someone who had seen it before, when it had not yet crumbled, when it had still belonged to her kind. She moved with purpose, her talons scraping against the stone as she approached the brazier. There was hesitation in her, something deeper than pain, something older than fear. Eryndor stepped beside her, his fingers brushing the cold metal of the brazier's edge. "This place means something to you," he said, though it was not a question. Ashara's molten eyes flickered. "It was once a sanctuary," she said, her voice quiet, edged with something almost like grief, before it became a tomb. Eryndor did not press her further. Whatever had happened here, whatever had been lost, it was not the time to unearth it. They had come for a reason, and the storm that chased them would not wait. A distant horn split the air, its call low and foreboding. Eryndor turned sharply, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. Beyond the mountain's edge, the valley below burned with the glow of torches, a river of fire moving steadily toward them. Malrik's army had found them. There was no time left. Ashara's wings flared, her chest rising as she took in a deep breath, the embers along her scales pulsing like a heartbeat. "They will not stop," she said. Eryndor tightened his grip around his blade, his jaw set. "Then neither will we." The first of the siege engines appeared, their massive frames dragged by teams of war beasts, their weapons primed to pierce scales and shatter stone. Malrik had not come unprepared. He had known where they would go, had anticipated their last stand. He had spent years hunting dragons, had built his empire on the bones of creatures greater than himself. But he had never faced her. The first projectile soared through the sky, a great spear of iron and magic, its tip glowing with runes of binding. Ashara moved before it could reach them, her body twisting with impossible speed, her fire cutting through the air as she caught the spear in her jaws. With a growl that shook the very foundation of the bastion, she snapped it in two, the broken halves falling into the abyss below. Eryndor had no time to marvel at the sight. The siege had begun. The first wave of soldiers scaled the mountain's edges, their hooks and ropes latching onto the fortress walls as they climbed with terrifying speed. Eryndor moved before they could reach the top, his blade flashing as he met the first of them, cutting through rope and flesh alike. He had fought many battles, but none like this. None where the ground beneath him felt like it was breathing, where the air itself hummed with the memory of fire. Ashara took to the skies, her great wings casting shadows over the battlefield as she dove into the heart of the enemy ranks. The war machines turned their sights to her, bolts the size of spears fired into the storm-heavy sky. Some missed, some did not. Eryndor felt it before he saw it. A sharp cry, a tremor in the air. Ashara faltered mid-flight, one of the enchanted bolts piercing the membrane of her wing. She spiraled downward, her descent rapid but controlled, her massive form crashing into the outer walls of the bastion. Eryndor ran toward her without thought. Ashara! She was breathing, but her fire had dimmed, her body heaving with the effort to rise. The magic from the bolt was working against her, its runes pulsing as they sought to leach the power from her veins. Eryndor didn't hesitate. He grabbed the shaft of the bolt, the energy burning against his skin as he tore it free. The moment it left her body, her eyes snapped open, her fire reigniting in a burst of fury. The bastion trembled beneath them. The ancient brazier at its center, long thought dead, flickered to life. Ashara turned toward it, realization dawning in her gaze. The fire remembers. Eryndor followed her line of sight. The brazier, once cold and lifeless, now burned with a flame that was not entirely of this world. It pulsed in time with her own breath, a tether between past and present. Whatever power had been sealed away in this place, whatever had been lost, was waking. Malrik's forces surged forward, the king himself now visible on horseback, his black armor gleaming in the firelight. He raised his sword, a command ringing across the battlefield. Take them. Ashara lifted her head, her wings unfurling once more, her wounds forgotten in the face of what she now understood. This was not just a battle. This was a reckoning. Her fire surged, brighter than before, the brazier feeding it, amplifying it. The sky itself seemed to ignite, the storm above turning from gray to gold. The flames did not just consume, they unmade, unraveling the weapons forged to kill her, turning Malrik's army into nothing more than shadows on the wind. Eryndor stood in the heart of it, feeling the power not just around him, but through him. The memories that had haunted him, the visions that had clawed at the edges of his mind, all led to this moment. He was not just a man who had stumbled into destiny. He was the one who had been meant to set it right. Malrik, ever the coward, turned his horse, his retreat swift, but Ashara saw him. With one final burst of fire, she sent a torrent of golden flame toward the king. His scream echoed through the mountains as the fire consumed him, his empire crumbling with him. Then, silence. The siege was over. The war, however, was just beginning. The sky above the Sky Bastion still burned with the remnants of Ashara's fire. Golden embers drifting like dying stars against the darkened clouds. The storm had retreated, as if the heavens themselves had bowed in surrender to the power that had been unleashed upon the battlefield. The once mighty army of King Malrik lay in ruin, their weapons shattered, their banners turned to ash. The fortress walls, cracked and weathered by time, still stood, but the ground itself bore the scars of the battle. Scorched stone, melted steel, the scent of magic and blood lingering in the air. Eryndor stood in the center of it all, the weight of exhaustion settling into his bones. His sword was still clutched in his hand, though the battle was long over. His breath was ragged, his limbs heavy, but his mind, his soul, was not. For the first time in his life, he felt something stir inside him that had always been missing. A sense of purpose, of belonging. The visions he had seen, the memories that had not been his own, they all led to this moment. Ashara stood beside him, her great form outlined by the dying flames, her scales pulsing faintly with the embers that still lived beneath them. She was magnificent, a creature of legend reborn, her wounds healing as the magic of the bastion wove through her like a forgotten song finding its melody once more. she turned her gaze to him, and in those burning eyes, he saw something he had not been prepared for. Expectation. "It is not finished." Her voice was a whisper in his mind, but it carried the weight of something far greater. He had thought this was the end, that with Malrik's fall the chase was over, the war won, but he could feel it now. Beneath the layers of battle and blood, something deeper, something unresolved. The brazier in the center of the fortress still burned, its flame untouched by wind or time, flickering with an intensity that seemed almost alive. It pulsed in time with Ashara's breath, its glow mirroring the embers beneath her scales. There was a connection there, something ancient, something he could not see but could feel in the marrow of his bones. Eryndor took a slow step toward it, his fingers reaching out, drawn by something beyond his understanding. The moment his hand hovered over the flame, the world tilted. The bastion faded. The fire consumed everything. But he did not burn. Instead, he fell, not into darkness, but into light. Memories that were not his own surged forward, swallowing him whole. He stood in the heart of a kingdom that no longer existed, its towers stretching toward the heavens, its streets alive with people and creatures long since lost to time. The air was thick with magic, the sky pulsing with the glow of dragons soaring above, their wings casting shadows that stretched across the land. And in the center of it all stood Ashara, not as she was now, but as she had once been. She was not just a dragon. She had been something more, a guardian, a ruler, a bridge between two worlds. And he had stood beside her, but he had failed her. The memory shifted, the golden city darkening, the warmth fading. Fire, once a source of creation, had turned to destruction. Ashara's wings were torn, her breath labored, her form crumbling beneath the weight of battle. And he was there. He had been there, a sword in his hands, his armor blackened with the blood of those who had fallen. He had chosen wrong. He had stood on the wrong side of history. And in the final moments, when Ashara had looked at him with the same burning eyes she bore now, there had been no hatred, no rage, only sorrow, only understanding. And then she had fallen. Eryndor gasped, his body jolting as the vision shattered, the flames around him retreating as he was pulled back into the present. His knees hit the ground, his breath ragged, his heart hammering in his chest. His hands were shaking, but not from fear, from revelation. He looked up at Ashara, who had not moved, who had been waiting for him to remember. "You know now." Her voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of centuries. Eryndor swallowed, his throat dry. He had always thought himself a man shaped by fate's cruelty, a warrior with no home, no purpose beyond the blade in his hand. But it had never been that simple. He had been part of something greater, something he had forgotten, something that had been buried beneath time and war and regret. He had stood with her before, and he had betrayed her. But now he had a choice. The fire still burned, the bastion still stood, and Ashara's eyes held a question he had spent a lifetime running from. "Will you stand with me this time?" Eryndor exhaled, his hands clenching into fists before slowly, deliberately, he pushed himself to his feet. The weight of the past, the knowledge of what had been lost, settled onto his shoulders, but for the first time, it did not crush him. He met Ashara's gaze, the embers of the brazier casting golden light across his face. He did not hesitate. Yes. The moment the word left his lips, the fire roared to life, consuming the sky, the fortress, the very air around them. But this time, it did not burn. This time, it remade. The flames roared higher, golden tongues of fire licking at the sky as if seeking to consume the very heavens. The bastion trembled beneath their fury, its stones vibrating with the force of something ancient, something long forgotten waking from its slumber. Eryndor stood at the heart of it all, his breath stolen by the sheer magnitude of what was happening. The fire did not scorch him. It did not consume him. Instead, it wrapped around him like an embrace, coursing through his veins, filling every fiber of his being with a power that was not his own, but had once been. Memories, once locked away, unfurled like parchment in his mind. He had stood here before, at the precipice of fate, with Ashara by his side. He had wielded fire, not as a weapon, but as a force of creation. He had been more than a warrior. He had been a guardian, and he had failed. The realization settled in his bones like iron, but there was no time for regret. The flames surged one last time before collapsing inward, spiraling into the great brazier at the bastion's center. The fire burned white-hot, blinding, until suddenly it changed. Its heat softened, its rage tempered. It did not fade, but it no longer sought to destroy. Instead, it breathed, like a living thing, steady and eternal. Eryndor's legs threatened to buckle as the vision passed, as the last remnants of forgotten lives settled into place. He was not just a relic hunter, not just a man who had stumbled upon destiny. He had always belonged here, bound to Ashara by something deeper than fate, deeper than time itself. And now, he had chosen again. The air shifted, and he felt her presence beside him. Ashara stood tall, her great wings tucked close to her body, her scales glowing faintly with the fire's light. But she was different now. The wounds she had suffered were gone, her strength restored. Her eyes, once filled with the weight of ages, now burned with something new. Hope? She exhaled softly, the warmth of it brushing against his face, and he understood without words. The world had changed. Far below, the valley that had once been dark and lifeless was now illuminated by a light that was not fire, but something purer. The rivers, once dried and cracked, now ran freely, reflecting the golden glow of the bastion's eternal flame. The land that had suffered under Malrik's greed, under the fear that had driven dragons and men apart, had begun to heal. Ashara turned her gaze to the horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to crest the mountains. It had been a long night, but it was over now. Eryndor followed her gaze. Smoke still curled from the remains of Malrik's forces, but the battle had already been decided. Those who had survived had fled, their weapons useless against the fire that had refused to bow to their will. The king himself was gone, his ambition swallowed by the very force he had sought to control. The war had ended with a single breath of fire, but something deeper stirred beneath the surface. Eryndor knew that this was only the beginning. Ashara let out a slow, deliberate breath, her wings shifting against the wind. The balance must be restored. Her voice no longer carried the weight of loss. It carried something else, a purpose that could not be ignored. Eryndor felt it too, deep in his bones. The kingdom of Eldrinth had not simply been ruled by dragons and men. It had been a place of harmony, a place where magic had not been feared but revered. But that balance had been shattered long ago, and it was not something that could be repaired in a single battle. He turned to Ashara, meeting her gaze. What happens now? For a long moment, she was silent. Then, she stretched out her great wings, tilting her head toward the distant mountains. We begin again. The words sent a shiver down his spine, not of fear, but of understanding. The past could not be undone, but the future could be rewritten. Eldrin would not heal in a day, nor would the scars of war vanish with the sunrise. But the fire had been rekindled, and so long as it burned, there was hope. Eryndor tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, feeling the weight of it settle in his palm like an old companion. He had spent his life searching for something without knowing what it was. Now, he had found it. Ashara turned, her wings unfurling as she crouched low. She did not need to speak for him to understand. This was not the end of their journey. It was the first step toward something greater. Eryndor climbed onto her back, his fingers gripping the ridges of her spine, the heat of her scales warm beneath his hands. The fire of the bastion flared one last time behind them, a beacon that would never fade. And then, with a powerful beat of her wings, Ashara rose into the sky. The dawn stretched before them, golden and endless. And Eldrin, the land that had once been lost to time, was reborn. The years passed, but the fire never faded. Far beyond the mountains where the Sky Bastion stood, the kingdom of Eldrin stirred from its long slumber. The rivers that had once run dry now flowed freely, reflecting the golden light that had returned to the land. The forests that had withered under Malrik's reign of greed blossomed anew, their roots drinking deep from soil no longer poisoned by war. The people, once divided by fear and suspicion, whispered of the fire that had burned away the darkness, of the dragon who had risen from the ashes of history, and of the man who had stood beside her. Their names became legend. Eryndor and Ashara, the warrior and the dragon. Some said they had perished in the final battle, their souls woven into the very fire that now protected the land. Others claimed they had vanished into the sky, guardians watching over Eldrin from afar. And there were those who believed they would return when the world needed them most, when the balance threatened to break once more. But there was one place where the truth still lingered. In a quiet village, nestled between rolling green hills, a child sat at the edge of a river, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon. He was no more than 10, his feet dangling above the water, the evening breeze ruffling his dark curls. In his hands, he cradled a smooth stone, its surface warm despite the coolness of the air. It pulsed with a faint glow, rhythmic like a heartbeat. An ember. He had found it in the hollow of an old tree, buried beneath roots so deep they seemed to stretch into the very bones of the earth. It had called to him, whispering in a voice that was not quite words, but something older, something felt rather than heard. He traced his fingers over it, feeling the warmth seep into his skin. A flicker of light, barely more than a spark, danced along its surface. A shadow passed overhead. He looked up, eyes widening as a dark shape moved across the sky, wings outstretched, the fading sunlight catching along their edges. It was too fast, too high to see clearly, but the air around him shifted, filled with something ancient, something alive. The ember in his hands glowed brighter for just a moment. Then the wind carried a whisper, not spoken but felt, curling around him like the remnants of a dream. Not yet. The child did not move, did not blink. His heart pounded in his chest, though he did not know why. The shape in the sky was gone now, the last light of the sun casting long shadows over the hills. But he knew, somehow, that he had not imagined it. He held the ember closer, its warmth steady against his palm. Far beyond the hills, beyond the rivers and forests, beyond the mountains where the fire still burned, the wind carried a name through the night. A name that had not been forgotten. And somewhere, in the depths of the sky, a dragon watched. The morning light bathed Rome in a golden hue, its warmth spilling over the rooftops of ancient temples and grand columns, illuminating the very heart of the Republic. The Tiber River shimmered under the touch of dawn, its waters moving lazily like a beast at rest, carrying the whispers of the city's past toward the vast unknown. The streets of Rome, still damp from the cool night air, bore only the soft sounds of merchants setting up their stalls, the distant clatter of hooves on stone, and the occasional murmur of a temple priest uttering a prayer to Jupiter. Julius stood on the Palatine Hill, the world stretching before him. The city sprawled beneath his feet, a tapestry of marble and clay, of wealth and struggle, of ambition and sacrifice. He was only a boy, barely able to grasp the weight of history beneath him, but already the pulse of Rome beat in his veins. The smell of olive oil, of freshly baked bread, of the iron tang of blood from a distant gladiatorial school. It all wove into a scent that would forever be home. He watched as senators robed in togas of pristine white strolled toward the forum, their gestures slow, measured, exuding the quiet arrogance of men who dictated the fate of nations. Their voices, distant and low, were indistinguishable from one another, save for the occasional exclamation that rang through the air. This was Rome, a city of order and chaos, of splendor and decay, of dreams realized and dreams crushed under the weight of power. Even as a child, Julius had felt the weight of his lineage. The Julii were an ancient family, tracing their bloodline to none other than the goddess Venus herself. It was a tale whispered in hushed reverence at family gatherings, a story meant to instill pride and purpose. But lineage alone was never enough in Rome. One had to carve their own name into the marble of history, to command respect with words and deeds that made the earth tremble. His mother, Aurelia, had told him of the great men who had come before him. He knew of Scipio Africanus, the conqueror of Carthage, of Marius, the man who reformed the legions, of Sulla, whose name even now was spoken with caution and fear. He knew that Rome was a battlefield, and though swords clashed on distant plains, the true war was waged in the Senate, in whispered agreements and treacherous nods. A warm breeze rustled the laurel trees that lined the hill, their scent wrapping around him like an embrace. Somewhere in the distance, a flute played, its melody drifting through the city like a song of old victories. The boy closed his eyes, letting the sound wash over him, imagining the Rome he would one day shape. He did not yet know what lay ahead. Exile, war, betrayal, triumph. But he knew this. He was meant for more than mere existence. He was meant to leave a mark so deep, so undeniable, that even the gods would turn their heads in acknowledgement. The sun rose higher, and the streets of Rome stirred to life. Julius turned away from the view, stepping forward into the day, into his fate. The city of Rome was a living entity, its streets pulsing with energy, its buildings breathing history. Among the grand structures and bustling markets, the young boy walked with a curiosity beyond his years, his sandals tapping against the ancient stones as he absorbed the world around him. Julius had always felt an unspoken connection to the city, as though its fate and his own were intertwined. He was born into the distinguished Julii family, a lineage so ancient that it whispered of divine origins, tracing its bloodline to the goddess Venus herself. But in Rome, legacy alone was not enough. Power belonged not to those who merely inherited names, but to those who wielded them like swords. From a young age, Julius had been surrounded by figures of strength and wisdom. His father, Gaius Julius Caesar, was a praetor, a man of standing in the Republic, though not yet of the highest rank. He carried himself with the composure of a statesman, his voice measured, his decisions deliberate. Julius watched him navigate the intricacies of politics, observing how a simple nod or well-placed silence could carry more weight than 100 spoken words. His mother, Aurelia, possessed an intelligence that ran deeper than appearances suggested. She was not merely the wife of a senator. She was the quiet force that ensured the family's stability, the guiding hand that shaped her son's mind. She spoke to him often of Rome's great men, weaving lessons into stories, ensuring that he understood that ambition was both a gift and a burden. Julius was not the only boy born into a noble line, but there was something in his bearing, even at a young age, that set him apart. While other children played in the shaded courtyards of their villas, he sought the company of older men, listening to conversations on politics, war, and philosophy. He learned the art of speech not from tutors alone, but from the streets, where orators stood upon makeshift platforms, their words carrying through the forum like the commands of generals. He would return home, repeating the phrases he had heard, practicing the cadence, the rhythm, until he could shape sentences like weapons. There was a fire in him, but Rome demanded more than passion. It demanded resilience. He first tasted hardship when his father died suddenly, leaving the family without its primary protector. The world did not stop to grieve for the son of Gaius Julius Caesar. Rome was indifferent to sorrow, and so Julius learned quickly that survival required not only strength, but strategy. His mother ensured that he continued his education, securing the best tutors despite the uncertainty that loomed over them. He studied rhetoric and law, history and philosophy, mastering the works of Homer and Virgil, drawing lessons from the past to prepare for a future that had not yet revealed itself. Among his peers, he formed bonds that would shape his destiny. He spent hours in debate with Marcus Junius Brutus, a boy who shared his love for discourse, though his manner was softer, his ideals more rigid. There was also a different kind of kinship with Mark Antony, a boy of bolder temperament, reckless yet fiercely loyal. They spoke of Rome's future as though they had already claimed it, as though the city would one day be theirs to shape. Even then, Julius sensed that fate was guiding his steps toward something greater than a quiet life in the Senate. His ambitions, however, did not go unnoticed. In Rome, where power was as dangerous as it was alluring, those who rose too quickly often fell just as fast. The rise of Lucius Cornelius Sulla, the most formidable man in Rome, threatened everything Julius held dear. Sulla had seized control of the Republic through blood and strategy, becoming dictator, his rule marked by purges and executions. The Julii, though noble, were not safe from his wrath. Julius, barely a man, was suddenly caught in the tide of history, a pawn in a game played by men far older and far crueler. Sulla, suspicious of Julius's connections through marriage, his wife Cornelia was the daughter of one of Sulla's rivals, demanded that he divorce her. It was not a request. It was an order backed by the silent weight of death. Many would have obeyed. Many had. But Julius, though young, knew that yielding now would mean living a life dictated by the whims of others. He refused. It was an act of defiance so small and yet so monumental that it nearly cost him everything. Marked as an enemy of the regime, Julius was forced into hiding, moving through the city's shadows, protected only by the loyalty of those who believed in him. Rome, the city that had once seemed so welcoming, had turned into a labyrinth of danger, where a misstep could mean execution. But exile, rather than breaking him, forged him. He fled, leaving behind the familiar walls of his home, venturing into lands that would shape him not as a nobleman, but as a soldier, a survivor, a man who understood that power was not given. It was taken. In the years that followed, he would learn the art of war, the brutality of command, the necessity of sacrifice. He would return not as the boy who once gazed upon the Forum with wide eyes, but as a man whose name would echo through time. And yet, even in the heart of battle, even in the heat of contest, he would always remember those early years, the whisper of his mother's wisdom, the streets that had shaped him, the city that had once seemed so vast and untouchable. Rome was in his blood, and one day he would claim it as his own. The streets of Rome had never felt so suffocating. The same alleys and grand structures that had once been a playground for his ambitions were now a labyrinth of danger, every shadow concealing a whisper of betrayal. Sulla's wrath was swift and unrelenting, and Julius knew that his defiance had painted a target on his back. He had refused to bend, had refused to cast aside Cornelia, the woman he loved, and for that he had become an enemy of the dictator. The air in the city had changed. Where once it was filled with the vibrant hum of politics and the steady rhythm of daily life, now it was thick with suspicion. Rome had learned to hold its breath under Sulla's rule, waiting, watching, uncertain of who would be purged next. Julius moved with caution, keeping to the quieter streets, passing familiar faces that dared not meet his gaze. He could see the fear in their eyes, the knowledge that to be seen aiding him would mean sharing his fate. He had friends once, allies who had spoken of Rome's future with fire in their voices. Now they were silent. He could not blame them. Survival in Rome meant knowing when to speak and when to disappear. And so, before Sulla's men could come for him, before his name was carved onto a list of the condemned, Julius made the choice himself. He left Rome behind. The journey away from the city was not the march of a conqueror, but the quiet retreat of a man who knew his time had not yet come. He traveled south, into the unknown, carrying only his name and the weight of his ambitions. The landscape shifted from the orderly structures of the Republic to the open, untamed lands beyond its heart, where Rome's influence was still felt, but its reach was not as suffocating. It was in these distant lands that Julius first tasted war. He had been a student of it in Rome, studying the tactics of great generals, memorizing battle formations, learning the histories of conquest. But knowledge was a pale substitute for experience, and war did not wait for men to be ready. In Asia Minor, he found himself in the service of the governor, a man in need of sharp minds and sharper swords. Julius was both. He fought not for Rome, not for glory, but because it was the only path forward. He learned the weight of a sword in his hand, the rhythm of a battlefield, the unspoken language of men who fought side by side. It was here that his legend first began to take shape. The story of Julius Caesar and the pirates spread like wildfire, whispered among soldiers and merchants, growing more dramatic with each telling. He had been captured, taken by a band of Cilician pirates who roamed the Mediterranean, preying on travelers and noblemen alike. They had underestimated him. When they named a ransom for his freedom, Julius laughed, mocking them for setting the price too low. He spent weeks in captivity, not as a prisoner trembling before his captors, but as a man who knew he was only biding his time. He spoke to them as equals. He studied their ways, and when the moment came, when the ransom was paid and he was set free, he returned not with gratitude, but with vengeance. He gathered a fleet, hunted them down, and executed them as he had promised he would. Even in exile, he was shaping his fate. Rome still lingered in his mind, a distant specter that called to him in his dreams. He saw its streets, its people, the Senate chambers where history was being written in his absence. He knew that to return unprepared would mean death, but to stay away forever would be to accept defeat. He would not be forgotten. He would not be erased from history by the whim of a dictator. News from the Republic traveled slowly, but when it came, it carried the words he had been waiting for. Sulla was dead. The old lion who had ruled Rome with an iron fist, who had rewritten its laws with blood, was no more. The world had shifted once again, and where once Julius had been fugitive, now he was simply a man returning home. He entered Rome with the quiet confidence of someone who had faced death and walked away from it. The city had changed in his absence, though its walls remained the same. Its streets still pulsed with life, and the Forum still echoed with the voices of men who thought themselves masters of fate. But there were gaps now, spaces left by those who had not survived Sulla's reign, empty seats where powerful men had once sat. The Republic had endured, as it always did, but it had been scarred, reshaped, softened in some places and hardened in others. Julius did not return as a conqueror, not yet, but he returned as a man who had learned patience, who had been tested, and had emerged with a deeper understanding of what power truly meant. He took up a modest position, stepping into Rome's political sphere not with the reckless ambition of youth, but with the measured steps of a man who knew he was destined for something greater. He spoke in the Senate, his voice steady, his words calculated. He did not yet command armies, but he commanded attention. He had seen the world beyond Rome, had walked among soldiers, had stood among the killers and thieves, and he had survived them all. The Senate was another battlefield, and Julius was ready for it. The city that had once turned its back on him now listened. He was no longer the boy who had walked its streets with wide eyes. He was Julius Caesar, and he had returned. The sun cast a golden light over the Forum as Julius Caesar walked through the heart of Rome, his steps measured, his gaze sharp. He had returned, not as a fugitive, but as a man who understood the shifting tides of power. Rome was alive with ambition, its streets filled with orators preaching their cause, merchants shouting their wares, and soldiers whispering of battles yet to be fought. The Republic was a machine of constant movement, and only those who learned to turn its gears could hope to shape its destiny. He knew that power was not taken in a single stroke, but earned through patience and skill. His first steps were small, yet deliberate. He served as a lawyer, taking on cases that allowed him to sharpen his rhetoric, to refine the force of his words. He understood that a blade could silence one man, but words could command a legion. His speeches became famous, each one delivered with a passion that stirred even the most indifferent. He did not merely argue. He wove stories, turning trials into grand performances where he played the role of Rome's defender. The people began to take notice. The Senate, wary but intrigued, watched as the young Caesar maneuvered his way through the complexities of Roman politics. He knew when to speak and when to remain silent, when to challenge and when to retreat. But he was not content with mere words. Rome was not built by orators alone. It was built by warriors, by men who commanded armies, who spilled blood for glory. And so, he sought his first true test in the field. Spain became the proving ground. As a governor, he found himself in a land still raw with rebellion, where Roman control was more an idea than a reality. The mountains stretched in every direction, their peaks hiding tribes that refused to kneel before the Republic. The roads were dangerous, the towns uneasy, but Julius saw opportunity where others saw disorder. He rode through the countryside, his cloak catching the wind, his soldiers watching him with a mix of curiosity and respect. He did not sit in the safety of a villa, issuing orders from a distance. He was among them, walking the same paths, feeling the same hunger, sharing in their struggles. His first battles were small, skirmishes that tested his resolve. He learned to read the land, to anticipate an ambush before it was sprung, to lead men not through fear, but through unshakable confidence. He slept under the same stars as his soldiers, listened to their stories, shared in their victories and their losses. They began to follow him not because he commanded them, but because they believed in him. He was not a general yet, not in name, but he had already become a leader. It was in Spain that he stood before a statue of Alexander the Great, the conqueror whose name had shaped history itself. Julius gazed up at the marble figure, his mind filled with the weight of expectation. Alexander had ruled the known world by the time he was 30. Julius was not yet at that age, and he had not yet carved his name into history as deeply as he wished. He spoke to himself, a quiet vow, a promise that he would not leave his mark in mere whispers, but in deeds so great that Rome itself would remember. When his time in Spain ended, he returned to Rome not as a simple politician, but as a man who had tasted command. He had won battles, forged alliances, and proven that he could lead. The Senate saw it. The people saw it. And yet, Rome was not ready to hand him power. There were men who still held the Republic in their grasp, men who had already shaped the world in ways Julius had not yet been allowed to. And so, he formed an alliance. Crassus, the richest man in Rome, a financier of war, a man who understood that gold could win battles before swords were ever drawn. Pompey, the great general, the conqueror of the East, whose victories had made him a legend. And Julius, the rising star, the man with ambition sharper than any blade. Together they formed the first triumvirate, a union not of friendship, but of necessity. Rome was too large for one man alone to hold, but together they could divide its power and mold it to their will. Julius took his next step, securing his command in Gaul. The Senate, some wary, some indifferent, granted him control of legions, believing that they were sending him to a land of endless conflict, a place where ambition was swallowed by the harsh wilderness. They did not yet understand that Gaul would not consume Julius Caesar. He would consume it. As he rode north, the world changed. The marble structures of Rome faded behind him, replaced by dense forests that whispered with unseen dangers. The rivers ran wide and strong, their currents carrying secrets of lands yet unconquered. The tribes of Gaul were not like the disciplined legions of Rome. They were warriors born of the wild, their loyalty tied not to a nation, but to their kin, their chiefs, their gods. They fought not for territory alone, but for survival. Julius understood that to defeat them, he could not merely fight them. He had to outthink them. He moved his armies not as a blunt force, but as a living entity, adapting to the shifting strategies of his enemies. He built bridges where rivers sought to divide, raised fortresses where the land seemed untamable. Each battle was a lesson, each victory another stone laid upon the foundation of his legacy. His name became legend among his men. They spoke of his bravery, how he rode into battle beside them, how he ate the same rations, endured the same storms. He was not a distant commander who sent orders from the safety of a tent. He was there, always there, leading them forward, pushing them beyond their limits. They would march for him, fight for him, die for him. Then came Alesia, the battle that would define him. The Gauls, under their leader Vercingetorix, had united, their forces vast, their determination unmatched. Julius did not waver. He built walls not just to keep his enemies out, but to trap them within. His strategy was brilliant, a siege within a siege, a slow suffocation of resistance. As supplies dwindled, as desperation took hold, the Gauls fought with the fury of men who knew their time was ending. The final battle was chaos and blood, the clash of iron, the cries of the wounded, the thunder of hooves and the screams of warriors who refused to fall easily. But in the end, it was Rome that stood victorious. Vercingetorix surrendered, casting down his sword, his defiance giving way to the inevitability of history. Julius looked upon the battlefield, the bodies of the fallen, the banners of Rome standing tall against the backdrop of a dying sun. Gaul was his. Rome had grown, its borders stretching farther than ever before, its power undeniable. He had proven himself not just as a politician, not just as a man of words, but as a general, a conqueror, a force that could no longer be ignored. And yet, as the dust settled, as the cheers of victory faded into the night, he knew that this was only the beginning. His path was leading him back to Rome, back to the city that had once cast him out, back to the Senate that now feared what he had become. He was no longer the boy who had gazed upon the Forum in awe. He was Julius Caesar, and he was coming home. The night air in Rome carried the scent of olive oil and burning torches as Julius Caesar walked through the quiet corridors of his villa, his mind weaving plans as intricately as a general strategizing before battle. He had conquered Gaul, had proven himself not just a politician but a leader of men, a general whose name was whispered with admiration and fear. Yet power in Rome was not won on distant battlefields alone. It was won in the Senate, in the hushed agreements made behind closed doors, in alliances forged with men who could either elevate him or stand in his way. He had learned, long ago, that ambition without patience was folly, and so he set his sights not on immediate dominance but on something greater, something more enduring. The Republic was a fragile thing. held together by tradition and the shifting ambitions of its most powerful men. It had been centuries since Rome had been ruled by kings, yet the struggle for power remained the same. The Senate was filled with men who called themselves defenders of the Republic, yet many of them sought only to defend their own positions. Caesar knew that alone. He could only rise so far before the weight of opposition crushed him. But with the right allies, with the right understanding, he could reshape Rome itself. Crassus was the first piece of the puzzle. Marcus Licinius Crassus was not a general, nor did he hold the love of the people as Caesar did. But what he lacked in battlefield glory, he made up for in gold. He was the richest man in Rome, his wealth built on shrewd dealings, political maneuvering, and a ruthless understanding of power. His influence stretched across the city, from the highest senators to the lowest merchants who relied on his loans to survive. Crassus had always been ambitious, and Caesar knew that beneath his carefully measured words was a hunger for recognition. Wealth was power, but it was not glory, and Crassus longed for the kind of respect that only military triumph could bring. Then there was Pompey. Cnaeus Pompeius Magnus, known to Rome as Pompey the Great, had once been the most celebrated general in the Republic. His campaigns in the East had expanded Rome's dominion further than ever before, and for years his name had been enough to command the loyalty of legions. But time had begun to shift the balance of power. The Senate, once eager to praise him, had grown wary of his dominance. His victories had made him a hero, but they had also made him a threat. Now, the same men who had once celebrated him sought to contain him, to strip him of his influence bit by bit. Pompey, proud and wary, understood that Rome was not as easily tamed as an army in the field. Caesar approached them not as a supplicant, but as an equal, a man who understood their desires as well as they did themselves. He spoke to Crassus of legacy, of how wealth alone was fleeting, but how a man's name, if tied to true power, could live forever. To Pompey, he spoke of respect, of how the Senate sought to diminish him, to reduce him to a relic of past glory while younger men rose in his place. He did not need to flatter them. He only needed to show them the truth they already knew. In the quiet corners of Rome, over private meetings and careful negotiations, the foundation of the first triumvirate was laid. It was not a friendship, nor was it a formal government decree. It was an agreement between three of the most powerful men in the Republic, a pact formed not by sentiment, but by necessity. Together, they would control Rome. With Crassus's wealth, Pompey's military prestige, and Caesar's growing influence among the people, they would hold the power in a way the Senate could not ignore. The effects were immediate. Caesar secured a consulship, the highest elected office in the Republic, using his position to pass reforms that benefited both Pompey and Crassus. The Senate bristled at his boldness, but they could do little to stop him. With each decision, with each maneuver, Caesar expanded his reach, ensuring that his name was known not just in Rome, but in every province. He made promises to the people, built infrastructure, forgave debts, all while strengthening his alliances. Yet power was never static in Rome. As much as the triumvirate had given each of them leverage, it also contained the seeds of inevitable conflict. Crassus, despite his wealth, longed for the glory of war, and so he led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians, one that would end in his death and the collapse of his ambitions. Without him, the balance shifted. Pompey, once a reluctant ally, began to see Caesar not as a partner, but as a rival. The Senate, sensing the growing tension, sought to drive a wedge between them, whispering in Pompey's ear that Caesar had grown too powerful, that he had become too much like a king. The city of Rome, ever fickle, watched with anticipation. They had seen powerful men rise before, only to fall when the tide turned against them. Caesar, however, was not a man to be undone by simple tricks. He had foreseen this moment from the beginning, had known that alliances, no matter how strong, were temporary. He had not built his power on the goodwill of others, but on the loyalty of the people and the devotion of his soldiers. He could feel the shift in the air, the slow unraveling of the unity that had once made the triumvirate an unstoppable force. With Crassus gone and Pompey swayed by the Senate's influence, Rome teetered on the edge of division. The streets, once filled with cheers for his victories, now carried the weight of uncertainty. He knew that the moment was coming when words and alliances would no longer be enough. The Senate, fearful of his power, demanded that he relinquish his command, that he disband his legions, and return to Rome as a private citizen. It was a demand meant to strip him of everything he had fought for, to leave him vulnerable to his enemies. He stood at the edge of the Rubicon, the river that marked the boundary between his command and the lands where he would be nothing more than another politician at the mercy of his rivals. His men awaited his decision, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords, their eyes searching his face for the answer they already knew he would give. He had built himself into something greater than a mere consul, greater than any senator who sought to diminish him. The water of the Rubicon moved slowly beneath the moonlight, the current carrying the weight of history within it. He did not hesitate. He had made his choice long ago, in the streets of Rome as a boy, in the hills of Spain, in the forests of Gaul. He turned to his soldiers, his voice steady, his fate sealed. Alea iacta est, he said. The die is cast. He crossed the river, and with him, Rome itself crossed into a new era. The wind howled through the forests of Gaul, carrying with it the scent of pine, damp earth, and the faint traces of smoke from distant villages. The land stretched endlessly, vast and wild, unconquered by the steady march of Roman discipline. Rivers carved through the landscape like veins of silver, and thick woods loomed over narrow pathways, concealing the watchful eyes of warriors who had known no master but their own chieftains. To Rome, Gaul was a frontier of chaos, a place of warring tribes, of untamed lands and blood-soaked rivalries. To Julius Caesar, it was an opportunity. It was not enough to be consul, not enough to wield influence in the Senate or secure alliances in Rome. True power was forged on the battlefield, where victories were written in the blood of those who stood in the way. He had prepared for this moment for years, maneuvering through the complexities of Roman politics to secure command of the legions stationed in the northern provinces. Rome had granted him control of Cisalpine Gaul, Illyricum, and Transalpine Gaul, a vast expanse of land that placed him at the very doorstep of conquest. The Senate, ever wary of ambition, had thought to send him far from the city's heart, to keep him occupied with matters of provincial governance while others schemed for power. They did not realize that they had given him exactly what he needed. Legions, men who would fight for him, kill for him, die for him. The first campaigns were swift and decisive. Gaul was not one nation, but a collection of tribes, each with its own loyalties, its own rivalries, its own gods. They were warriors, proud and fierce, but divided. Caesar understood that war was not only won with swords, but with strategy. and so he played upon their fractures, forming alliances where they served his purpose, striking down resistance before it could unite. He moved his forces with precision, striking hard and fast, leaving no doubt that Rome had come not to negotiate, but to rule. The Helvetii were the first to challenge him. A vast migration of their people had begun, a great movement of warriors, women, and children seeking to carve a new home for themselves in Gaul. Their numbers were staggering, their confidence bolstered by past victories over Roman forces. But they had never faced Julius Caesar. He tracked their movements, studied their weaknesses, and when the moment was right, he struck. The battle was brutal, a clash of shields and spears, of disciplined Roman formations holding firm against the wild, desperate fury of the Helvetii. When it was over, the fields were littered with the dead, and Caesar had sent a message to all of Gaul. Rome would not be denied. The victories continued. Tribe after tribe fell before the might of the Roman legions, their resistance crushed, their leaders forced to kneel before a man who did not see them as equals, but as obstacles to be removed. Yet not all would submit so easily. As the campaigns wore on, as town after town fell under Roman control, a new force began to rise. A man who would become Caesar's greatest rival, a leader who would not yield. Vercingetorix. His name carried weight among the Gauls, whispered in reverence by those who still dared to dream of freedom. He was not like the others, not another chieftain clinging to his own lands while ignoring the fate of his neighbors. He saw the danger that Rome presented, saw what would happen if Gaul remained divided. And so he did what no other had managed before. He united them. One by one, the tribes rallied to his cause. Warriors who had once fought each other now standing side by side under a single banner. He understood that Rome could not be defeated in open battle, that to face Caesar head-on was to court destruction. Instead, he waged war as a ghost, striking swiftly, retreating before the legions could bring their might to bear, burning his own villages to deny the Romans supplies, forcing them to stretch themselves thin in an unfamiliar land. Caesar knew he had met a worthy adversary, and he relished it. He had not come all this way to be denied victory. His legions pursued Vercingetorix with relentless determination, moving through forests thick with the eyes of unseen enemies, across rivers whose currents threatened to pull them under, through villages that had been reduced to smoldering ash before they could be taken. The land itself seemed to conspire against them, but Caesar did not falter. He adapted. When supplies ran low, he found new means. When the enemy refused to meet him in battle, he forced them to. Step by step, he tightened the noose, driving Vercingetorix and his forces to the fortress city of Alesia. It was here that the final battle would be fought. Alesia was a stronghold of stone and determination. A city perched atop a hill, surrounded by walls that seemed impregnable. Vercingetorix and his warriors had fortified themselves, prepared for the siege, confident that they could outlast the Romans. But Caesar did not intend to starve them out. He intended to trap them. With the precision of an architect and the ruthlessness of a conqueror, he ordered the construction of fortifications that encircled the city entirely. A wall, trenches, watchtowers, spikes, layer upon layer of defenses designed not to keep an enemy out, but to keep one in. He built a second line facing outward, a defense against the reinforcements that Vercingetorix had called upon. The tens of thousands of Gauls who now approached, determined to break the siege. For days, the battle raged. The Gauls attacked from inside and out, waves of warriors crashing against the Roman lines. They fought with a fury born of desperation, with the strength of men who knew that their freedom, their very existence, depended on victory. But Caesar's men held. They fought as one, disciplined, unyielding, their commander's voice steady even in the storm of battle. He moved among them, rallying them, reminding them with every word, every gesture, that they were Rome. And Rome did not break. When the final charge came, when the Gauls threw everything they had into a last desperate assault, it was met with the same cold, relentless force that had carried Caesar through every war before. The defenders of Alesia, starving and outnumbered within their own walls, watched as their reinforcements fell one by one, as their last hope was crushed under the weight of Roman steel. Vercingetorix emerged at last, stepping forward from the gates of Alesia in full armor, his cloak billowing in the wind, his face unreadable. He did not beg, did not plead. He simply removed his sword, his shield, and knelt before Caesar. A proud warrior surrendering not to a man, but to history itself. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Julius Caesar stood at the edge of the battlefield, looking out over the land he had claimed. The fires burned low, the cries of the wounded fading into silence. His men, bloodied but victorious, stood at his side, awaiting his word. He had come to Gaul as a general. He left it as a legend. But even in the glow of victory, he knew this was not the end. Rome awaited him. The Senate, the people, his rivals, all of them watching, waiting, knowing that a man who could conquer a land so vast, who could break the will of an entire people, would not simply return to be another senator among many. He had won Gaul. Now he would win Rome. The river stretched before him, its waters dark under the cold winter sky, its current slow but steady. The Rubicon was not wide, nor was it deep, but it was more than a river. It was a boundary, one that separated the provinces from Rome itself, a threshold between loyalty and defiance, between order and chaos. Julius Caesar sat astride his horse, his cloak heavy with the damp air, his men gathered behind him, waiting, silent, their breath visible in the chill of the evening. The world had changed in the years since he had last stood on Roman soil. He had left as a consul, a general with a mandate to secure the frontiers. He returned now as something more, and Rome knew it. The Senate had seen what he had done in Gaul, had heard the tales of his victories, of the legions that now followed him with unshakable devotion. They had seen how the people cheered his name in the streets, how his influence had grown beyond the Senate's ability to contain. He had become too powerful, and Rome had never been kind to men who held too much power in their hands. The orders had been clear. Return to Rome, but come alone. Leave the legions behind, relinquish command, step back into the role of a simple senator, a private citizen. They wanted him to walk into the city as a man without an army, without authority, vulnerable to the political daggers of his enemies. But Julius Caesar was not a man who had conquered Gaul only to be stripped of everything by men who had never held a sword. He knew what awaited him if he obeyed. Humiliation at best, execution at worst. The Senate feared him, and fear bred treachery. His soldiers watched him, waiting for his word. They had marched with him across mountains, through forests thick with enemies, through battles that had pushed them to the edge of endurance. They had fought for him, bled for him, seen what he was capable of. He was not just their commander. He was their leader, their shield, their path to glory. They would follow him anywhere, but even they understood what this moment meant. To cross the Rubicon was to make war upon Rome itself. It was to declare that he would not bow to men who sought to control him. It was to march against the Republic that had given him everything, but now sought to take it all away. He looked across the water, his mind turning over every possibility. He had spent years mastering strategy, learning how to read an enemy, how to see the shape of a battle before it began. But this was not Gaul. The men he would face on the other side of this river were not tribal warriors or barbarian chieftains. They were Romans, led by Pompey, the man who had once been his ally, his equal. Pompey, who had stood beside him when they had carved the Republic into their own domains, now stood against him, commanding the forces of the Senate, defending the old order. Pompey had once been the greatest general in Rome, the man whose triumphs had reshaped the world. But he had grown comfortable in Rome's embrace, had let the Senate pull him into their web, had allowed them to turn him into their champion against Caesar. It would not be the first time that two great men had stood on opposite sides of history. The Republic had always feared kings, had always destroyed those who reached too high. Marius and Sulla had torn the city apart once before. Now it would be Caesar and Pompey. His horse shifted beneath him, impatient, sensing the weight of the moment. The torches of his legions flickered behind him, thousands of men waiting for a single command. He thought of Rome, of the Forum where he had once walked as a young man, of the Senate chambers where decisions were made with careful words and hidden knives. He thought of the people, the ones who had cheered his name, the ones who had sent letters pleading for him to return, to save them from the rule of corrupt men who cared only for their own wealth and power. He thought of what he had built, of the battles fought, the victories won. To turn back was impossible. To stand still was to invite defeat. The only path was forward. He turned to his men, to the officers who had been with him from the beginning, who had seen him rise from a young, ambitious consul to the man who now stood at the edge of destiny. He did not need to make a speech. They knew. They understood. Alea iacta est, he said at last, his voice steady, his decision made. The die is cast. He urged his horse forward, the hooves splashing against the water's surface, breaking the tension that had hung in the air. The moment the first foot crossed the river, there was no going back. The Rubicon had been crossed. The legions followed. One by one, the men stepped into the water, their armor catching the torchlight, their shields glinting like stars in the darkness. The sound of their march was steady, unbroken, a rhythm of inevitability. Rome would not be the same after this night. News traveled fast. Messengers rode ahead, their warnings carried through the streets of the capital before the dawn could break. The Senate erupted in chaos, voices raised in panic, in fury, in fear. They had underestimated him. They had thought he would yield, that he would submit to their demands. Now they realized their mistake. They had given him no choice but war. Pompey, once so confident in his control, now moved with urgency. He had numbers, he had the backing of the Senate, but he knew, he had always known, that Caesar was unlike any other. He had seen it in his eyes years ago, when they had been allies, when they had reshaped Rome together. He knew what kind of man he was facing. Caesar did not march with hesitation. He did not hesitate at all. His legions moved swiftly, disciplined, unstoppable. He did not meet his enemies with hesitation or political maneuvering. He met them with steel. Towns surrendered. garrisons defected, the people welcomed him as a liberator. Rome, the city he had once walked as a young man dreaming of greatness, was now within his grasp. Pompey fled. Caesar rode through the gates of Rome not as a conqueror laying waste to his own homeland, but as a man returning to what was already his. The Senate had fled with Pompey, abandoning the city to him without a fight. But he knew the war was not over. Pompey still commanded legions. He would not surrender easily. Rome had not yet been won. He stood in the Forum, looking around at the marble structures, the statues of great men who had shaped the Republic before him. He had crossed the Rubicon, but there was still one last war to fight. He had not come this far to be another name in the annals of history. He had come to rule. The streets of Rome were quiet that night, the city holding its breath, waiting, knowing that the storm had only just begun. The city of Rome lay quiet in the wake of Caesar's arrival. The Senate chambers, once filled with voices that dictated the fate of the Republic, now stood empty. Pompey and his allies had fled, abandoning the city to the man they once called an ally, but now feared as a conqueror. The streets, though still teeming with life, carried an air of expectancy. The people whispered in hushed tones, their gazes following the banners of Caesar's legions as they marched through the heart of the Republic. There had been no battle, no great clash of arms at the city's gates. Rome had not been taken by force. It had been left for the taking. Yet Caesar knew this was no true victory. The war was not won by merely stepping into the Forum unopposed. His true enemy, the man who had once been the greatest general in Rome, was still out there. Pompey had retreated, gathering his forces, rallying the Senate's loyalists, preparing for the confrontation that all knew was inevitable. The Republic, or what remained of it, had declared war on him, and war was what he would give them. His legions moved quickly, their discipline honed by years of hardship in Gaul. Speed was his greatest weapon, and he wielded it with ruthless precision. Pompey had been granted command of Rome's legions, had the backing of the Senate and the wealth of the Republic. But Caesar knew that numbers alone did not win wars. It was not about the size of the army, but the will of the men who fought. His soldiers had marched through frozen rivers, through forests thick with enemies, through sieges that had tested the limits of human endurance. They did not follow him because they were commanded to. They followed him because they believed in him. The first engagements came swiftly. The Senate's forces, spread thin in an attempt to hold multiple strongholds, crumbled under the relentless advance of Caesar's legions. Towns surrendered without resistance. Garrisons defected, their soldiers swearing allegiance to him rather than to the distant Senate that had abandoned Rome itself. He pursued Pompey across Italy, driving him southward, forcing him to retreat further and further until the great general, who had once held Rome in his palm, was left with no choice but to flee across the sea. Pompey had chosen Greece as his refuge, the place where he would regroup and gather his strength. There, he called upon the power of the eastern provinces, raising an army that dwarfed Caesar's in sheer numbers. Senators who had once stood in Rome's halls now sat in exile, clinging to Pompey as their last hope of restoring their rule. The Republic's legions swelled under his command, their banners stretching across the hills and valleys of the eastern world, waiting for the moment when they would march back to reclaim Rome. Caesar did not hesitate. He did not wait for his enemy to dictate the terms of war. He crossed the Adriatic, his legions landing on Greek shores in a campaign that would test every ounce of his brilliance. The Senate's forces outnumbered him, but he had never relied on numbers to win battles. He moved quickly, striking before Pompey could fully organize his men. The two armies maneuvered across Greece, their generals locked in a deadly game of strategy, each seeking the advantage that would tip the balance of war. Pompey, cautious and calculating, refused to give battle immediately. He had been taught by Rome itself that wars were won by patience, by starving the enemy, by waiting until victory was assured. He sought to stretch Caesar's supply lines, to force him into desperation, to let time weaken the resolve of his soldiers. But Caesar knew that time was a weapon that could be turned against any man. He marched his forces relentlessly, forcing skirmishes, testing Pompey's defenses, wearing down the great general's confidence. Then came Pharsalus. The battlefield stretched wide beneath the Greek sky, dust rising as legions formed into their deadly ranks, shields glinting in the sunlight. Pompey had the advantage, his forces nearly double the size of Caesar's. The Senate's banners stood tall, their soldiers confident that this was the day they would crush the man who had defied them, who had dared to march on Rome. They believed in their leader. They believed that the might of the Republic would not fall to one man. But they had never faced Julius Caesar in open battle. He studied the field, his mind working through every possibility, every maneuver that might turn the tide. He saw the confidence in Pompey's ranks, saw how they relied on their sheer numbers to overwhelm him. He did not need more men. He needed only for his men to fight as they always had, as a single, unstoppable force. The battle began with the thunder of hooves, Pompey's cavalry surging forward, seeking to crush Caesar's flank. It was a tactic that had won battles before, that had shattered formations, that had broken weaker commanders. But Caesar had seen it coming. He had prepared. The moment the cavalry struck, his hidden reserve forces emerged, striking with such precision that the tide turned almost instantly. Pompey's horsemen, so confident in their charge, faltered, then broke. Then came the full weight of Caesar's legions. They did not fight with fear or hesitation. They fought with the knowledge that they followed a man who had never led them astray. They pressed forward, shields locked, swords flashing in the sun, pushing through Pompey's lines with brutal efficiency. The battlefield was chaos, the cries of the wounded mixing with the clash of steel, the dust rising like smoke from a city in flames. Pompey watched as his army crumbled. He had fought many wars. He had stood victorious over kings and nations. He had been called the greatest general of Rome. But now, in this moment, he knew that the title no longer belonged to him. His men began to flee. The great legions of the Republic, the forces that were meant to reclaim Rome, scattered like leaves in the wind. Pompey himself did not stay to watch the end. He fled the battlefield, abandoning his men, riding with desperate speed toward the coast, seeking safety across the sea. He did not stop until he reached Egypt, a land where he believed he would find sanctuary, where he hoped to rebuild, to fight another day. But he had miscalculated. Egypt had no use for a defeated general. As Pompey stepped onto the shores, he was greeted not as a friend, but as a man whose time had passed. His own allies turned against him, his name no longer one that inspired loyalty, but one that carried the weight of failure. Before he could even plead his case, before he could try to explain that the war was not over, the blade fell. His head was sent to Caesar as an offering. When Caesar arrived in Egypt days later, he looked upon the remains of the man who had once been his equal and he felt no joy. There was no honor in an execution carried out by cowards. He ordered the body buried with dignity, for Pompey had been his enemy, but he had also been a Roman. The war for Rome was nearly at its end. The Senate had been shattered, its champions defeated. The Republic had tried to contain Julius Caesar, and it had failed. He stood on the shores of the Mediterranean, looking out at the endless horizon, knowing that his path had led him here, that history had carved out a place for him that no Senate decree could ever erase. He had fought for Rome. Now he would rule it. The air in Alexandria carried the scent of salt and lotus, the waves of the Mediterranean lapping gently against the marble foundations of the palace. The city was unlike anything Julius Caesar had ever seen. Rome was discipline, order, and grandeur built through conquest. Alexandria was different, fluid, intoxicating, a place where the gods of Greece and Egypt intertwined, where knowledge flowed like the Nile, and where power was wrapped in silk instead of steel. It was a city of whispers, of hidden ambitions, of shadows that stretched long beneath the glow of torchlight. He had come to Egypt not for love, but to settle a war. The death of Pompey had marked the end of his greatest rival, but it had also left a wound in his soul. There had been no honor in it, no final confrontation between two men who had once ruled Rome together. Instead, Pompey had been struck down by treacherous hands, a gesture of loyalty from an Egyptian court desperate to align itself with the victor. But Caesar had not come to Egypt to collect a severed head. He had come because Rome's interests lay tangled in Alexandria's palace, where two siblings waged a silent war for the throne of Egypt. Ptolemy XIII, the boy king, ruled in name but not in presence. His advisors controlled him, their greed outweighing their wisdom. His sister, Cleopatra, was exiled from the palace, her claim to the throne slipping through her fingers like desert sand. But Cleopatra was not a woman who accepted fate as it was written. She was young, but not naive. She was intelligent, dangerously so, a ruler who understood that power was not always taken by force. Sometimes it was won through charm, through persuasion, through the slow unraveling of a man's defenses. On a night when Alexandria's winds carried the scent of the sea into the halls of the palace, she came to him. Not through the grand entrance, not with a declaration of her intent, but wrapped in linen, hidden inside a rolled carpet, carried by a single servant. When the fabric unfurled before him, revealing the queen within, Caesar saw not just a woman desperate for her throne, but a force of nature itself. Cleopatra was unlike any woman he had known. Her beauty was not the delicate perfection of Roman aristocrats, not the carefully curated elegance of those who played politics in the Senate's shadow. She was a queen in every breath she took, every movement deliberate, every glance weighted with purpose. Her eyes held the knowledge of generations, the sharp wit of a woman who had been raised in a court of deception and betrayal. She was young, but there was nothing naive in her expression. She studied him as much as he studied her. She did not beg for her throne. She did not plead for Rome's favor. She spoke of Egypt as one speaks of a lover, of its rivers that bled life into the desert, of its gods who watched from stone temples, of its people who needed a ruler strong enough to withstand the currents of history. She made it clear. She was that ruler, and all she needed was the means to reclaim what was hers. Caesar had spent years among soldiers, among men who spoke only of war, of strategy, of conquest. He had known women, of course, but they had been figures in the background of his ambition, companions of pleasure rather than equals in thought. But Cleopatra was different. She did not cower before power. She met it head on. She was a queen who could match wits with a conqueror, who could make him forget, even for a moment, that he was the most powerful man in the world. And so, he did not resist her. The war in Egypt was brief, but not bloodless. Ptolemy's forces resisted, believing that Rome's interference could be undone. But Rome did not waver, and neither did Cleopatra. She stood beside Caesar, not as a bystander, but as a ruler reclaiming what had been stolen from her. When the palace burned, its golden halls reflected in the waters of the Nile, Ptolemy fled. His body was later found, washed ashore like driftwood, his crown lost to the river that had once sustained his kingdom. Cleopatra took the throne not as a puppet of Rome, but as its ally. She ruled with the knowledge that Egypt was hers once more, that she had played the game of power and won. And beside her, for a time, was Caesar. Their love, if it could be called that, was not the fragile, delicate thing of poetry. It was something deeper, something tangled in ambition and admiration. They spoke in hushed voices beneath the open sky, their words carrying the weight of empires. She told him of Egypt's past, of pharaohs who were gods in the eyes of their people. He told her of Rome's future, of a world where the Republic had grown weak, where power would one day rest in the hands of one, not many. He did not know if he loved her, not in the way men spoke of love, but he desired her, respected her, perhaps even needed her. With her, he could forget, if only for a moment, the weight of Rome on his shoulders. With him, she saw the promise of a world where she was not merely a queen, but a legend. Their union bore a son, Ptolemy Caesar, called Caesarion, the Little Caesar. Cleopatra believed he would be a bridge between two worlds, that he could rule not only Egypt, but perhaps even Rome itself. But Caesar knew better. Rome did not share its throne. Rome did not bow to the blood of foreign queens. He said nothing of this to her, but the knowledge sat between them, unspoken. Time was not theirs to keep. The tides of history moved quickly, and Rome called him back. The Republic was still in turmoil, and he had won too much, come too far, to linger in Alexandria forever. She watched him prepare to leave, her expression unreadable, her mind already calculating what his departure would mean. She did not beg him to stay. That was not who she was. Instead, she let him go, knowing that if he returned, it would be by his own will, not by her request. As he stepped onto the deck of his ship, watching the city fade into the horizon, he wondered if he would ever see her again. He wondered if he had left a part of himself in Alexandria, among the golden halls and the whispering waters of the Nile. Rome awaited him, and Cleopatra, with her unreadable eyes and unshaken confidence, awaited whatever history had planned for her next. The sails billowed in the wind as the ships cut through the dark waters of the Mediterranean, their destination set for Rome. The sea stretched endlessly before them, its waves calm, deceptive in their tranquility. Julius Caesar stood at the prow, his cloak snapping in the breeze, his hands resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. His mind was not on the waters or the stars above, but on the city that awaited him. He had left Rome in the hands of others, but he knew that true power could never be entrusted to anyone but himself. The war was not yet finished. The Senate had been broken, Pompey had been defeated, but remnants of resistance still lingered, clinging to the last illusions of the Republic. He had seen what happened to men who won too much too quickly. Victory bred resentment. The Senate had always feared kings, had always destroyed those who reached too high. Marius, Sulla, now Pompey, all had shaped Rome, and all had been undone by its tides. But Caesar was not a man who allowed himself to be undone. He had not fought wars, conquered Gaul, crossed the Rubicon, and defeated the greatest general of his time only to become a relic of history. He would not fade. He would shape Rome, bend it to his will, ensure that his name was written in stone, and not just in the whispers of the Senate's halls. The final battles took him across Africa, then to Spain, where Pompey's last loyalists made their final stand. They fought with the desperation of men who knew their cause had already been lost, who understood that the republic they defended was nothing more than an idea clinging to life in the minds of those too stubborn to accept reality. He met them on the battlefield, his legions moving with precision, his strategies as sharp as ever. There was no uncertainty in his ranks, no doubt in the men who followed him. They had seen what he had accomplished, had marched through victory after victory, and they knew this was the end game. The clash of arms rang out over the Spanish hills, the earth shaking beneath the weight of thousands of soldiers colliding in one final struggle for Rome's future. The banners of the Republic stood against the banners of Caesar, but there was no longer any doubt which way history would turn. His enemies fought bravely, but bravery alone had never been enough. His legions cut through them like a tide washing over crumbling stone, the formations unbreakable, the discipline absolute. As the dust settled, as the last remnants of resistance were scattered, Caesar walked through the battlefield, his boots pressing into the blood-soaked earth. He had seen countless fields like this before, had felt the same silence that always followed war. It was the silence of the inevitable. His enemies lay in the dirt, their weapons fallen from lifeless hands. The Republic had died long before this battle, but now, at last, it had been buried. He returned to Rome, not as a conqueror marching into a foreign land, but as a ruler stepping into the city that had always been his. The streets were lined with citizens, their voices rising in a roar that echoed through the marble halls of the Senate, through the towering columns of the Forum. They did not see him as a usurper. They saw him as the man who had given them stability, the man who had triumphed over chaos. He was named dictator for life. The Senate, what remained of it, had no choice but to acknowledge what had already become fact. He did not seize Rome by force. He had made it his through the will of the people, through the victories that had proven he was more than a politician, more than a general. He was Rome itself. Yet even in triumph, he knew the shadows of resentment still lingered. There were those who whispered of kings, those who feared what his rule meant for the Republic, even though the Republic had long ceased to exist. He had no intention of wearing a crown. He did not need one. The power he held was greater than any title. As he walked through the halls of the Senate, past the men who bowed their heads but held daggers in their hearts, he knew that his greatest challenge was not yet over. Victory on the battlefield had been simple. Victory in Rome would be more complicated. Still, he had won. The Republic was gone, and in its place, something new had been born. Rome belonged to him now, and history would remember. The streets of Rome were alive with the sounds of mourning. Merchants called out their wares in the markets. Senators in their togas strolled toward the Forum, and the city hummed with the rhythm of daily life. But beneath the familiar routine, beneath the marble columns and the sunlit avenues, something unseen moved in the shadows. There was a tension in the air, a quiet unease that did not touch the surface but stirred beneath it, unnoticed by most, except for those who had set it into motion. Julius Caesar rose early, as he always did, his body accustomed to the discipline of war even in times of peace. He had conquered Gaul, crossed the Rubicon, defeated Pompey, and taken Rome not as a king, but as its master. The title of dictator for life had been bestowed upon him, not seized, but granted by the Senate in recognition of his absolute power. The people adored him, seeing in him the force that had restored Rome's stability after years of civil war. He had given them gains, wealth, expansion. He had reformed laws, settled veterans, and ensured that Rome stood unchallenged in the world. Yet, power invited resentment. There were those in the Senate who whispered in hushed voices, who saw him not as Rome's salvation, but as its doom. They did not forget that Rome had once cast out its kings, that the Republic had been founded on the principle that no one man should hold unchecked rule. To them, Caesar was a warning from history, a shadow stretching too far, a threat to the very foundations of Rome's ideals. He had not declared himself a king, but to them the crown was already resting on his head, unseen but inevitable. On this morning, the 15th day of March, the Ides, the whispers had turned to something more. There had been signs. The soothsayer had warned him to beware this day. His wife, Calpurnia, had woken from troubled dreams, her hands trembling as she pleaded with him not to go to the Senate. She had seen visions of blood running through the streets, of his body lying broken beneath the great statue of Pompey. Even his own instincts, honed through years of war and treachery, told him that something was amiss. But Caesar did not yield to fear. He had spent too many years defying the odds, standing against forces that should have crushed him. He had walked into enemy camps, stared down legions, gambled everything and won. He was Julius Caesar, and the Senate was nothing more than a stage for his will. He had ruled over battlefields. He would not let himself be ruled by omens. The streets welcomed him as he made his way to the Curia of Pompey, where the Senate awaited. Citizens called his name, reaching out to touch the folds of his toga as he passed. His friends, his allies, those who had fought beside him, walked at his side. Among them was Marcus Junius Brutus, a man he had known since youth, a man he had trusted as much as one could trust anyone in Rome. Brutus, whose lineage traced back to the very founders of the Republic, whose blood carried the legacy of men who had once overthrown kings. The Senate stood as he entered, as they always did. The chamber, grand and imposing, loomed around him, its marble walls polished and unyielding. He stepped forward, his presence filling the space, his voice carrying with the ease of a man who had commanded armies. He did not see the looks exchanged between the men gathered there. He did not notice the hands resting too lightly on the hilts of hidden blades. Then, the first strike. A sharp, sudden pain, the sensation foreign even to a man who had spent his life in war. He turned, his mind still catching up to the reality of what was happening. Another strike, a blade flashing in the dim light of the chamber. The betrayal cut deeper than the wounds themselves. Cassius, Decimus, men he had elevated, men who had benefited from his victories. Then, Brutus. For a moment, the world seemed to slow, the chaos around him fading into something distant, something unreal. He saw the face of the man he had called a son, the man he had spared when others would have cast him aside. The dagger in Brutus's hand trembled for only a moment before it found its mark. His breath caught. his strength faltering as the realization set in. This was not a battle. There was no counterattack, no legions waiting to storm in and restore order. This was the end. His knees struck the marble floor, his body no longer his own, his blood pooling beneath him. Et tu, brute? The words were not a question. They were not anger nor defiance. They were resignation, the final acknowledgement that, in the end, even the closest of bonds meant nothing in the face of power. The blades withdrew one by one, the conspirators stepping back, watching as the greatest man Rome had ever known collapsed beneath the very statue of Pompey. A fitting irony. A poetic end. Outside, the city continued as it always had. The merchants still bartered. The citizens still spoke of politics and war, of crops and the latest games. They did not yet know that the world had shifted, that the republic they believed had been saved was already in its death throes. The men who had plunged their knives into Caesar's body believed they had restored Rome to its former glory, that they had struck down a tyrant before he could crown himself king. But Rome did not belong to the Senate anymore. It belonged to the people, and the people had loved Caesar. His body lay cold on the Senate floor, but his name would never fade. His death was not the end. It was only the beginning of something greater, something no blade could ever truly kill. Rome had not rid itself of kings. It had only ensured that the next ruler would wear no crown at all, but would rule nonetheless. The republic they had sought to protect had died with the man they had just slain. Julius Caesar was gone, but the empire he had set in motion was inevitable. The fires burned low as the city of Rome drifted into uneasy silence. The streets, which had once echoed with the triumphant cries of victory, were now thick with whispers. Julius Caesar was dead, his body stripped of its former power, his blood drying on the cold marble of the Senate floor. Word spread quickly, from the halls of the aristocracy to the common districts where the people had once gathered to cheer his name. There were those who celebrated, believing the republic had been saved. But there were far more who mourned, who looked to the heavens and wondered what Rome would become without the man who had shaped its destiny. The conspirators had expected triumph, had believed that they would be hailed as the saviors of Rome. Instead, they found themselves staring into the abyss of uncertainty. Caesar had not been a tyrant to the people. He had been their champion, their leader, the man who had given them land, security, and a future. In his absence, there was no return to the republic of old. The Senate had no hero to rally behind, no leader strong enough to fill the void he had left. The city seethed with unrest, a tempest gathering in the distance, one that even the sharpest blades could not prevent. His funeral was not the quiet passing of a disgraced ruler, but a storm of grief and fury. The people gathered in droves, their voices raised in sorrow, their hearts filled with something far more dangerous than sadness, rage. They had adored him, they had trusted him, and now he was gone, struck down not by a foreign enemy, but by those who had claimed to act in the name of Rome. Mark Antony stood before them, the man who had once been Caesar's right hand, his voice rising over the mourners. He did not need to tell them to be angry. He only needed to remind them of who had been lost. He raised the blood-stained toga, the fabric that had wrapped the body of the fallen leader, and showed them the wounds, the evidence of betrayal. The funeral was no longer a moment of reflection. It was the spark that would set Rome ablaze. The conspirators fled. The republic they had fought to protect unraveled before them. civil war loomed once more, a conflict that would not be settled with words, but with legions. Caesar's death had not restored Rome. It had condemned it to an empire waiting to be born. History did not forget Julius Caesar. His name did not fade into obscurity. In his absence, the Republic collapsed under its own weight, giving rise to something even greater. An empire that stretched across continents, a force that would endure for centuries. The men who had once called themselves protectors of Rome were swept away by the tide of history, while Caesar's legacy remained. The city moved forward, as it always had, but it was no longer the same. The banners still flew, the Senate still stood, but Rome now belonged to those who understood the lesson left in Caesar's wake. Power was not held by those who whispered in the shadows. It was taken by those who dared to march through history and leave footprints too deep to be erased. Julius Caesar had not needed a crown to rule. Even in death, he commanded the future. The town of Hollow Pines was the kind of place where stories grew faster than crops and stretched taller than the oaks in the surrounding woods. Nestled in a valley bordered by dense forests and rocky hills, it had a quiet charm, though it seemed perpetually stuck in time. Every corner of the town was steeped in whispers of the past, from the crumbling facade of the old mill to the antique shop that carried more dust than inventory. But of all the tales passed down through generations, none captivated the locals more than the legend of the underground world. It was a story Samira had grown up hearing. Her grandfather, Elias, was the town's unofficial historian, though most people dismissed his tales as the ramblings of an eccentric old man. Samira, however, had always believed there was more truth to his words than others dared to admit. Elias would sit by the fire on cold evenings, a cup of tea in his hands, his voice low and full of wonder as he described the hidden realm beneath their feet. He spoke of glowing rivers that flowed like molten gold, forests where trees whispered secrets, and creatures unlike anything that walked the earth above. "It's all down there," he'd say, tapping the ground with his cane. "All you have to do is dig." As a child, Samira had dug plenty of holes in her backyard. Her tiny hands blistered and dirt streaked across her face, but she'd never found anything beyond earth and roots. Even then, she didn't stop believing. Her grandfather's stories had planted a seed of curiosity deep inside her, one that grew with every passing year. While her peers outgrew fairy tales and legends, Samira leaned further into them, chasing answers that others dismissed as fantasy. Years later, after her grandfather's passing, she found herself back in Hollow Pines. It was a bittersweet homecoming. The house Elias had lived in, once full of warmth and the aroma of his favorite stew, now felt cold and silent. Samira had spent weeks sorting through his belongings, uncovering forgotten trinkets, faded photographs, and books with cracked spines. It was during one of these quiet afternoons that she stumbled upon a map. It was tucked inside a weathered leather journal, its pages filled with her grandfather's looping handwriting. At first glance, the map appeared unremarkable, a collection of lines and dots that could have been a doodle. But as she studied it, Samira realized it wasn't just a random sketch. The markings corresponded to the hills surrounding the town, with a particular spot circled in red ink. Beside it, her grandfather had written, "The key lies here." Her heart raced. Could this be the evidence she'd been searching for? All her life, she'd clung to the belief that his stories were more than bedtime tales. And now, she held in her hands a potential clue to prove it. But excitement quickly gave way to doubt. She knew what people would say. Hollow Pines wasn't kind to dreamers or those who dared to challenge the status quo. It was a town that thrived on routine and dismissed anything that didn't fit its mold. Samira had seen it firsthand growing up, the way her grandfather had been ridiculed for his stories, the way his words had been dismissed as the fantasies of an old man. Still, she couldn't ignore the pull of the map. That night, she spread it out on the dining table, tracing the lines with her finger. The spot circled in red wasn't far. The clearing in the forest she'd explored countless times as a child. The memory of those woods stirred something in her, a mixture of nostalgia and longing. She made up her mind. She would dig. The next morning, armed with little more than a shovel and her grandfather's journal, Samira set out for the forest. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. She followed the path her feet knew by heart, every step taking her closer to the clearing. When she arrived, she stood still for a moment, taking it all in. The clearing was exactly as she remembered, an open space surrounded by towering trees, their branches forming a natural archway above. But now, with the map in hand, it felt different. The air seemed heavier, charged with a strange energy that made her skin prickle. She knelt down and began to dig. The soil was rich and dark, clinging to her hands as she worked. Hours passed, the sun climbing higher in the sky. Her muscles ached, and sweat dripped down her face, but she didn't stop. Every time doubt crept in, she thought of her grandfather, of his stories and the map he'd left behind. She imagined him watching her, his eyes twinkling with pride. As the hole grew deeper, she unearthed strange fragments, pieces of stone that shimmered faintly in the light, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns. She brushed the dirt off one and held it up, marveling at its beauty. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen, a tangible piece of the legend she'd spent her life believing in. Her heart pounded as she dug further, her shovel striking something solid. She cleared the dirt away, revealing a slab of stone embedded in the ground. It was covered in carvings, symbols that seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive. Samira stared at it, her breath catching in her throat. This was it, the first step into the world her grandfather had always spoken of. She reached out, her fingers grazing the surface of the stone. The carvings glowed brighter, and the ground beneath her trembled. For a moment, she felt weightless, as if the earth itself had shifted. The sound of a twig snapping behind her broke the spell. She turned to see Raj standing at the edge of the clearing, his arms crossed and a bemused expression on his face. Raj had been her best friend since childhood, though their paths had diverged over the years. While Samira had pursued geology, Raj had become an archaeologist, traveling the world in search of ancient artifacts. She hadn't expected to see him back in Hollow Pines, let alone here in the forest. "What are you doing, Sam?" he asked, though the answer was obvious. She straightened, wiping her hands on her jeans. "Digging." Raj raised an eyebrow. "For what?" Samira hesitated. She knew how it would sound. An underground world. To her surprise, Raj didn't laugh. Instead, he walked over and crouched beside the hole, examining the slab of stone. "You're serious," he said, more to himself than to her. I am, she replied, her voice steady. Raj looked at her, then back at the stone. After a moment, he nodded. Let's see where this goes. Together, they began to uncover the stone, their shared curiosity pushing them forward. For the first time, Samira felt like she wasn't alone in her quest. The whispers of the past seemed to swirl around her, the forest alive with possibility. And, as they worked, she felt a spark of hope. Hope that the stories were true, that the world beneath their feet was waiting to be found. The sun hung high in the sky as Samira and Raj returned to the clearing the next morning. Their excitement tempered only by the daunting task ahead. The stone slab they had uncovered the day before seemed even more imposing in the daylight, its surface glinting faintly with a golden hue. Samira had spent the night poring over her grandfather's journal, searching for any clue that might explain the carvings. The symbols were intricate, almost organic in their design, like the veins of leaves or the ripples on water. She had traced them with her fingers, feeling their faint grooves, wondering what secrets they held. Raj, ever the pragmatist, had come prepared with more than just his curiosity. His truck was now parked at the edge of the forest, loaded with equipment, shovels, picks, a portable generator, and even a small ground-penetrating radar unit. Samira couldn't help but smirk when she saw it. Trust Raj to turn her spontaneous dig into a full-blown excavation. He caught her look and shrugged. If we're going to do this, we might as well do it right, he said, unloading the gear. Besides, you never know what we'll find. Samira appreciated his enthusiasm, though a part of her still braced for the possibility of disappointment. What if they were wrong? What if the stone slab was just an old piece of bedrock, and the strange carvings nothing more than a trick of nature? The thought gnawed at her, but she pushed it aside. She couldn't afford to doubt herself, not now. They began by clearing the area around the slab, removing the layers of dirt and debris that had accumulated over what must have been centuries. The work was slow and methodical, and the forest seemed to close in around them as they labored. The usual sounds of the woods, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze, seemed muted, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Samira tried not to read too much into it, but the silence felt heavy, almost expectant. As they worked, the townsfolk began to notice their absence. Hollow Pines was not a large town, and news traveled fast. By the afternoon, a few curious onlookers had ventured into the forest, drawn by the sight of Raj's truck and the promise of something unusual. Most of them stayed at a distance, watching silently as Samira and Raj toiled in the dirt. But a few ventured closer, their skepticism plain on their faces. "What's this all about?" asked Mr. Harper, the owner of the local hardware store. He stood with his hands on his hips, his expression hovering between amusement and concern. Samira wiped the sweat from her brow and met his gaze. "Just an excavation," she said, keeping her tone neutral. Harper snorted. "You digging for gold? Or is this one of those treasure hunts?" "Something like that," Raj interjected before Samira could reply. He offered a charming smile that seemed to disarm the older man, at least for the moment. Harper muttered something under his breath but didn't press further. As he walked away, Samira felt a pang of frustration. She could feel their judgment, the quiet ridicule that came with living in a place where dreams were seen as foolishness. But she refused to let it deter her. She wasn't doing this for them. The real trouble started when word reached the town council. By the second day, Samira and Raj were met with an unwelcome visitor. Evelyn Marsh, the head of the council and a staunch defender of tradition. Evelyn arrived with an air of authority, her sharp eyes taking in the scene with obvious disapproval. "What exactly do you think you're doing here?" she demanded, her voice cutting through the quiet. Samira straightened, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Excavating," she said simply. "This is public land," Evelyn retorted. "You can't just dig up the forest on a whim. There are permits, regulations." "We're not damaging anything," Raj interrupted, his tone calm but firm. "We're being careful." Evelyn's gaze shifted to him, her expression unimpressed. "Careful or not, you're stirring up unnecessary commotion. The forest is a part of our town's heritage. I won't have you tearing it apart for some pet project." "It's not a pet project," Samira said, her voice rising despite herself. "This is important." "To whom?" Evelyn shot back. "You? Your grandfather?" No offense, but his stories were just that. Stories. Fairy tales for children. The words hit Samira like a slap. She opened her mouth to argue, but Raj placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent reminder to stay calm. "We're not here to cause trouble," he said, addressing Evelyn directly. "If it makes you feel better, we'll take care of the permits. But we're not stopping." Evelyn's lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't argue further. Instead, she turned on her heel and walked away, her heels clicking sharply against the rocky ground. Samira watched her go, a mix of anger and determination churning in her chest. "You didn't have to do that," she said to Raj once Evelyn was out of earshot. "Yes, I did," he replied. She wasn't going to listen to reason. "Now, let's get back to work." Their resolve only deepened after that encounter. For the next few days, they poured everything into the excavation, digging deeper and uncovering more of the stone slab. Each new discovery fueled their determination. Faint traces of paint on the carvings, suggesting they had once been vibrant with color. Fragments of metal embedded in the stone, their purpose a mystery. The ground-penetrating radar revealed something even more intriguing. A hollow space beneath the slab, its dimensions impossible to determine from the surface. The onlookers continued to gather, their numbers growing with each passing day. Some brought snacks or bottles of water, silently offering their support. Others whispered among themselves, their skepticism slowly giving way to curiosity. Even Evelyn returned, though she kept her distance, her expression unreadable. By the end of the week, they had cleared enough of the slab to reveal its full size. A perfect circle, nearly 10 feet in diameter, with a series of concentric rings etched into its surface. In the center was a small depression, like a keyhole waiting to be filled. Samira stared at it, her mind racing. What kind of key could open something like this? And what lay beyond it? Raj crouched beside her, his brow furrowed as he studied the carvings. "This is more than just a door," he said, almost to himself. "It's a mechanism, but I can't figure out how it works." Samira didn't respond. Her eyes were fixed on the keyhole, a strange sense of familiarity tugging at her thoughts. She reached for her grandfather's journal, flipping through its pages until she found the sketch of the map. Beside it was another drawing, one she hadn't paid much attention to before. A small, circular object covered in symbols. Her heart skipped a beat. "It's a key," she whispered, holding up the journal for Raj to see. He studied the sketch, then looked back at the slab. "If it exists, where do we find it?" Samira didn't have an answer, but she knew one thing. They were closer than ever to uncovering the truth. The underground world her grandfather had spoken of was no longer just a story. It was real, and it was waiting for them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of gold and shadow, Samira felt a flicker of hope. The journey was far from over, but for the first time, she believed they might actually succeed. Together, they would dig deeper, uncover the secrets hidden beneath their feet, and prove to the world that the stories were more than just legends. They were a map to something extraordinary. The air was cool and damp as Samira and Raj stood before the uncovered stone circle, the forests quiet, enveloping them like a shroud. The carved surface of the slab glistened faintly, the etchings catching the soft light of the rising sun. Around them, the onlookers who had gathered over the past few days had dwindled to only a handful, most of whom observed from a distance. It wasn't that they'd lost interest. Rather, an unspoken reverence seemed to have settled over the clearing, as if everyone instinctively understood that something extraordinary was about to happen. Raj knelt near the center of the slab, his fingers tracing the concentric circles etched into the stone. He examined the small depression at its center, a perfectly round indentation that could only be described as a keyhole. His brow furrowed as he compared it to the sketch in Samira's grandfather's journal. It was an uncanny match. Samira stood nearby, the journal clutched tightly in her hands. Her eyes flicked between the stone and the sketch, her heart racing with the anticipation of discovery. "We need the key," Raj said, his voice breaking the silence. His words hung heavy in the air, more a statement of the obvious than a solution. Samira nodded, but she had no idea where to find it. Her grandfather's journal offered tantalizing hints, but no definitive answers. She flipped through the pages for what felt like the 100th time, searching for a clue she might have overlooked. The drawings, the notes, the cryptic symbols, all of it seemed to point to this moment, yet none of it revealed how to proceed. As the sun climbed higher, its light filtering through the forest canopy, Samira noticed something unusual. The shadows cast by the trees seemed to converge on the stone slab, their lines aligning perfectly with the carved rings. It was as if the sun itself were marking the spot. She stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the interplay of light and shadow. Then she saw it, a faint glimmer in the depression at the slab's center, a shimmer so subtle it was almost imperceptible. "Raj," she said, her voice hushed but urgent. "Look." He followed her gaze and saw it too. The faint glimmer seemed to pulse, as if responding to their presence. Raj reached out hesitantly, his hand hovering over the depression. For a moment, he hesitated, as if unsure whether to touch it. Then, with a steadying breath, he pressed his fingers against the stone. The reaction was immediate. A low hum filled the air, emanating from the slab itself. The carvings began to glow, their light spreading outward from the center like ripples on water. The onlookers gasped, their skepticism giving way to awe. Samira felt the ground beneath her feet tremble, a vibration that seemed to resonate in her very bones. She stepped back instinctively, her heart pounding in her chest. The glow intensified, the symbols on the slab shining with an otherworldly brilliance. Then, with a sound like grinding stone, the circular slab began to rotate. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, it turned, the concentric rings moving in opposite directions. The sound grew louder, a deep, resonant rumble that echoed through the forest. Samira and Raj exchanged a glance, equal parts exhilaration and trepidation. As the slab rotated, the central depression began to sink, revealing a narrow opening. The glow from the carvings illuminated the space below, casting flickering shadows that danced across the stone. The opening widened, and a spiral staircase emerged, descending into the earth. The steps were made of the same glowing stone as the slab, their surfaces smooth and seamless. It was a sight both beautiful and surreal, as if something from a dream had been made real. Samira's breath caught in her throat. This was it, the gateway her grandfather had spoken of, the entrance to the underground world. She felt a surge of emotions, wonder, excitement, and a deep, aching sense of fulfillment. All her life, she had believed in the stories, and now, standing on the threshold of something extraordinary, she felt vindicated. Raj, ever the pragmatist, was the first to speak. "We should go down," he said, though there was a note of hesitation in his voice. "Carefully." Samira nodded, her hands trembling as she gripped the journal. Together, they stepped toward the staircase, the glowing light casting their shadows on the forest floor. The onlookers watched in stunned silence, too awestruck to speak. As Samira placed her foot on the first step, she felt a strange warmth radiating from the stone. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. It felt alive, as if the staircase itself were welcoming her. They descended slowly, the light from the glowing steps guiding their way. The air grew cooler and denser as they went deeper, carrying a faint metallic scent. The hum that had filled the air above now seemed to resonate all around them, a low, thrumming vibration that was both unsettling and oddly comforting. Samira glanced back at Raj, who was scanning their surroundings with a flashlight, though the glow from the steps rendered it almost unnecessary. The staircase spiraled downward for what felt like an eternity. Samira lost all sense of time, the descent blurring into a hypnotic rhythm of glowing steps and echoing footfalls. Finally, the staircase ended, opening into a vast chamber. Samira stepped onto solid ground and looked around, her breath catching in her throat. The chamber was enormous, its ceiling arching high above like the vaulted roof of a cathedral. The walls were lined with crystalline formations that pulsed with soft, multicolored light, casting the space in a kaleidoscope of hues. At the center of the chamber stood a massive, intricately carved archway, its surface covered in the same symbols as the stone slab above. Beyond the archway, a shimmering curtain of light seemed to ripple like water, its surface alive with shifting patterns. Raj let out a low whistle. "This is incredible," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Samira could only nod. She felt like an intruder in a sacred space, her presence both exhilarating and humbling. She approached the archway cautiously, her eyes fixed on the shimmering light. The symbols on the archway glowed brighter as she neared, their light pulsating in rhythm with the hum that filled the chamber. As she stood before the archway, the shimmering light seemed to react to her presence, its patterns shifting and coalescing into shapes she couldn't quite make sense of. It was as if the light were alive, trying to communicate with her. She reached out instinctively, her fingers brushing against the surface. The light was cool and fluid, like touching a stream of water. It enveloped her hand, sending a tingling sensation up her arm. "Samira," Raj said, his voice sharp with warning. But it was too late. The light surged forward, wrapping around her like a cocoon. She felt a rush of wind, a sensation of weightlessness, and then nothing. The world went dark. When Samira opened her eyes, she was no longer in the chamber. She stood in a landscape unlike anything she had ever seen. The ground beneath her feet was soft and glowing, like moss infused with light. Above her, the sky, or what passed for it, was a swirling expanse of colors, shifting from deep blues to vibrant purples and golds. Trees with translucent leaves stretched toward the sky, their branches shimmering as if dusted with stars. Raj appeared beside her, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. "I think we just found it," he said, his voice trembling. Samira nodded, her eyes wide as she took in the sight. They had crossed the threshold. The underground world her grandfather had spoken of was real, and it was more magnificent than she could have ever imagined. Samira's first breath in the underground world was unlike anything she had ever experienced. The air was thick, yet it carried a sweetness, a scent reminiscent of rain-soaked earth mingled with something floral and unplaceable. It felt alive, as though the very atmosphere thrummed with the pulse of a hidden vitality. Around her, the landscape stretched out like a living mosaic, its every detail glowing with a soft, otherworldly light. The ground beneath her feet was covered in a spongy moss that shimmered faintly, each step releasing a faint golden glow, as if the earth itself acknowledged their presence. Above, the sky was an endless swirl of iridescent colors, shifting in hues that defied logic. It wasn't a sky in the traditional sense. There was no sun, no stars, no clouds, just an ever-changing canvas of light and motion. Samira tilted her head back, captivated by the way the colors seemed to flow like rivers in the air, blending and separating in a dance that felt both chaotic and purposeful. Beside her, Raj stood frozen, his flashlight still clutched uselessly in his hand as he stared wide-eyed at their surroundings. "Raj," she whispered, her voice trembling with awe. "We're here." He didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on a massive tree in the distance. It was unlike any tree they had ever seen. Its trunk was impossibly wide, twisting upward in spirals, its bark shimmering like polished silver. The branches spread out like the spokes of a wheel, each one dripping with translucent leaves that glowed faintly, casting shifting patterns of light on the ground below. At the base of the tree, streams of water flowed in impossible directions, some cascading upward into the air, others weaving through the mossy ground like veins of liquid crystal. Raj finally found his voice, though it came out as a whisper. This shouldn't be possible. None of this should be possible." Samira nodded, though her mind was too overwhelmed to form words. She felt as though she had stepped into a dream, a place where the rules of the natural world no longer applied. And yet, it felt strangely familiar, as if she had always known this place existed, just beneath the surface of her awareness. She glanced down at the glowing moss beneath her feet and couldn't help but smile. Her grandfather's stories had been true, every word of them. A soft rustling sound drew their attention, and both Samira and Raj turned sharply. From the shadows of a nearby grove, figures emerged, their movements fluid and deliberate. Samira's breath caught as the beings stepped into the light. They were humanoid in shape, but their appearance was anything but ordinary. Their skin glowed faintly, as if lit from within, and their eyes shimmered like gemstones, reflecting the colors of the swirling sky above. Their hair flowed like liquid light, cascading down their backs in waves of silver and gold. They moved with an elegance that seemed almost otherworldly, their feet barely disturbing the glowing moss as they approached. Samira and Raj exchanged a glance, their excitement tempered by a creeping sense of uncertainty. The beings, there were 5 of them, stopped a few paces away, their luminous eyes studying the 2 humans with an intensity that made Samira's skin prickle. The tallest of the group stepped forward, its features smooth and symmetrical, its expression inscrutable. When it spoke, its voice was a melody, each word resonating like a chord plucked on an unseen harp. "You are not of this world," the being said, its gaze fixed on Samira. Samira swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. She nodded slowly, unsure of what to say. We come from above," she managed, her voice shaky but steady. "From the world on the surface." The being tilted its head slightly, as though considering her words. "Few from above find their way here," it said. "Fewer still are welcome." Samira's stomach tightened at the implied warning. "We don't mean any harm," she said quickly. "We're here to learn, to understand." The being's luminous eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Samira feared they had made a terrible mistake. But then, to her surprise, the being stepped aside, gesturing with a graceful sweep of its arm. "If you seek understanding, then you must prove your worth. Follow." Without waiting for a response, the beings turned and began to move, their steps silent as they glided across the glowing ground. Samira hesitated for only a moment before following, Raj close behind her. The path they took wound through the strange, luminous landscape, past fields of towering flowers that pulsed with light and streams of liquid that flowed in impossible directions. Samira felt as though she had stepped into a painting, each detail more vibrant and surreal than the last. The group led them to a clearing at the base of the massive tree they had seen earlier. Up close, the tree was even more magnificent, its silver bark shimmering with an almost liquid quality. The streams that surrounded its base seemed to converge here, pooling into a large circular basin that glowed with a soft blue light. The beings formed a loose circle around the basin, their expressions unreadable as they turned to face Samira and Raj. "This is the heart of Lumora," the tall being said, gesturing toward the basin. "It is the source of life in our world, the wellspring from which all things flow." Samira stared at the glowing water, mesmerized by the way it seemed to ripple and shimmer without any visible disturbance. She felt a strange pull, as though the basin were calling to her, drawing her closer. Raj seemed to feel it too. His gaze was fixed on the water, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. "To seek understanding," the being continued, "you must offer yourselves to the heart. Only then will you be granted passage." Samira's brow furrowed. "What does that mean?" she asked cautiously. "Offer ourselves how?" The being's luminous eyes met hers, and for a moment Samira thought she saw a flicker of something. Compassion, perhaps, or curiosity. "The heart will see your true intentions," it said. "If they are pure, it will welcome you. If not..." The being's voice trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Samira exchanged a glance with Raj. His jaw was set, his expression resolute. He gave her a small nod, as if to say, "We've come this far. We can't turn back now." Taking a deep breath, Samira stepped forward, her boots brushing against the edge of the glowing basin. She knelt down and extended her hand toward the water. The surface rippled as her fingers neared it, and when she finally touched it, a jolt of warmth shot through her hand, spreading up her arm and into her chest. The warmth was followed by a rush of images, flashes of her life, her memories, her dreams and fears. It was as if the heart were sifting through her very soul, searching for something hidden within. The sensation was overwhelming, but it wasn't unpleasant. It felt cleansing, as though a weight she hadn't known she carried was being lifted. When the images stopped, the warmth receded, and Samira opened her eyes to find the beings watching her intently. The tall one nodded, a faint smile playing at its lips. "You are welcome," it said. Relieved, Samira stepped back, giving Raj a reassuring look. He hesitated for only a moment before following her lead, kneeling by the basin and placing his hand on the water. His reaction was less subtle. A sharp intake of breath, his body tensing as the heart worked through him. But when he finally withdrew his hand, his expression was calm, almost serene. "You too are welcome," the being said, its melodic voice carrying a note of approval. The other beings stepped forward then, their hands moving in fluid motions as they traced symbols in the air. The glowing light from the basin began to rise, forming a shimmering arch that crackled with energy. Samira and Raj watched in awe as the arch solidified, its surface rippling like liquid silver. "This is your passage," the tall being said. "Beyond it lies the heart of our world. But be warned, the journey ahead is not without its trials. You must tread carefully." Samira nodded, her resolve firm. She glanced at Raj, who gave her a small, encouraging smile. Together, they stepped toward the archway, the shimmering light enveloping them as they crossed the threshold. The sensation was indescribable. A feeling of weightlessness and motion, as though they were being carried on a current of air and light. When they emerged on the other side, the landscape before them was unlike anything they had seen so far. Towering spires of crystal stretched toward the iridescent sky, their surfaces refracting light in a dazzling display of color. Rivers of molten gold wound through fields of glowing flowers, and in the distance, a city of shimmering towers rose like a dream made real. Samira's breath caught in her throat. This was the underground world her grandfather had spoken of, the place she had spent her life dreaming about. And now, standing at its threshold, she knew their adventure was only just beginning. The moment Samira and Raj stepped into the new world, the shimmering gateway behind them vanished with a faint hum, leaving them surrounded by an eerie silence. The landscape ahead was breathtaking, but the air carried an unspoken tension, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Towering, crystalline spires reached toward the sky, their surfaces refracting light into cascading rainbows, and a faint, melodic hum seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. Samira felt a tingling sensation on her skin, as though the atmosphere was alive and aware of their presence. Raj, standing beside her, adjusted the strap of his bag and gave her a nervous glance. "This place feels different," he murmured, "like it's watching us." Samira nodded, unable to shake the same sensation. The ground beneath their feet was smooth and glassy, yet it pulsed faintly with light as they walked, reacting to their movements. She tightened her grip on her grandfather's journal, hoping it might offer some guidance, though she doubted even his cryptic notes could prepare her for what lay ahead. They hadn't gone far before the air around them shifted. The hum grew louder, vibrating deep in their chests, and the light from the crystalline spires dimmed, casting long, distorted shadows across the ground. Ahead, a wall of shimmering mist began to materialize, swirling with colors that seemed to defy logic. As they approached, the mist coalesced into a massive structure, a labyrinth of shifting glass-like walls that stretched as far as the eye could see. The walls gleamed with a faint iridescence, their surfaces reflecting distorted images of Samira and Raj. Raj stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied the labyrinth. "This wasn't here a moment ago," he said. "It's like it appeared just for us." Before Samira could respond, the melodic hum transformed into a deep, resonant voice that echoed from the walls themselves. "To proceed, you must face the labyrinth of time," it intoned, each word reverberating through the air. Within its walls, past, present, and future converge. Only those who confront their truths may find the way forward. Samira's pulse quickened. She turned to Raj, whose expression had shifted from awe to unease. "Did that wall just talk to us?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not just a wall," Samira replied, her throat dry. "It's alive, or something close to it." The voice spoke again, ignoring their trepidation. "Enter, and let time reveal who you are. Beware, for not all who enter will emerge unchanged." The mist swirled, parting just enough to reveal an entrance, a narrow passage flanked by the gleaming walls. Samira and Raj hesitated, but the path ahead was clear. There was no turning back now. With a deep breath, Samira stepped forward, and Raj followed close behind. The moment they crossed the threshold, the air grew dense, and the light within the labyrinth shifted, casting strange shadows that danced and flickered like living things. The walls around them seemed to move, their reflective surfaces displaying fragmented images that shimmered and flickered like old film reels. At first, the images were indistinct, flashes of light and color that defied interpretation. But as they ventured deeper, the images began to take shape. Samira stopped abruptly, her breath catching in her throat. On the wall to her left, she saw herself as a child, sitting cross-legged on the floor of her grandfather's study. He was there too, his weathered hands holding an old book as he spoke in his low, steady voice. She could hear the faint echo of his words, though they were muffled and distorted, as if carried on a breeze from far away. It was a memory, vivid and raw, playing out before her like a scene from a dream. Raj's voice broke through her reverie. "Samira, look at this," he said, his tone edged with something she couldn't quite place. She turned to see him staring at a different wall, where an image of a younger Raj flickered to life. He was in a dimly lit museum, surrounded by ancient artifacts, his expression one of quiet determination. But then the scene shifted. Raj was standing in the same museum, though it was now dark and deserted. He was alone, his face drawn and haunted. "What is this place?" Raj whispered, his eyes never leaving the wall. "It's showing us pieces of our lives. But why?" Samira didn't have an answer. All she knew was that the labyrinth was far more than a physical obstacle. It was a living entity, delving into their pasts and weaving them into the present. The realization sent a chill down her spine. As they continued, the labyrinth seemed to grow more disorienting. The walls shifted constantly, creating new pathways and closing off others. The reflective surfaces displayed more memories, some familiar, others strange and unsettling. Samira saw moments she had long forgotten. The thrill of her first excavation, the sting of rejection when her theories were dismissed, the quiet pride on her grandfather's face when she told him she wanted to follow in his footsteps. But the images weren't limited to the past. She caught glimpses of things that hadn't yet come to pass. A scene of her standing before a crowd, holding an artifact aloft as the audience erupted in applause. Another of her sitting alone in a dimly lit room, her face etched with sorrow. Each vision left her shaken, as though the labyrinth were peeling back layers of her soul and laying them bare. Raj was equally affected. He stopped frequently, his eyes fixed on the walls as they revealed fragments of his life. Successes he had celebrated, failures he had buried, and moments of quiet vulnerability he rarely allowed himself to feel. Samira could see the tension in his posture, the way his hands clenched into fists at his sides. It was as though the labyrinth was forcing them to confront not just their memories, but the emotions tied to them. The deeper they went, the more the labyrinth seemed to test them. The reflective walls began to show darker visions, nightmarish scenarios that blurred the line between memory and imagination. Samira saw her grandfather's study engulfed in flames, the books and maps she had cherished reduced to ash. She saw herself wandering through an endless desert, her hands bloodied and empty. Each vision struck like a physical blow, leaving her gasping for breath. Raj wasn't spared either. He flinched as the walls displayed a scene of him standing over a shattered artifact, its pieces scattered at his feet. Another vision showed him alone in the wilderness, shouting for help that never came. Samira reached out to him, placing a steadying hand on his arm. "Raj," she said softly, her voice trembling. "It's not real. None of this is real." He turned to her, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. "It feels real," he said. "Too real." Samira nodded, her own fears reflected in his gaze. "But it's not," she insisted. "We have to keep going. Whatever this is, it's trying to break us. But we can't let it." Summoning their courage, they pressed on, the labyrinth closing in around him. The light grew dimmer and the air felt heavy, as though the labyrinth itself were testing their resolve. But then, after what felt like hours, they reached the center. The heart of the labyrinth was a circular chamber bathed in soft, golden light. At its center stood a pedestal made of the same crystalline material as the walls, its surface engraved with intricate symbols. On the pedestal rested a small, glowing orb, its light pulsating like a heartbeat. Samira and Raj approached it cautiously, their steps slow and deliberate. As they neared, the resonant voice of the labyrinth returned. "You have faced the truths of your past, glimpsed the possibilities of your future, and endured the shadows of your fears. Take the light and let it guide you." Samira hesitated for only a moment before reaching out. Her fingers closed around the orb, and she felt a surge of warmth and clarity, as though a veil had been lifted from her mind. The labyrinth's walls shimmered and dissolved, leaving them standing in the open, the path ahead clear. They had passed the first trial, but Samira knew the journey was far from over. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, their resolve stronger than ever. The golden light of the orb from the labyrinth still lingered faintly on Samira's skin as she and Raj moved forward. Their steps were careful, the air around them thick with the kind of stillness that carried expectation. Every sound seemed amplified, the crunch of their boots on the ground, the rustle of their clothes, even the steady rhythm of their breathing. The world around them was alive with colors and light, yet it was eerily quiet, as if everything had paused to watch their next move. Samira clutched the glowing orb tightly, its warmth a comforting reminder of their recent success. Ahead of them, the terrain shifted dramatically. The smooth, flowing ground they had been walking on gave way to a chasm so vast that the other side was shrouded in a haze of mist. Samira and Raj stopped at the edge, peering down into the void below. It was impossible to tell how far it went. The depths were cloaked in darkness, interrupted only by faint, flickering lights that moved like fireflies. There was no sound from below, just an endless, impenetrable silence. Raj leaned over slightly, squinting. "That's unsettling," he muttered. "How are we supposed to cross this?" Before Samira could respond, the air grew colder, and the ground beneath them trembled ever so slightly. A shape began to materialize across the chasm. A bridge, but not one made of stone or wood. It formed out of twisting tendrils of shadow, rising slowly and weaving together like threads on an invisible loom. The bridge spanned the chasm in a delicate arc, its surface rippling as if alive. It seemed to beckon them forward, though every instinct in Samira's body screamed at her to stay back. She glanced at Raj, who was staring at the bridge with a mixture of fascination and unease. "I don't like this," he said. "It doesn't look solid." "It's the only way across," Samira replied, though her voice lacked conviction. She took a step closer to the edge, trying to steady her nerves. The bridge pulsed faintly, as if responding to her proximity. It felt alive, like the labyrinth, and she couldn't shake the feeling that it was testing them. The deep, resonant voice that had guided them through the labyrinth echoed around them again, filling the air with its weight. This is the Bridge of Shadows, it intoned. To cross, you must face the darkness within. Each step will reveal what you fear most. Only by embracing your shadows can you reach the other side. Samira's stomach tightened. She turned to Raj, her eyes wide. "Our shadows?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. Raj exhaled sharply. "Great. Another test designed to mess with our heads." But there was no turning back. Samira took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge. The moment her foot touched its surface, a ripple of darkness spread outward, and the shadows around her seemed to deepen. The bridge felt solid under her boots, but it moved slightly, swaying as if in response to her weight. She clenched her fists and took another step, her heart pounding. Raj followed, his movements slow and deliberate. The air grew colder with each step, the mist swirling around them in ghostly patterns. At first, the bridge was silent, the only sound their cautious footfalls. But then the shadows began to shift. Shapes emerged from the darkness, faint at first, like smudges on the edge of vision, but growing clearer with each step. Samira froze as the first figure materialized before her. It was her grandfather, but not as she remembered him. His face was lined with disappointment, his eyes cold and unrecognizing. He stared at her, his expression a mask of reproach. "You'll fail, just like I did," he said, his voice sharp and cutting. "All your efforts will amount to nothing. You're chasing shadows." The words hit her like a blow, and for a moment she couldn't move. She had always idolized her grandfather, seen him as a source of inspiration and wisdom. To hear him speak like this, even as a shadow, cut deeper than she could have anticipated. "It's not real," Raj called out from behind her, his voice steady but strange. "It's trying to get in your head. Keep moving." Samira nodded, though her legs felt like lead. She forced herself to take another step, and the shadow of her grandfather dissolved into mist. But the relief was short-lived. More shapes emerged. Friends, colleagues, people she had admired. Each one speaking words of doubt, fear, and failure. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of their words pressing down on her. Behind her, Raj was facing his own torment. He stopped suddenly, his eyes fixed on the shifting shadows ahead. Samira turned and saw the figure of a young woman standing in his path. She was holding a shattered artifact in her hands, her expression one of anger and betrayal. "You ruined everything," the figure said, her voice laced with bitterness. "You were supposed to protect it, but you let it break. You let me break." Raj flinched as if struck. "No," he whispered. "It wasn't my fault." The shadow only laughed, its edges curling and twisting. "Isn't it? You've been running from it ever since." Samira reached out, grabbing his arm. "Raj, it's not real," she said urgently. "You can't let it stop you. We have to keep moving." He looked at her, his eyes clouded with pain, but he nodded. Together, they pressed on, the shadows growing thicker and more oppressive with every step. The bridge seemed endless, stretching into the void, and the weight of their fears threatened to overwhelm them. Samira felt her resolve faltering, her doubts creeping in like a tide she couldn't hold back. But then she remembered the orb, still glowing faintly in her hand. Its warmth seemed to cut through the cold, steadying her nerves. She held it up, and the light pushed back the shadows, creating a small, safe haven around them. The figures receded slightly, their voices fading into murmurs. Raj glanced at the orb, his expression softening. "Whatever that thing is, it's our ticket out of here." Samira nodded, gripping the orb tightly as they took the final steps. The bridge began to solidify beneath them, the rippling shadows giving way to a steady, glowing surface. The mist cleared, revealing the other side of the chasm. The moment they stepped off the bridge, it dissolved behind them, leaving no trace of its existence. They stood in silence for a moment, catching their breath. The oppressive weight of the shadows was gone, replaced by a stillness that felt almost peaceful. Samira looked at Raj, her heart still racing but her determination stronger than ever. "You did it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Raj nodded, though his face was pale. "One step closer," he said. "Let's just hope the next trial isn't worse than this one." Samira smiled faintly, though her mind was already racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. The trials were testing them in ways she hadn't anticipated, forcing them to confront their fears and weaknesses. But she knew one thing for certain. They couldn't turn back now. The underground world still held its secrets, and they were determined to uncover them all. The path beyond the Bridge of Shadows opened into a corridor of breathtaking beauty, one that felt both otherworldly and ancient. The walls were alive with a soft, pulsing glow, like veins of light running through a crystalline surface. The air was thick with warmth, and a subtle hum that seemed to resonate in Samira's chest. She and Raj moved forward cautiously, the weight of their previous trials still heavy on their minds, but neither spoke. Words felt almost inappropriate in the sacred stillness of this place. The corridor widened, and soon they found themselves stepping into an enormous cavern that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. The ceiling, if it could even be called that, sparkled with countless points of light, like stars scattered across an infinite expanse. The ground beneath their feet was covered in soft, moss-like growth that glowed faintly with hues of blue and green. each step, creating ripples of light that slowly faded away. In the center of the cavern stood a structure that stole Samira's breath. It was a towering, crystalline spire, translucent and impossibly intricate, its surface refracting the faint light of the cavern into a dazzling spectrum of colors. The spire was surrounded by flowing streams of liquid light, their movements slow and deliberate, as though they were alive. The streams wound through the mossy ground, forming a network of glowing rivers that converged at the base of the spire. The light they carried pulsed gently, in perfect harmony with the hum that filled the air. It was a living, breathing heart, and Samira felt a deep, instinctive understanding that this was the source of the underground world's life and magic. Raj stopped beside her, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. "This must be it," he whispered, "the heart of it all, the core of this world." Samira nodded, unable to tear her eyes away from the spire. It was more magnificent than anything her grandfather's stories had described, more wondrous than anything she had ever imagined. But as she gazed at it, she noticed something unsettling. The light within the spire, though still vibrant, seemed uneven, its pulsing rhythm occasionally faltering. The streams of liquid light, too, carried the faint distortions, their paths occasionally flickering as though disrupted. It was subtle, but unmistakable. Something was wrong. She turned to Raj, who was already studying the spire with a critical eye. "Do you see it?" she asked, her voice low. He nodded. "It's not stable," he said. "Something's interfering with it." Samira felt a pang of unease. The thought of this incredible world being in jeopardy was almost unbearable. She had spent her entire life dreaming of its existence, and now, standing at its heart, she couldn't ignore the fragility of what she saw. She stepped closer to the spire, drawn by an inexplicable need to understand. As they approached, a figure emerged from the light. It was tall and ethereal, its form shimmering like the streams that flowed around it. Its features were both human and otherworldly, its skin glowing faintly, and its eyes reflecting the shifting colors of the spire. It moved with a grace that seemed to defy gravity, its feet barely touching the ground. Samira and Raj stopped in their tracks, unsure whether to feel awe or fear. The figure regarded them with a calm, penetrating gaze. When it spoke, its voice was a harmony of tones, both melodic and resonant. "You have come far," it said. "Few reach the heart. Fewer still understand its purpose." Samira swallowed hard, finding her voice. "We're here to learn," she said, "to understand your world. But something's wrong, isn't it? The spire, it's not stable." The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering her words. "You see what many do not," it said. "The heart is wounded. Its light falters, its balance disrupted." Raj stepped forward, his expression serious. "What's causing it?" he asked. "And can it be fixed?" The figure's gaze shifted to him, and for a moment it said nothing. Then it gestured toward the streams of liquid light. "The balance of this world depends on harmony between the heart and the surface above," it explained. "For centuries, that harmony has been maintained. But now, the surface draws too much. Its hunger grows, and the heart cannot sustain both itself and the demands placed upon it." Samira felt a chill run through her. The surface, their world, was draining the life from this one. She thought of the countless mines, the deforestation, the relentless consumption of resources above ground. It made sense in a way that was both heartbreaking and infuriating. Raj seemed to come to the same realization. "Our world is doing this," he said, his voice heavy with guilt. "We're the reason your world is dying." The figure's expression didn't change, but its tone softened. "It is not malice, but ignorance," it said. "The surface does not understand the cost of its actions. But now that you have seen, you bear the responsibility of choice." Samira's mind raced. The enormity of what they had stumbled into was almost too much to process. She had come here seeking answers, but now she was faced with a responsibility she hadn't anticipated. She turned to the figure, her voice steady despite the weight of her emotions. "What can we do?" she asked. "How can we restore the balance?" The figure extended its hand, and a small fragment of the spire detached itself, floating gently toward them. It was a shard of pure light, its glow warm and steady. The figure held it out to Samira. "This shard carries the essence of the heart," it said. "Take it to the surface. Place it where the balance has been most disrupted, and it will heal the wound. But know this, the task is not without risk. The surface may resist what it does not understand." Samira hesitated, the shard hovering inches from her hand. She glanced at Raj, who gave her a small nod of encouragement. Taking a deep breath, she reached out and grasped the shard. The moment her fingers closed around it, she felt a surge of warmth and clarity, as though the shard had connected her to the heart itself. She could feel its pulse, its rhythm, its fragile yet enduring strength. The figure stepped back, its form beginning to blur and dissolve into the light. "The path ahead will not be easy," it said, "but you have proven your resolve. Trust in yourselves and in the light you carry." With those final words, the figure disappeared, leaving Samira and Raj alone before the spire. The shard in Samira's hand pulsed gently, a steady reminder of their mission. She turned to Raj, her determination renewed. "We can't let this world die," she said. "We have to do this, for them and for us." Raj nodded, his expression resolute. "Then, let's get to it." They stepped away from the spire, the glow of the shard lighting their way. The cavern seemed to watch them as they left, its hum growing softer, as though placing its trust in them. Samira felt the weight of that trust, but she also felt something else. Hope. For the first time, she truly believed they could make a difference, not just for the underground world, but for both their worlds. The journey back toward the surface began in silence, the glow of the shard in Samira's hand lighting their way through the labyrinthine tunnels. The weight of the task ahead pressed heavily on both her and Raj. The underground world, with all its beauty and wonder, was in their hands now. The shard pulsed with a steady rhythm, warm against Samira's skin, and she could feel it resonate in her chest, a constant reminder of the fragile life they were carrying. Raj walked beside her, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The crystalline walls around them shimmered faintly, their light dimmer now, as if the underground world were holding its breath, waiting for them to succeed. Neither of them spoke, but there was an unspoken understanding between them. This was the moment everything had been leading up to. Failure wasn't an option. As they neared the tunnel's exit, the air shifted, growing colder and heavier. The light from the shard flickered, and Samira tightened her grip, her heart quickening. Something was wrong. The tunnel ahead grew darker, the crystalline glow fading entirely. A deep, resonant hum echoed around them, different from the gentle thrum of the heart they had left behind. This sound was harsh, discordant, and it sent a shiver down Samira's spine. Raj stopped abruptly, his hand reaching out to grab her arm. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. She nodded, her eyes scanning the darkness ahead. "It's coming from up there." As they moved forward, the source of the sound became clear. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, but this one was unlike anything they had encountered before. The walls were jagged and dark, their surfaces dull and lifeless. At the center of the chamber was a massive fissure in the ground, from which a dark, swirling mist rose like smoke from a fire. The mist pulsed with a malevolent energy, its tendrils writhing and twisting in the air. The hum grew louder, resonating in their bones, and Samira could feel the shard in her hand grow colder, as if recoiling from the darkness. "This must be it," Raj said grimly. "The source of the imbalance." Samira stepped closer to the edge of the fissure, peering into the swirling mist. It seemed alive, its movements deliberate and purposeful, as though it were aware of their presence. The shard in her hand pulsed weakly, its light dimming further. She glanced at Raj, her voice trembling slightly. "We need to place the shard here. It's the only way to restore the balance." Raj nodded, though his expression was tense. "Agreed, but I don't think it's going to let us just walk up and do it." As if in response to his words, the mist surged upward, forming a towering shape that loomed over them. It was a shadowy, shifting figure, its features indistinct but menacing. Eyes like glowing embers stared down at them, and a voice, deep and guttural, echoed through the chamber. "You dare to interfere," it snarled. "This world is mine now. Its light has faded, and its heart grows weak. You cannot stop what has already begun." Samira felt her knees weaken, but she forced herself to stand tall, clutching the shard tightly. "This world isn't yours," she said, her voice steady despite the fear knotting her stomach. "We won't let you destroy it." The shadowy figure laughed, a sound that rattled through the chamber like thunder. "Foolish mortals, you cannot restore what has already been taken. Turn back now, or you will share this world's fate." Raj stepped forward, his jaw clenched. "We're not going anywhere," he said firmly. "If you want to stop us, you'll have to do better than threats." The figure roared, and the mist surged forward, lashing out like a living thing. Samira and Raj dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. The ground beneath them shook violently, and the air grew colder, the darkness pressing in around them. Samira scrambled to her feet, her mind racing. The shard's light flickered weakly, its warmth barely perceptible. They couldn't let this entity win. Not here, not now. The shadow lunged again, its tendrils slamming into the ground with enough force to send shards of rock flying. Raj rolled to the side, grabbing a chunk of stone and hurling it at the figure. The stone passed through the mist harmlessly, dissolving into nothing. "Great," he muttered. "Physical attacks are useless. Got any bright ideas?" Samira's gaze fell to the shard in her hand, its faint glow barely illuminating the darkness. Then she remembered the figure they had met at the heart of the underground world, the way it had spoken of trust, resolve, and the light they carried. The shard wasn't just a tool. It was a piece of the heart itself, a fragment of the balance they were trying to restore. It wasn't about fighting the darkness. It was about overcoming it with light. "We have to use the shard," she said, her voice firm. "It's the only way." Raj hesitated, his eyes darting between her and the towering shadow. "What do you mean?" use it. She didn't have time to explain. Clutching the shard tightly, she stepped toward the fissure, the darkness pressing against her like a physical weight. The shadow roared, its tendrils lashing out, but Samira held her ground. The shard pulsed faintly in her hand, its light growing slightly brighter. Raj's voice cut through the chaos. "Samira, are you sure about this?" "I have to be," she replied, her gaze fixed on the fissure. "Trust me." Closing her eyes, she focused on the shard, willing its light to grow. She thought of everything they had seen in the underground world. The glowing rivers, the crystalline spires, the shimmering trees. She thought of her grandfather, of his unwavering belief in the stories of this place. She thought of the heart, its fragile yet enduring light, and the hope it represented. The shard responded to her thoughts, its glow intensifying. The warmth returned, spreading through her hand and into her chest. The shadow recoiled slightly, its form flickering as the light grew stronger. Samira took another step forward, holding the shard out toward the fissure. The shadow roared again, its voice filled with fury and desperation. "You cannot defeat me. This world is mine." But Samira didn't falter. She stepped to the very edge of the fissure, the shard now blazing with light. The darkness surged toward her, but the light pushed it back, its radiance cutting through the mist like a blade. With a final, determined breath, she hurled the shard into the fissure. The effect was immediate. The shard's light exploded outward, filling the chamber with a brilliance so intense it forced Samira and Raj to shield their eyes. The shadow screamed, its form disintegrating as the light consumed it. The fissure began to close, the swirling mist dissipating as the shard's warmth spread through the ground. When the light finally dimmed, the chamber was transformed. The jagged walls now shimmered with crystalline light, their dull surfaces restored to their former brilliance. The ground beneath their feet pulsed gently, the hum of the heart resonating through the air. The balance had been restored. Raj let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "You did it," he said, his voice filled with awe. "We did it." Samira nodded, her legs trembling as she sank to the ground. The exhaustion hit her all at once, but it was accompanied by a deep, overwhelming sense of relief. They had faced the darkness and prevailed. The underground world was alive again. As they sat in the newly restored chamber, a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "You have succeeded where many have failed," it said. "The balance is restored, and the heart beats strong once more. You are forever a part of this world's story." Samira and Raj exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting both pride and gratitude. They had come to the underground world as seekers of knowledge, but they were leaving as its protectors. The trials had tested their strength, their resolve, and their belief in one another. And in the end, they had found not just answers, but a purpose far greater than they had ever imagined. The air in the underground world felt different now, as though the very essence of the place had shifted. The crystalline walls shimmered with renewed brilliance, and the pulsing streams of light coursed through the mossy ground with a steady rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the spire. Samira and Raj stood in silence at the edge of the restored chamber, their faces lit by the glow of the world they had helped to save. The tension that had weighed on their shoulders for what felt like an eternity was gone, replaced by a quiet, overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Samira took a deep breath, the warmth of the revitalized air filling her lungs. She looked at Raj, who was leaning against the crystalline wall, his hands resting on his knees as he caught his breath. They exchanged a glance that said everything they couldn't put into words. Relief, triumph, exhaustion, it was all there, reflected in the flickering light of the restored world. "We did it," Raj said finally, his voice soft but filled with wonder. "I can't believe we actually did it." Samira nodded, her fingers brushing against the faint scorch marks on her jacket from their earlier encounter with the shadow. "Neither can I," she admitted. "But it's not just us. This place, this world, it fought for itself too. We were just the messengers." As she spoke, the air around them shimmered, and a figure materialized from the light. It was the same ethereal being they had encountered at the heart of the underground world, its form luminous and graceful. Its eyes, like shifting pools of light, met theirs with a calm intensity. Samira and Raj straightened instinctively, the presence of the being commanding both respect and awe. "You have restored the balance," the being said, its voice resonating with a harmonious blend of tones. "The heart beats strong once more, and the light of this world is renewed. You have done what many believed impossible." Samira felt a flush of pride at the words, but she quickly shook her head. "We only did what needed to be done," she said humbly. "This world deserves to thrive. It's beautiful, and it's alive. We couldn't let it fade." The being's expression softened, and for a moment it almost seemed to smile. "Your actions speak to the strength of your hearts," it said. "You saw not just the beauty of this world, but its fragility, and you chose to protect it, despite the risks. For that, you have our eternal gratitude." Raj stepped forward, his curiosity getting the better of him. "What happens now?" he asked. "The balance is restored, but how do we make sure this doesn't happen again? How do we stop the surface from draining your world?" The being's luminous gaze shifted to him, and it nodded slightly. "A question of great importance," it said. "The connection between our worlds is one of mutual dependence. The surface draws from our light, and we draw from its stability. When one side takes too much, the other suffers. This imbalance must not happen again." Samira frowned, her mind racing. "But people on the surface don't even know your world exists," she said. "How can we convince them to change, to take less, when they don't even understand what they're taking from?" The being extended its hand, and a small glowing crystal appeared in its palm. It stepped forward and placed the crystal gently in Samira's hands. The light from the crystal was warm and steady, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. Samira stared at it, feeling a deep connection to the object, as though it carried the essence of the underground world within it. "This crystal is a bridge," the being explained. "It carries the light of our world, a fragment of its essence. Take it with you to the surface. Show it to those who will listen. Let it be a beacon of understanding, a reminder that all worlds are connected. Through this, we may build a new alliance, a bond of trust and respect between our worlds." Samira held the crystal close, its warmth spreading through her hands. She felt the enormity of the responsibility being placed upon her, but she also felt a deep sense of purpose. "We'll do everything we can," she said, her voice steady. "We'll make sure people understand. We won't let this world fade again." Raj nodded in agreement. "We've seen what's at stake," he added, "and we'll fight for it, together." The being stepped back, its form shimmering like the surface of a rippling pond. "Your journey is far from over," it said. but you have proven your strength and your resolve. The light of this world goes with you, as do our hopes." The chamber around them began to shift, the light intensifying as the streams of liquid energy flowed more vibrantly. The air grew warmer, filled with the hum of the restored heart. Samira and Raj felt a gentle pull, as though the world itself were guiding them toward the surface. The being raised its hand in a gesture of farewell. "Go now," it said. "Carry the light, and may your path be one of understanding and unity." The pull grew stronger, and before Samira or Raj could respond, they were enveloped in a cascade of light. The chamber dissolved around them, the glowing streams swirling into a vortex that carried them upward. They felt weightless, their bodies floating as the light surrounded them, its warmth and comforting embrace. When the light faded, they found themselves standing at the edge of the forest where their journey had begun. The surface world greeted them with a crisp breeze and the soft rustling of leaves. The sky above was painted in hues of gold and pink as the sun dipped below the horizon. It was a stark contrast to the luminous beauty of the underground world, but it felt no less alive. Samira looked down at the crystal in her hand, its light still pulsing faintly. She turned to Raj, a determined glint in her eyes. "We can't keep this to ourselves," she said. "People need to know the truth. They need to see what's at stake." Raj nodded, his expression resolute. "We'll tell them," he said. "We'll show them. And if they don't listen, we'll find a way to make them." Together, they began walking toward the town, the crystal's light guiding their way. The challenges ahead were daunting. Convincing a world driven by consumption and indifference to care about a place they couldn't see wouldn't be easy. But Samira and Raj had faced trials far greater than this. They had confronted their fears, their doubts, and the shadows within themselves. They had walked through a world of wonders and emerged stronger for it. As they reached the edge of the forest, Samira glanced back, her heart aching with a mixture of longing and hope. The underground world was hidden once more, its beauty and light safely tucked away beneath the earth. But it wasn't gone. It was alive, waiting for its story to be told. Samira and Raj knew their journey wasn't over. It was only just beginning. Months had passed since Samira and Raj returned from the underground world, but the memory of its brilliance remained vivid in their minds. The glowing streams, the crystalline spires, the radiant heart. They were more than just images. They were etched into their souls. Each day since their return had been consumed with the question of how to share what they had seen, how to convince others of the existence of a world so wondrous yet so fragile. It wasn't just a story anymore. It was a responsibility. At first, their efforts were met with skepticism. Samira had tried to present the glowing crystal, the shard of the underground world, to local academics and environmentalists. While the crystal's faint, otherworldly pulse intrigued them, most dismissed it as a cleverly crafted artifact or a strange natural phenomenon. Their skepticism stung, but Samira refused to give up. She had seen too much to let doubt overshadow the truth. Raj, ever pragmatic, suggested a new approach. If they couldn't convince people with words, perhaps they could show them instead. Together, they compiled every detail of their journey, weaving their story with photos of the strange markings on the forest floor, sketches of the carvings on the stone slab, and descriptions of the trials they had endured. Samira's grandfather's journal became their guide, its pages now treated with the reverence of a sacred text. They started small, giving talks at local community centers and schools. Samira's passion and Raj's logical explanations worked in tandem, slowly chipping away at people's disbelief. The crystal became the centerpiece of their presentations, its glow mesmerizing anyone who dared to look closely. Though many still scoffed at their claims, others began to listen. Seeds of curiosity and wonder were planted, and whispers of their story began to spread. Word reached beyond their town. A small team of journalists caught wind of their tale and invited them to share their story on a regional platform. Samira and Raj hesitated, knowing how easily their experiences could be dismissed as fantasy or fabrication. But the underground world was worth the risk. They stood before cameras, recounting every detail of their journey. The glowing moss, the bridge of shadows, the labyrinth, and the radiant spire that pulsed with light. The journalists captured their sincerity, and their story was broadcast far and wide. The response was polarizing. Many mocked them, branding them as dreamers or attention seekers. Yet, among the criticism emerged a growing number of believers. Scientists, environmentalists, and everyday people who were captivated by their conviction. Some reached out with messages of encouragement, while others shared their own strange experiences that seemed to hint at the presence of something hidden beneath the earth. The most unexpected turn came when an independent research group requested to examine the crystal. Samira and Raj agreed, albeit cautiously. The researchers were baffled by its composition, unable to identify its material or replicate its faint glow. Their findings only fueled the mystery, drawing more attention to Samira and Raj's story. The crystal became a symbol of something greater, proof of the unseen, a testament to the existence of wonders beyond human comprehension. Back in Hollow Pines, the once skeptical townsfolk began to view Samira differently. The same people who had laughed at her digging in the forest now approached her with curiosity, asking questions about the underground world and the stories her grandfather had told. The forest clearing where the stone slab had been uncovered became a place of quiet pilgrimage, visited by those seeking a glimpse of the unknown. Though the slab itself had vanished when the gateway closed, its absence only added to the mystique. Late one evening, Samira stood in the clearing, the glowing crystal cradled in her hands. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant chirps, yet it felt profoundly still. Raj stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the sky. The stars above seemed brighter than usual, their light mingling with the faint glow of the crystal. "We've done what we can," Raj said quietly, his voice carrying a note of both satisfaction and weariness. "The story is out there now. It's up to the world to decide what to do with it." Samira nodded, her fingers tracing the edges of the crystal. "It's strange," she said. "This world felt so big before, but after seeing what's below, it's like everything has shifted. Like the surface is just a small part of something much greater." Raj smiled faintly. "Maybe that's the point," he said, "to remind us how much we don't know, and how much we still have to protect." As they stood in the clearing, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it the faintest echo of the underground world's hum. Samira closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her. She thought of her grandfather, of his stories, and of the journey that had transformed her life. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew one thing for certain. The underground world was no longer just a legend. It was real, and its story was now part of theirs. Samira opened her eyes, her resolve stronger than ever. The crystal pulsed in her hands, its light steady and unwavering. This was just the beginning. The world above and the world below were connected, their fates intertwined. And though the road ahead was uncertain, she and Raj would walk it together, carrying the light of a forgotten world into the unknown. Long ago, before the pyramids graced the horizon of the Nile, a story whispered its way through the sands of Egypt, carried by winds that spoke of gods and men. It was said that there existed a book, not of mortal origin, but crafted by the hands of the god Thoth himself, the divine scribe, the keeper of knowledge. The Book of Thoth was no ordinary artifact. Within its pages lay the secrets of the universe, truths so profound they could unravel the very fabric of existence. It was said to contain the mysteries of life and death, the language of the stars, and the wisdom of the gods, a power so great it was never meant for human hands. Legends spoke of the book being hidden where only the brave and the worthy could reach it, nestled at the bottom of the mighty Nile. Its resting place was not a mere location, but a sacred vault, protected by layers of divine craftsmanship. The first was a series of ornate boxes. Some said they were golden, others ebony, and still others made of materials unknown to this world. Each box was intricately sealed with riddles and charms, woven together with spells designed to deter even the most cunning thief. But these boxes were not the greatest obstacle. Beyond them lay the true guardians of the book, serpents of unimaginable size, with scales that shimmered like molten gold and eyes that burned with the light of eternity. They were said to be immortal, their purpose eternal, and their wrath swift and merciless. The ancient Egyptians, for all their ingenuity and reverence for the divine, found solace in the tale of the book. To them, it explained the inexplicable, the gaps in their understanding of the world and the heavens. The pharaohs, considered living gods on earth, were said to dream of the book, their minds haunted by the possibilities it promised. Some believed that it was the source of Egypt's grandest achievements. How else could the pyramids have been constructed with such precision? How else could the stars have been charted with such accuracy? Yet, despite their divine claims, no pharaoh ever laid hands upon the Book of Thoth. Many tried, of course. Stories abound of rulers who dedicated their reigns to seeking it. Expeditions were launched, men sacrificed, and offerings made to the gods, all in the hope of finding the treasure hidden beneath the river's currents. One tale recounts the reign of Pharaoh Neferkare, who was said to have waded into the Nile himself during a lunar eclipse, clutching a staff blessed by the priests of Amun. He was never seen again, his disappearance adding yet another layer of mystique to the legend. Others tell of ships cursed to wander the Nile for eternity, their crew transformed into shadows for daring to disturb the sacred waters. But why was the book hidden so carefully? And why were mortals forbidden from possessing its knowledge? The priests of Egypt often debated this question in hushed tones. Some believed that the book's contents would grant godlike power to anyone who deciphered its pages, enabling them to rewrite the laws of nature and time. Others argued that its truths were too vast, too infinite for the human mind to comprehend. To gaze upon such knowledge, they said, would be to invite madness, to shatter the fragile vessel of the mortal soul. Still, the allure of the book persisted, its legend becoming both a cautionary tale and a beacon of hope. The Nile itself, eternal and enigmatic, seemed a fitting guardian for such a treasure. Its waters flowed like veins through the heart of Egypt, giving life to its people while guarding its secrets. By day, it sparkled beneath the sun, its surface betraying nothing of what lay beneath. By night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, it seemed to whisper to those who dared to listen, its currents carrying echoes of forgotten times. Fishermen swore they saw shadows moving beneath its depths, larger than any creature they had known. Priests reported dreams of serpents coiling around golden boxes, their fangs dripping with venom that could fell even the bravest of men. To the people of Egypt, the Book of Thoth became more than a myth. It became a symbol. It represented the divine order, the balance of Ma'at, and the understanding that some truths were meant to remain hidden, their power too great for mortal hands. Yet, the mere thought of its existence inspired generations of dreamers and seekers, men and women who gazed at the Nile and wondered if, perhaps, just perhaps, they might be the one destined to unlock its secrets. As the centuries passed, the legend of the Book of Thoth endured, woven into the fabric of Egyptian culture. It was painted on temple walls, carved into obelisks, and whispered in the corridors of royal palaces. Even as dynasties rose and fell, the story remained, a thread connecting the mortal world to the divine. Scholars sought it not for power, but for understanding, hoping to bridge the gap between the seen and the unseen. For them, the book was not just a relic, it was a key to unlocking the mysteries of existence. And so, the legend persisted, its truth obscured by the sands of time. Somewhere beneath the Nile's waters, it was said, lay the answers to every question ever asked, every mystery ever pondered. Somewhere, locked away in its shimmering boxes, guarded by serpents and sealed by divine decree, the Book of Thoth waited. And though no mortal had ever reached it, the dream of doing so burned eternal, a flame that refused to be extinguished. The sun rose over Thebes, casting its golden light across the sprawling city. The great temples shimmered with the promise of a new day, their massive columns etched with stories of gods and kings. In the distance, the Nile flowed with quiet majesty, its waters a lifeline for the land and its people. Amid the morning bustle of merchants, priests, and laborers, a young scribe named Amun-hotep sat in the shadow of a towering obelisk, his reed pen poised over a sheet of papyrus. His hand moved with precision, but his mind was elsewhere, wandering to realms unseen and truths yet uncovered. Amun-hotep was unlike most men his age. While others sought the approval of priests or the favor of merchants, his heart longed for something far greater, far more elusive. From a young age, he had been captivated by stories of the gods, particularly the enigmatic Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing. The idea of a divine being who held the secrets of the universe filled Amun-hotep with an insatiable curiosity. He often imagined what it would be like to stand in the presence of such knowledge, to gaze upon truths that had eluded humanity since the dawn of time. His father, a modest artisan who carved intricate designs into temple walls, had often chastised him for his flights of fancy. Amun, he would say, a man who reaches too far will find himself without ground to stand on. But his mother, a weaver with eyes that sparkled like the Nile at dawn, encouraged his dreams. She would sit by the fire in the evenings, her hands deftly working the loom, and tell him stories of the gods. It was from her that Amun-hotep first heard of the Book of Thoth, a tale that would shape the course of his life. As he grew older, Amun-hotep's fascination with the book became an obsession. He devoured every scrap of knowledge he could find, spending hours in the temple libraries, his fingers tracing the faded hieroglyphs on ancient scrolls. The priests, though amused by his enthusiasm, often warned him of the dangers of seeking forbidden knowledge. The gods guard their secrets for a reason, one elderly priest had told him. To trespass where mortals are not meant to tread is to invite ruin. Yet, Amun-Hotep could not shake the feeling that he was destined for something extraordinary. His dreams only fueled this belief. Night after night, he saw visions of the Nile, its waters parting to reveal a golden light. He heard whispers in a language he did not understand, voices calling him to a purpose he could not yet comprehend. The most vivid dream of all came one night when he was 21. In it, he stood before a vast expanse of water, and a figure emerged from the mist, a man with the head of an ibis holding a scroll that glowed with an otherworldly light. The figure spoke his name, his voice resonating like the toll of a great bell. Amun-Hotep, seeker of truth, the time has come. The book awaits. He awoke with a start, his heart racing, the echo of the god's words ringing in his ears. From that moment on, he knew his path was set. The vision was not a mere dream, it was a calling. But how could he, a humble scribe, hope to achieve what even the greatest pharaohs had failed to accomplish? The thought both exhilarated and terrified him. Amun-Hotep's life in Thebes was simple, yet rich with the beauty and complexity of the city. The air was filled with the scent of lotus flowers and freshly baked bread. The streets were alive with the chatter of merchants selling their wares. Jewels, spices, papyrus, and amulets said to ward off evil spirits. The great temples loomed over the city, their walls adorned with scenes of gods and mortals in eternal communion. Yet, for all its splendor, Thebes could not satisfy the yearning in Amun-Hotep's soul. He often found himself wandering along the banks of the Nile, his thoughts consumed by the mysteries it held. He was not entirely alone in his quest for answers. Among his few trusted companions was Nephra, a sharp-witted woman with a knack for finding hidden treasures. She had grown up in the shadow of the temples, her childhood spent darting through alleys and learning the secrets of the city's underbelly. Though her methods were far from orthodox, she shared Amun-Hotep's fascination with the unknown. The gods hide their treasures well, she once told him, but every lock has a key. We just have to find it. Then there was Khepri, a priest of modest rank whose faith was unshakable. While he often cautioned Amun-Hotep against defying the will of the gods, he too harbored a quiet curiosity about the Book of Thoth. For Khepri, the book was not just a source of knowledge, but a bridge to the divine. He believed that understanding the will of the gods could bring humanity closer to Ma'at, the universal balance. Amun-Hotep's most surprising ally came in the form of Menkaura, an older fisherman who had spent his life navigating the Nile's many moods. Menkaura's weathered face bore the marks of years spent under the sun, and his eyes held the wisdom of one who had seen more than he cared to share. Though he claimed not to believe in the myths, he often spoke of strange occurrences on the river, lights beneath the water, whispers carried by the wind. When Amun-Hotep confided in him about his dreams, Menkaura simply nodded and said, "The Nile keeps its secrets well, but it doesn't keep them forever." Despite the support of his companions, Amun-Hotep often felt the weight of his ambition pressing down on him. There were moments when doubt crept into his heart, whispering that he was chasing shadows. The priest's warnings echoed in his mind, and he wondered if he was destined to meet the same fate as those who had come before him. swallowed by the Nile's depths in their futile quest. But then he would remember the figure from his dream, the god who had called his name, and his resolve would harden. Each day, as he sat in the temple scribe's chamber, copying texts and recording the words of priests, he felt the pull of the river growing stronger. The Nile was more than a river to him. It was a living, breathing entity, its currents whispering secrets only he could hear. He began to see patterns in the movements of its waters, signs that seemed to guide him closer to his goal. Whether these were coincidences or divine messages, he could not say, but he chose to believe they were the latter. Amenhotep's journey had not yet begun, but in many ways he had already set foot on its path. The dreams, the whispers, the strange encounters, they were all pieces of a puzzle he was determined to solve. The world around him was a tapestry of beauty and wonder, yet it paled in comparison to the vision that drove him forward. Somewhere beneath the Nile, locked away in its sacred depths, lay the answers to questions that had haunted humanity for centuries. And though the road ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, Amenhotep knew he could not turn back. He was a dreamer, yes, but he was also something more. A seeker, a believer, and, perhaps, the one destined to uncover the truth. The city of Thebes began to fade into the horizon as Amenhotep and his companions set out on their journey, the rhythmic splash of oars against the Nile's surface marking the passage of time. The morning sun was warm, but not yet oppressive, casting long, golden reflections across the river. The boat, an unassuming vessel made of sturdy papyrus reeds, glided smoothly through the water, its quiet presence a stark contrast to the monumental task ahead. Amenhotep, seated near the bow, stared out at the vast expanse of the river, his thoughts swirling as ceaselessly as the currents beneath them. He clutched a small leather satchel filled with scrolls, maps, and charms, his meager tools against the unknown forces that lay ahead. Nephra, ever the pragmatist, moved about the boat with a sense of purpose, double-checking the provisions and ensuring the ropes were secure. She had insisted on preparing for every eventuality, from storms to encounters with bandits. Her sharp eyes scanned the riverbanks for any sign of trouble, though she masked her vigilance with a light-hearted air. She had grown up near the Nile and knew its ways intimately, but even she admitted that this journey would test her in ways she had never experienced. "The river's calm now," she said as she crouched beside Amenhotep, her voice low. "But don't let it fool you. The Nile has a way of turning on you when you least expect it." Khepri sat at the stern, his fingers gently brushing the beads of a prayer necklace. His lips moved silently as he whispered invocations to the gods, seeking their favor and protection. Though he had reservations about the quest, his faith compelled him to accompany Amenhotep. He believed that the gods would reveal their will through this journey, whether it ended in triumph or tragedy. His presence brought a sense of calm to the group, a steadying influence amidst the growing tension. Occasionally, he would glance at Amenhotep, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern, as though trying to decipher the younger man's resolve. Menkora, the oldest and most experienced among them, was at the helm, his gnarled hands gripping the rudder with practiced ease. His weathered face bore a faint smile as he hummed an old river song, the melody weaving through the air like a charm against misfortune. Despite his outward ease, he was watchful, his sharp eyes scanning the water for signs of danger. He had spent decades navigating the Nile and had seen its many faces, calm and nurturing, wild and wrathful. He had heard the stories of those who sought the Book of Thoth, and while he was skeptical of their truth, he could not deny the pull of this particular quest. There was something about Amun-Hotep, something in the young man's eyes that hinted at a destiny greater than any of them could comprehend. The first days of the journey were uneventful, the river stretching endlessly before them like a great artery connecting the mortal world to the divine. The group fell into a comfortable rhythm, each member contributing their skills to ensure their progress. Amun-Hotep spent his evenings poring over maps and ancient texts, searching for clues hidden in the cryptic symbols. Nifra shared stories of her childhood by the river, her tales both entertaining and filled with practical advice. Khepri led the group in evening prayers, his voice resonant and full of conviction, while Menkora told tales of strange lights and whispers on the water, his words laced with both humor and caution. It was on the fourth night that the first sign of trouble appeared. The air grew heavy and thick, the usual cool breeze replaced by an unsettling stillness. The moon, full and bright, cast an eerie glow over the river, its light refracted by the rippling water. A distant sound reached their ears, a low, mournful wail that seemed to rise and fall like the call of a ghostly creature. The group exchanged uneasy glances, their conversations fading into silence. Menkara tightened his grip on the rudder, his face grim. "That's not the wind," he muttered, his voice barely audible. The wail grew louder, joined by a chorus of hissing sounds that seemed to emanate from the water itself. Suddenly, the boat lurched, as though something massive had brushed against its underside. Nifra sprang to her feet, her dagger drawn, while Khepri clutched his prayer necklace, his lips moving rapidly in whispered supplication. Amun-Hotep felt his heart race as he peered over the edge of the boat, his breath catching in his throat. Beneath the surface, faintly illuminated by the moonlight, he saw shapes moving, long, sinuous forms that glided through the water with unnatural grace. Serpents. Their scales shimmered like liquid gold, and their eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. They circled the boat, their movements deliberate, their presence undeniable. Amun-Hotep felt a wave of both awe and terror wash over him. These were no ordinary creatures. They were the guardians of the Nile, the first line of defense for the Book of Thoth. He could feel their gaze upon him, as though they were measuring his worth, testing his resolve. Nefra cursed under her breath, her grip on her dagger tightening. "What do we do?" she whispered, her voice strained. Khepri stepped forward, his face pale but resolute. "We must show them respect," he said, his tone firm. "They are not mere beasts, but servants of the gods. To provoke them is to invite destruction." Menkora nodded in agreement, his voice calm but urgent. "Let me guide the boat. Keep your hands inside and stay quiet. If they sense fear or hostility, they'll strike." The group obeyed, their movements careful and deliberate. Menkara steered the boat with expert precision, his hands steady despite the tension in the air. The serpents continued to circle, their hissing growing louder, a sound that seemed to resonate in Amun-Hotep's very bones. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on the words of a prayer he had learned as a child. He whispered the invocation, his voice trembling but determined, calling upon Thoth for guidance and protection. As if in response, the hissing began to subside, replaced by a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the air. The serpents slowed their movements, their glowing eyes fixed on Amun-Hotep. He opened his eyes to find one of the creatures rising partially out of the water, its massive head towering above the boat. Its gaze bore into him, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. He felt an inexplicable connection, as though the serpent could see into the depths of his soul, weighing his intentions and his heart. Amenhotep held his ground, refusing to look away. "We mean no harm," he said, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. "We seek only the truth, the wisdom of the gods. If it is not meant for us, we will turn back. But if we are worthy, show us the way." The serpent stared at him for what felt like an eternity before lowering its head and slipping back into the water. The other serpents followed suit, their forms disappearing into the depths as silently as they had appeared. The air grew lighter, the oppressive tension lifting as the river resumed its gentle flow. The group exhaled in unison, the weight of the encounter sinking in. Menkara was the first to speak, his voice tinged with both relief and respect. "You've been marked, boy," he said, his gaze fixed on Amenhotep. "They've acknowledged you. That's no small thing." Amenhotep nodded, his mind racing. He didn't fully understand what had just happened, but he knew it was significant. The journey had taken its first true turn, and the stakes had been made clear. The Book of Thoth was no mere legend, and the path to it would be fraught with trials far greater than anything they had yet faced. But as the boat continued its journey down the Nile, Amenhotep felt a renewed sense of purpose. The serpents had tested him, and he had not faltered. The quest had truly begun. The group had been traveling for days, navigating deeper into the heart of the Nile. The river was no longer the gentle, predictable current they had known near Thebes. Here, the water grew darker, its surface rippling with a sense of unease. The air was heavy and damp, pressing against their skin like an invisible weight. Even the wildlife seemed to avoid this stretch of the river. There were no birds calling from the reeds, no fish breaking the surface. It was as if this part of the Nile belonged to something else entirely, a realm claimed by forces far older and far more dangerous than any mortal could comprehend. Amenhotep sat at the bow, his thoughts racing as the boat glided forward. His companions were silent, each lost in their own apprehensions. Nephra sharpened her dagger absent-mindedly, her sharp eyes scanning the water for any sign of movement. Khipri's lips moved in prayer, his fingers clutching his necklace so tightly his knuckles turned white. Menkara, at the helm, kept his gaze fixed on the horizon, his weathered face betraying no emotion. Only the steady sound of the oars breaking the water filled the air, a rhythm that seemed to echo like a heartbeat. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, its light casting long shadows over the river, the first sign of their destination appeared. Rising out of the water was a massive stone structure, half submerged and covered in moss and reeds. Ancient hieroglyphs carved into its surface glowed faintly in the fading light, their meaning obscured by time and decay. Amenhotep's heart quickened. This was the entrance to the sacred vault, the place he had seen in his dreams. But as the boat drew closer, a sound reached their ears, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the water and into their very bones. The hum grew louder, taking on an almost musical quality, a series of overlapping tones that rose and fell in an eerie, hypnotic rhythm. Then, without warning, the surface of the river broke. The water churned violently as a massive form emerged, glistening in the dim light. A serpent, larger than anything Amenhotep could have imagined, rose before them, its golden scales shimmering like molten metal. Its eyes, twin orbs of burning amber, seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. The serpent's head towered above the boat, its body coiling and uncoiling with an unsettling grace. The hum intensified, and Amenhotep realized it was not just a sound. It was a language, a series of vibrations that resonated with an ancient power. The serpent was speaking, though not in any tongue he could understand. It was a language of the gods, a primordial symphony that carried with it the weight of eternity. The boat came to an abrupt halt, as though held in place by an unseen force. The serpent leaned closer, its massive head casting a shadow over the group. Nephra gripped her dagger, her hand trembling. Khepri fell to his knees, his prayers growing louder and more desperate. Menkara, though silent, tightened his grip on the rudder, his weathered face set in grim determination. Amenhotep felt his throat go dry, but he forced himself to meet the serpent's gaze. He could feel its presence pressing against him, an immense, overwhelming force that seemed to strip away all pretense and lay bare the core of his being. For a moment, there was silence, a stillness so profound it felt as though the world had stopped. Then the serpent opened its mouth, revealing fangs the size of spears. Its voice, deep and resonant, filled the air, its words incomprehensible but laden with meaning. Amenhotep's mind struggled to grasp what it was hearing, fragments of understanding slipping through his consciousness like sand through his fingers. But one thing was clear. The serpent was challenging him, testing his resolve. Amenhotep stood, his legs unsteady beneath him. He felt the weight of the serpent's gaze, the judgment in its eyes. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his voice trembling but firm. "We come not to defy the gods, but to seek their wisdom," he said, his words carrying across the water. "If we are unworthy, then let us face the consequences. But if there is even a chance that we are meant to carry this knowledge, show us the way." The serpent tilted its head, its eyes narrowing. The hum changed, shifting into a sharper, more discordant tone. A second serpent emerged from the water, its body as vast and imposing as the first, then a third and a fourth. Soon the boat was surrounded, the river alive with the coiling forms of the guardians. Each serpent radiated an aura of power, their movements synchronized in a hypnotic dance. The hum grew louder, the vibrations shaking the boat. Amenhotep's companions clung to the sides, their fear palpable. But Amenhotep remained standing, his gaze fixed on the first serpent. He didn't know what he was supposed to do, but he knew he couldn't back down. He closed his eyes, focusing on the prayers and invocations he had learned as a child. His voice rose above the hum, steady and clear, calling upon Thoth for guidance. As he spoke, the hum began to change, its discordant tones giving way to a more harmonious melody. The serpent's movements slowed, their eyes glowing brighter. The first serpent lowered its head, bringing it level with Amenhotep. He opened his eyes to find himself staring directly into its amber gaze. The serpent's voice filled his mind, not in words, but in images and sensations. A language beyond language, a communication that transcended the limits of mortal understanding. He saw visions of the Nile, its waters flowing through time, carrying the history of Egypt within its depths. He saw the gods, their forms towering and radiant, shaping the world with their will. He saw the Book of Thoth, its pages glowing with an otherworldly light, locked within layers of protection. And he saw himself, standing at the threshold, a tiny figure dwarfed by the enormity of what lay ahead. The vision faded, and Amenhotep found himself back on the boat, the serpent still watching him. Slowly, it reared back, its massive form towering once more above the water. The other serpents followed suit, their glowing eyes fixed on the group. Then, one by one, they began to retreat, their bodies slipping silently beneath the surface. The hum faded, leaving only the sound of the river lapping gently against the boat. For a moment, no one spoke. The air was heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. Finally, Menkora broke the silence, his voice low and reverent. "They've let us pass," he said. "The gods are watching, boy. Don't waste this chance." Amenhotep nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't fully understand what had happened, but he knew it was significant. The Serpent Guardians had tested him, and he had been found worthy, at least for now. The path ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, he felt a glimmer of hope. The journey was far from over, but they had taken their first true step into the unknown. The Book of Thoth was closer than ever, its secrets waiting to be uncovered. The group had passed the Guardians of the Nile, but their trials were far from over. As the boat drew closer to the ancient stone structure rising out of the water, a palpable tension filled the air. Amenhotep felt the weight of the journey pressing down on him more than ever. The carved hieroglyphs on the submerged temple glowed faintly, an otherworldly light illuminating the dense reeds that clung to its surface. This was no ordinary place. It exuded a presence, as though the stones themselves were alive, watching and waiting. Menkara guided the boat to the edge of the structure, where a set of moss-covered steps disappeared into the water. The faint sound of rushing currents echoed through the air, though the river around them remained eerily still. Amenhotep stepped onto the steps, his sandals slick against the ancient stone. The others followed, each carrying their own mix of fear and resolve. Nifra clutched her dagger, her sharp eyes scanning every shadow, while Khepri whispered prayers to Thoth under his breath. Menkara, as ever, was silent, though his furrowed brow betrayed his unease. The entrance to the vault was a narrow archway, its edges inscribed with ancient glyphs that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. Amenhotep ran his fingers over the carvings, feeling the faint hum of energy beneath his touch. The symbols told a fragmented story of the gods, of creation and chaos, of knowledge and its consequences. But there was also a warning. Only the pure of heart may proceed. To those who falter, the Nile will claim its due. The words chilled him, yet he could not turn back now. The air inside the chamber was thick and humid, the faint scent of damp stone mixing with something metallic and sharp. The group moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing softly against the walls. The chamber was vast, its ceiling disappearing into darkness, and at its center stood a raised platform surrounded by flowing water. On the platform rested the first of the boxes. It was a marvel of craftsmanship, its surface a seamless blend of gold and ebony, etched with intricate designs that seemed to shift and shimmer as they approached. Amenhotep felt his breath catch in his throat. The box was beautiful, otherworldly and utterly imposing. He could feel the power radiating from it, a force that both called to him and repelled him. "This is only the beginning," Khepri murmured, his voice trembling. "The gods will not make this easy." The first box bore a single glyph at its center, the symbol of Ma'at, the divine balance. Amenhotep knelt before it, his mind racing. He had read of such trials in ancient texts, but theory was a far cry from reality. The glyph pulsed faintly, as if alive, and he realized it was a riddle, a test of understanding. He traced the glyph with his finger, and a voice, deep and resonant, filled the chamber. It was neither male nor female, but a blend of both, a voice that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. Speak the essence of balance, and the path shall be revealed. Amun-hotep closed his eyes, his thoughts racing. The essence of balance, ma'at, was not just harmony, but the interplay of opposites, the understanding that light could not exist without darkness, nor life without death. He opened his eyes, his voice steady as he spoke. Balance is the acceptance of all things. It is the unity of opposites, the harmony that binds the chaos of existence. The glyph flared brightly, and the lid of the box began to shift. The sound of stone grinding against stone filled the air as the lid lifted, revealing an ornate key carved from a single piece of crystal. Amun-hotep took it with trembling hands, feeling its weight, both physical and symbolic. The first trial was complete, but there were more to come. The second box lay beyond a narrow corridor, its walls lined with carvings of serpents and gods. The air grew colder as they approached, a sharp contrast to the humid chamber they had just left. The box itself was smaller than the first, but no less magnificent. Its surface was a deep obsidian, inlaid with silver runes that seemed to ripple like water. A faint mist surrounded it, and as Amun-hotep stepped closer, he felt a strange pull, as if the box were drawing him in. This time, the challenge was different. The box did not bear a riddle, but an illusion. As Amun-hotep reached for it, the room around him shifted. The walls seemed to melt away, replaced by an endless maze of twisting corridors. The others were gone, their voices fading into silence. He was alone, the box now a distant glimmer of light at the end of an impossible path. The maze was disorienting, its walls shifting and changing as he moved. Every turn seemed to lead him further away from his goal, the light of the box growing fainter with each step. Panic began to creep in, but he forced himself to focus. The maze was not real. It was a construct, a test of his will and his ability to see beyond deception. He closed his eyes, shutting out the twisting corridors and the disorienting motion. He focused on his breathing, steady and slow, and on the light of the box in his mind. When he opened his eyes, the maze was gone. He stood once more before the box, its surface shimmering with an inner light. The lid opened silently, revealing a second key, this one forged from gleaming silver. He took it with a sense of relief, but also a growing awareness of the trials yet to come. The third box was the most challenging yet. It was larger than the others, its surface a deep red that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. The room around it was filled with the sound of rushing water, though no stream or river was visible. A faint glow illuminated the box, casting long shadows across the chamber. This time, the challenge was not a riddle or an illusion, but a demand for sacrifice. As they approached, the air grew heavier, a sense of foreboding settling over them. The box bore an inscription, its meaning clear. To proceed, the truth must be given, a burden laid bare. Amun-hotep felt the weight of the words, but before he could speak, Nefra stepped forward. Her face was pale, her expression conflicted, but she stood tall. "I'll do it," she said, her voice steady but strained. She knelt before the box, her hands trembling as she placed them on its surface. "My truth is this," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. I have stolen not out of necessity, but out of greed. I have taken from those who had little, and I carry that guilt with me every day." The box glowed brightly, and the rushing sound of water grew louder. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing would happen, but then the lid opened slowly, revealing a key of pure gold. Nefra took it with shaking hands, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. The group moved forward, their respect for her sacrifice unspoken but deeply felt. The final box lay at the center of a great chamber, its walls adorned with carvings of gods and celestial bodies. The box itself was unlike the others, its surface a blinding white that seemed to radiate light. It bore no inscriptions, no markings, only a sense of purity and finality. As Amun-hotep approached, he felt a profound sense of unease. This was the ultimate test, the final barrier between them and the Book of Thoth. The air around the box shimmered, and a figure appeared. A man cloaked in light, his face obscured, but his presence undeniable. "To open this box," the figure intoned, "you must confront your greatest fear. Only then will you be deemed worthy." Amun-hotep felt his heart race as the chamber around him dissolved. He was no longer in the vault, but standing on the banks of the Nile. Before him stood his father, his expression filled with disappointment. "You've gone too far, Amun," he said, his voice echoing. "You've abandoned your place, your purpose. You've defied the gods, and now you will pay the price." The vision shifted, and Amun-hotep found himself alone in the dark, the weight of failure pressing down on him. He saw the Nile rising, its waters consuming the land, the cries of his people echoing in his ears. He felt the crushing weight of responsibility, the fear that he was not enough. But then he remembered the serpent's gaze, the connection he had felt, and the vision of the Book of Thoth calling to him. He took a deep breath, his voice steady as he spoke into the void. "I am afraid," he admitted, "but I will not falter. My purpose is greater than my fear." The darkness lifted, and Amun-hotep found himself back in the chamber. The figure nodded, and the lid of the final box opened, revealing a key of dazzling crystal. With trembling hands, he took it, the weight of the journey settling over him. They had passed the trials of the boxes, but the greatest challenge was yet to come. The Book of Thoth awaited. The final chamber lay before them, its presence overwhelming in its grandeur and silence. The air was thick with an indescribable energy, an ancient hum that resonated through every stone and into their very bones. The walls were adorned with carvings of gods and celestial patterns, intricate and beautiful, each stroke of the chisel capturing moments of divine creation and destruction. At the chamber's center, illuminated by a light that seemed to emanate from the very air itself, stood the pedestal upon which the Book of Thoth rested. It was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a silent testament to the power it held and the countless lives that had been lost in its pursuit. Amun-hotep stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The 4 keys they had retrieved from the boxes were now in his possession, each one glowing faintly with its own light. Nefra, Capri, and Menkora stood a few paces behind him, their faces pale and solemn. None of them spoke. Words felt inadequate in the face of what lay before them. Even Nefra, who had maintained her sharp wit throughout the journey, seemed humbled into silence. The pedestal was unlike anything they had encountered so far. Its base was carved with scenes of creation, gods breathing life into the world, stars forming in the void, and the Nile stretching across the land as the life-blood of Egypt. Above these carvings, the 4 keyholes glimmered, each one perfectly shaped to receive the keys they had retrieved. Amun-hotep hesitated, his fingers brushing the crystal key that hung from a cord around his neck. The enormity of the moment pressed down on him. He was about to unlock something that had been sealed for millennia, something that mortals were never meant to touch. Behind him, Kipri's voice broke the silence, soft but steady. Amun, remember why you came here. This is not for glory or power. The gods have tested you, and you have proven yourself worthy. Trust in their will. Amun-hotep nodded, drawing strength from the priest's words. He stepped forward, one hand trembling as he lifted the first key. It slid into its place with a faint click, and the pedestal emitted a soft glow. The second key followed, then the third, each one igniting a brighter light that spread across the carvings. As he inserted the fourth and final key, the chamber was flooded with a radiant light, as if the very walls had come alive. The pedestal began to shift, the carvings animating with a life of their own. The gods moved within the stone, their figures majestic and fluid, their faces both compassionate and fearsome. The light coalesced into a beam that shot upward, illuminating the chamber's ceiling, which revealed itself to be a vast dome etched with a map of the heavens. Stars sparkled in their constellations, and the moon and sun seemed to dance in an eternal cycle. Then, with a sound like the deep tolling of a bell, the Book of Thoth appeared. It rose from within the pedestal, as though it had been summoned from another realm. Its cover was unlike any material Amun-hotep had ever seen. It shimmered with a golden hue, but the texture seemed fluid, as if it was both solid and liquid at once. Ancient glyphs adorned its surface, shifting and rearranging themselves as though alive. The air around it was warm, humming with energy, and Amun-hotep felt his breath catch in his throat. He reached out, his hand trembling, and his fingers brushed the book's surface. A wave of energy surged through him, not painful but overwhelming in its intensity. He felt his mind expand, fragments of knowledge rushing through him like the currents of the Nile. He gasped, pulling his hand back, and the book pulsed with light, as if acknowledging his presence. "It's alive," Nephra whispered, her voice barely audible. "The book. It knows we're here." Amun-hotep steadied himself and placed both hands on the book. This time, the energy was more controlled, as though the book had accepted his touch. The cover opened slowly, revealing pages that seemed to glow from within. The text was written in a language he couldn't fully comprehend, yet somehow he understood it. Each symbol, each line, resonated with a truth so profound it defied explanation. The first thing he saw was the beginning of creation. The gods came into being, their forms radiant and immense, shaping the world with their will. He saw how the Nile was born, not as a mere river, but as the vein of life itself, connecting the heavens to the earth. He saw humanity's creation, fragile yet filled with infinite potential, and the gods' decision to bestow them with free will. The knowledge was overwhelming, a tapestry of truths that left him breathless. Then came the secrets of existence, the cycles of life and death, the balance of Ma'at that governed the universe. He saw the fragile thread that held everything together, the delicate interplay between order and chaos. The book revealed the hidden forces that guided the stars, the patterns that dictated the flow of time, and the energies that gave life to all things. It was knowledge so vast and infinite that it seemed to stretch beyond his comprehension. As he turned the pages, the visions grew darker. He saw the consequences of mortals seeking this knowledge, their minds unable to bear its weight. Kings and scholars consumed by madness, their ambition turning to despair. He saw the chaos that unfolded when the balance was disrupted, the gods' wrath as they sought to restore harmony. The book was both a gift and a warning, a testament to the power of knowledge and the responsibility that came with it. Amun-hotep felt tears streaming down his face. The truths he was witnessing were beautiful and terrible, inspiring and humbling. He understood now why the book had been hidden, why the gods had guarded it so fiercely. This was not knowledge meant to be wielded, but to be understood and respected. It was not a weapon or a tool, but a reflection of the divine order, a reminder of humanity's place in the cosmos. Behind him, Khepri, Nephra, and Menkara watched in silence, their faces illuminated by the book's radiant light. They could not see what Amun-hotep saw, but they could feel the enormity of the moment. The air was thick with a sacred presence, as though the gods themselves were watching. As the final page turned, Amun-hotep felt a presence beside him. He looked up and saw a figure standing there, radiant and serene. It was Thoth, the god of wisdom, his ibis-headed form glowing with an inner light. His eyes, deep and knowing, gazed at Amun-hotep with a mixture of compassion and gravity. "You have done well, seeker of truth," Thoth said, his voice resonating like a melody. "You have faced the trials and proven yourself worthy. But now comes the true test." Amun-hotep felt a lump rise in his throat. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice trembling. Thoth gestured to the book. "You have seen its truths, its power. You understand the weight of what it holds. The question is not whether you are worthy, but whether humanity is. Will you take this knowledge into the world, or will you leave it here, where it can do no harm?" The question struck Amun-hotep like a blow. He looked at the book, its glowing pages still open, and then at his companions. He thought of the lives that could be saved, the mysteries that could be unraveled, the progress that could be made. But he also thought of the madness and chaos he had seen, the price that others had paid for seeking what was not theirs to hold. He closed his eyes, his mind a storm of conflicting emotions. Then, slowly, he placed his hands on the book and closed it. The light dimmed, and the chamber grew silent once more. He turned to Thoth, his voice steady but filled with sorrow. "Humanity is not ready," he said. "This knowledge is too great, too dangerous. It belongs here, with you." Thoth nodded, his expression unreadable. "You have chosen wisely, Amun-hotep. The burden of knowledge is a heavy one, and few have the wisdom to recognize its weight. The gods are pleased." The book sank back into the pedestal, its light fading until it was once again hidden from view. The chamber grew still, the energy that had filled it dissipating into a quiet calm. Amun-hotep felt a strange mix of relief and loss, as though he had given up something precious yet necessary. As they left the chamber, the group walked in silence. The journey back to the surface was somber, each of them lost in their thoughts. The Book of Thoth had been within their grasp, its truths revealed, but they had chosen to let it go. It was a choice that would haunt them, but also one that they knew was right. When they emerged into the light of the Nile, the world felt different. The sun was brighter, the air fresher, as though the gods themselves were smiling upon them. Amun-hotep turned to his companions, his voice quiet but resolute. "The book remains where it belongs," he said, "but its lessons will stay with us. We have seen the power of the gods, and we must honor it by living with humility and balance." They nodded, their expressions solemn. Together they boarded their boat and began the journey home, the Nile carrying them away from the sacred vault and back to the world of mortals. But none of them would ever be the same. They had touched the divine, and though they had chosen to leave it behind, its mark would remain on their souls forever. The boat glided quietly down the Nile, the faint ripples breaking the glass-like surface of the water. The air was calm, the breeze cool and gentle, yet the world felt heavy in a way it hadn't before. Amun-hotep sat at the stern, his gaze fixed on the horizon, though his thoughts were elsewhere. The weight of their journey pressed against his chest, the memories of the trials and revelations swirling in his mind like a storm he couldn't quiet. Around him, the others were silent, their faces drawn and contemplative. It was as though the river itself mirrored their mood, flowing gently yet concealing depths of complexity beneath its surface. Nefra sat near the bow, her knees drawn up to her chest. She stared into the water, her sharp, calculating eyes softened by an expression of quiet introspection. The swagger she carried so naturally seemed absent now, replaced by a stillness that made her seem smaller, more vulnerable. She had sacrificed a part of herself in the vault, a truth she had buried for years brought to light for the sake of the group. The guilt she had once carried in solitude now felt shared, though the burden still lingered. She hadn't spoken much since they left the sacred chamber, as though words could not do justice to what they had experienced. Khepri was at the center of the boat, his prayer beads clutched tightly in his hands. His lips moved silently, his prayers barely audible, but his face betrayed a mix of emotions: faith, awe, and a lingering sense of fear. He had dedicated his life to the gods, and though he had believed himself prepared to face their will, the enormity of what they had witnessed in the chamber had shaken him to his core. He prayed not for answers, but for understanding, for the wisdom to accept what could not be fully comprehended. The gods had tested him, and though he had passed, he now carried the weight of their knowledge, a burden that felt both sacred and overwhelming. Menkara, the quiet pillar of the group, sat at the helm, his hands steady on the rudder. His weathered face, lined with years of toil and experience, showed little outward emotion, yet his silence spoke volumes. He had lived his life on the Nile, navigating its currents, weathering its storms, and respecting its mysteries. But even he, a man who thought he had seen everything the river could offer, had been humbled by the journey. He occasionally glanced at Amun-hotep, his expression unreadable, as though trying to gauge the younger man's state of mind. Amun-hotep, for his part, felt the weight of their unspoken questions. He had been the one to unlock the Book of Thoth, the one to see its truths and make the decision to leave it behind. The responsibility of that choice lay heavy on his shoulders. Though he knew it was the right decision, the memories of what he had seen lingered, their enormity impossible to shake. The visions played over and over in his mind. The creation of the universe, the balance of Ma'at, the consequences of tampering with knowledge beyond human understanding. They were beautiful and terrible, inspiring and humbling, and they refused to leave him in peace. As the boat drifted further down the river, the familiar outlines of Thebes began to emerge on the horizon. The The towering temples and bustling markets that had once filled Amenhotep with a sense of wonder now seemed distant, as though they belonged to another life. He realized that the city, for all its grandeur, was but a small piece of a vast and intricate puzzle. The knowledge he had glimpsed in the book had expanded his understanding of the world, and he knew he could never see Thebes, or any place, through the same eyes again. When they finally reached the dock, the group disembarked in silence. The streets of Thebes bustled with life as merchants hawked their wares, children played in the dirt, and priests moved purposefully through the crowds. It was a scene of ordinary life, yet it felt surreal after the journey they had undertaken. The sounds of the city seemed distant, muffled, as though the weight of the divine still clung to them, separating them from the mundane reality around them. Nephra was the first to speak, her voice soft but steady. "I need time," she said, her gaze distant as she adjusted the strap of her satchel. "Time to think, to make sense of everything." She turned to Amenhotep, her sharp eyes meeting his. "You did the right thing, you know, leaving the book, but that doesn't make it any easier." Amenhotep nodded, his throat tightening. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but no words came. Nephra gave him a faint smile, then turned and disappeared into the crowd, her footsteps quick and purposeful. Khepri placed a hand on Amenhotep's shoulder, his touch firm but gentle. "The gods will guide us," the priest said, his voice filled with quiet conviction. "Even if we cannot see the path now, their will is clear. We must live in accordance with what we've learned." Amenhotep nodded again, though he wasn't sure he fully believed it. Khepri offered him a small, reassuring smile before retreating toward the temple district, his prayer beads still clutched tightly in his hand. Menkora lingered for a moment, his weathered face unreadable. "The Nile always flows forward," he said finally, his voice low and steady. "What's done is done. You carry it with you, but don't let it drown you." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Amenhotep standing alone on the dock. The city seemed to close in around him, its noise and motion overwhelming after the silence of the journey. Amenhotep made his way through the streets, his feet moving of their own accord. He passed familiar landmarks, the marketplace where he had often lingered, the temple library where he had spent countless hours studying, but they felt alien to him now, as though he were a ghost passing through someone else's memories. Eventually, he found himself standing at the edge of the Nile, the water stretching out before him like a mirror reflecting the sky. He sank to his knees, his hands gripping the edge of the stone embankment, and let out a shuddering breath. For the first time since they had left the vault, he allowed himself to feel the full weight of what they had experienced. The awe, the fear, the sorrow. It all came rushing to the surface, threatening to overwhelm him. He thought of the Book of Thought, its pages shimmering with knowledge too vast for mortal comprehension. He thought of the serpents that had guarded it, the trials they had faced, and the visions that had haunted him since. He thought of the choice he had made, the choice to leave the book behind, and the question that had plagued him ever since. Had he done enough? The answer, he realized, was not one he would ever fully know. The gods had entrusted him with the knowledge, but they had also left him with the burden of uncertainty. He would carry it with him for the rest of his life, a reminder of the fragility and responsibility of being human. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the river with hues of gold and crimson, Amenhotep stood. The breeze carried the scent of lotus flowers, a reminder that life, for all its complexity, continued. He would not forget what he had seen or the lessons he had learned, but he also knew he could not let them consume him. The world had changed for him, irrevocably, but it was still his world to live in. With a deep breath, he turned away from the river and began to walk. Thebes awaited, its people unaware of the journey he had undertaken, the trials he had faced, and the knowledge he had glimpsed. He would not tell them. Some truths were too vast, too sacred to be shared, but he would carry the lessons with him, living each day in the hope that he might honor the gods and the balance they had entrusted to him. The Nile flowed on, its waters eternal, and Amenhotep, though forever changed, flowed with it. The Nile moved on as it always had, timeless and unyielding, carrying its secrets beneath its shimmering surface. The stories of Amenhotep and his companions faded into whispers, half remembered by those who lived in Thebes. The bustling city, alive with its own rhythm, remained unaware of the profound journey undertaken by a humble scribe, a cunning thief, a devout priest, and a seasoned fisherman. To the world, they were ordinary souls, each returning to their respective lives without fanfare or recognition. Yet, deep within each of them, the weight of what they had experienced lingered like the echo of a divine melody. For Amenhotep, life was never the same. The visions from the Book of Thoth haunted his dreams and illuminated his waking hours. He continued his work as a scribe, his hands inscribing words with greater care, his mind carrying the weight of unspoken truths. The texts he copied now held layers of meaning he had never considered before, the prayers of the priests resonating with a depth he could scarcely articulate. He had seen the divine tapestry, the interconnected threads of creation, and it left him humbled. He kept no written account of the journey, fearing that even the faintest trace of their experience might spark another's ambition to seek the forbidden knowledge. Instead, he chose to honor what he had learned through his actions, living with humility, balance, and reverence for the unknowable. Nephra vanished from Thebes not long after their return. Some said she had moved north, seeking a quieter life away from the noise and chaos of the city. Others whispered that she had taken to the deserts, carving out a new path as far from the Nile as possible. In truth, she had sought solace and simplicity, needing distance to reconcile the truths she had confessed in the sacred chamber. The thief who had once chased riches now sought something far more elusive: peace. Though her sharp wit and resourcefulness never left her, her heart was no longer ruled by greed. She had faced herself in the journey, and the scars of that revelation would guide her choices for the rest of her days. Khepri, too, found himself changed in ways he had not expected. The faith he had carried with him into the vault now felt heavier, more complex. The gods he had prayed to since his youth were no longer distant figures of stone and gold, but beings whose presence he had felt, whose truths he had glimpsed. He returned to the temple, devoting himself to his duties with a newfound fervor, yet he spoke little of what he had seen. His prayers took on a quieter, more contemplative tone, and those who knew him noticed a subtle change. He no longer spoke of the gods with certainty, but with awe and humility, as though he had come to understand the vastness of their will and his small place within it. Menkara returned to his boat, the river calling him back to its familiar embrace. He navigated the Nile with the same steady hands and sharp eyes, but his heart carried the memory of the serpents, the trials, and the sacred light of the book. He became a storyteller, weaving tales of the river's mysteries for those who would listen. Though he never revealed the full truth of their journey, His words carried a depth and wisdom that left his listeners in quiet reflection. He had always known the river was alive, but now he understood its purpose in ways that words could scarcely capture. The Book of Thoth itself remained locked away in its sacred chamber, hidden beneath the depths of the Nile where no mortal could disturb it. The trials that Amenhotep and his companions had faced reset themselves, the guardians returning to their eternal vigilance. The serpents, those shimmering golden beings, continued their silent watch, their eyes unblinking as the waters flowed around them. The book, its light dimmed to mortal eyes, pulsed softly in the stillness, waiting for the next worthy soul to find it, if ever such a soul would come. In time, the story of the Book of Thoth faded into myth, retold by priests and elders as a tale of caution and wonder. It became a symbol of the unknowable, a reminder of the balance that governed all things. Pharaohs still dreamed of finding it, their ambition stirred by whispers of ultimate knowledge, yet none dared to seek it as Amenhotep had. The trials, the guardians, the burden of the book's wisdom. These became warnings, teaching that some truths were not meant to be possessed. The Nile carried the story far and wide, its currents flowing to distant lands where the legend took on new forms. Yet, in all its retellings, one truth remained constant. The Book of Thoth was not simply a repository of knowledge, but a reflection of the divine order, a mirror showing humanity its place in the vastness of creation. It was a legacy not of power, but of understanding, meant to inspire humility rather than hubris. Amenhotep grew old in Thebes, his hair silvered by time, his hands still steady as he continued his work. He became a quiet figure in the city, respected but unremarkable to most. Yet, for those who looked closely, there was a light in his eyes, a quiet wisdom that spoke of something far greater than the life of a humble scribe. He never married, never sought wealth or status, but lived simply, content in the knowledge that he had done what was right. On the day he passed, the Nile was unusually still, its surface reflecting the sky with a perfect clarity. His companions, scattered across the land, each felt the loss in their own way, as though a thread that had connected them all had finally been severed. Nephra, in a distant village, lit a candle and whispered his name. Khepri offered prayers in the temple, his voice steady even as his heart ached. Menkaura, drifting down the river on his boat, stared at the horizon and whispered a quiet farewell. The story of Amenhotep and his companions faded with time, their journey becoming part of the river's endless flow. Yet, for those who listened carefully, the Nile carried their legacy in its currents, a quiet reminder that some knowledge is meant not to be possessed, but to guide, to humble, and to inspire. The Book of Thoth remained where it always had, its secrets locked away, a treasure not for the taking, but for the seeking. And somewhere, beneath the eternal flow of the Nile, the gods watched and waited, their wisdom enduring, their balance preserved. The village, nestled in the rolling hills, was a picture of serenity, its cobblestone streets weaving through quaint cottages and fields bursting with wildflowers. At its edge stood a grand manor, its towering spires and expansive gardens, once a symbol of prosperity and joy. Within its walls, a little girl named Ella grew up surrounded by love. Her mother's gentle laugh echoed in the halls, and her father's warm embrace brought her comfort after every tumble and scrape. They called her Cinderella affectionately, after she returned from playing by the hearth, her cheeks streaked with soot and her hair wild from an adventure in the garden. Life was simple, joyous, and full of promise. But as time passed, the light in the manor began to dim. Cinderella's mother, a kind and gracious woman with hair like spun gold, fell ill. The vibrant woman who once danced through the gardens grew pale and weak. Ella, too young to understand the depths of her mother's sickness, would often sit by her bedside, holding her hand and humming lullabies. Her mother would smile softly, her eyes filled with love, and whisper words that Ella wouldn't fully grasp until years later. Be kind, my darling. No matter what life brings, kindness will guide you. When her mother passed, a deep silence settled over the manor. Ella's father, a man of broad shoulders and an even broader heart, tried to fill the void, but his grief was a weight that even his strong frame could not bear. He poured himself into his work, traveling often, leaving Ella to wander the empty halls with only memories to keep her company. The garden, once her mother's sanctuary, grew wild with thorns, a tangled reflection of their lives. Time, as it always does, moved forward, and her father remarried. The woman he brought home to the manor was a stark contrast to Ella's mother. She arrived with an air of grandeur, draped in silks and jewels, her every step commanding attention. Her name was Lady Gertrude, and she brought with her 2 daughters, Anastasia and Drizella, who were as vain and petty as their mother was ambitious. Ella, shy and hopeful, greeted them with a warm smile, eager to welcome them into her home. At first, Lady Gertrude's demeanor was polite, even kind. She would stroke Ella's hair and speak of her plans to restore the manor's former glory. Anastasia and Drizella, too, seemed harmless in their chatter about dresses and parties. But beneath their polished exteriors lay something cold and calculating. It wasn't long before the warmth of their welcome faded, replaced by sharp words and sidelong glances. The turning point came during one of her father's frequent absences. With him gone, Lady Gertrude's true nature emerged. She began issuing commands, her tone sharp and unyielding. Ella was no longer treated as a member of the family, but as a servant in her own home. She was given the smallest room in the attic, its single window offering a narrow view of the sky. Her days were consumed with endless chores, scrubbing floors until her knees ached, tending to the fire until her hands were black with soot, and serving the whims of her stepmother and stepsisters. Despite their cruelty, Ella held on to the teachings of her mother. She found solace in the small joys of life, a bird's song at her window, the feel of sunlight on her face as she hung laundry, and the memory of her mother's voice. She befriended the animals that lingered near the manor, her soft words and kind hands earning their trust. They became her confidants, her tiny army of supporters in a world that seemed to conspire against her. Lady Gertrude, however, grew increasingly bitter. Perhaps it was jealousy of Ella's natural grace and beauty, or perhaps it was her own unfulfilled ambitions that fueled her disdain. Whatever the reason, she seemed determined to extinguish the light that Ella carried. Anastasia and Drizella followed their mother's lead, their taunts growing crueler by the day. They mocked Ella's simple dresses, her calloused hands, and her soot-streaked cheeks. "Cinderella," they sneered, turning the endearing nickname into an insult. Yet Ella bore it all with quiet dignity, refusing to let their words break her spirit. Her father's return brought little relief. Though he loved Ella deeply, he was blind to the true nature of his new wife and stepdaughters. Lady Gertrude was adept at hiding her cruelty behind a veil of charm, and Ella, not wanting to burden her father, never spoke of her suffering. She feared adding to his sorrow, for his once bright eyes now carried a shadow that hadn't been there before. It was as if the weight of his own grief had left him unable to see the pain of others. Tragedy struck once more when Ella's father fell ill during one of his travels. He never returned home, leaving Ella truly alone with her stepmother and stepsisters. The manor, once filled with laughter and love, became a prison. Lady Gertrude took full control, selling off the family's treasures to fund her daughter's lavish wardrobes and social aspirations. The once beautiful home fell into disrepair, its faded grandeur a reflection of Ella's diminished life. Yet, even in the face of such adversity, Ella's spirit remained unbroken. She clung to the memories of her parents, drawing strength from their love and the values they had instilled in her. At night, as she lay on the straw mattress in her cold attic room, she would gaze at the stars through her small window, whispering her hopes and dreams to the heavens. She dreamed of a day when she would be free, when kindness and love would triumph over cruelty and greed. The hazel tree that grew by her mother's grave became a place of refuge. Ella would visit often, tending to it with care, as if nurturing the last living connection to her mother. She would sit beneath its branches, the leaves whispering secrets in the wind, and feel a sense of peace that eluded her within the manor's walls. Ella's story, though marked by loss and hardship, was far from over. The girl who once danced through the gardens with her mother's laughter in her ears still lived within her. She carried a quiet strength, a resilience forged in the fires of adversity. Though the world around her seemed determined to bring her low, Ella held on to the hope that one day the light would return to her life, and the kindness she had sown would bloom into something beautiful. The manor, once a grand symbol of joy and prosperity, had become a shadow of its former self. Its walls, now dulled and cracked with age, seemed to echo with a silence that carried the weight of the past. For Cinderella, it was both a home and a prison, a place where her childhood memories of love and warmth were buried beneath the suffocating reality of servitude. The bright halls where her mother's laughter once rang were now filled with the sharp voices of her stepmother and stepsisters, each command and insult a reminder of how far she had fallen in their eyes. Each day began before the sun rose. Cinderella would slip out of her narrow bed in the attic, the chill of the morning biting at her skin. Her room was little more than a cramped storage space, with wooden beams overhead and a single, small window through which the first rays of dawn would sneak in. She often gazed out at the world beyond that window, a world that felt impossibly distant, before turning back to the relentless duties that awaited her. The kitchen was her first destination. The hearth, blackened with soot, demanded her attention as she kindled the morning fire. She moved with practiced efficiency, her hands steady despite the wear and tear of countless mornings spent in the same routine. Her fingers, once soft and delicate, had grown rough and calloused from the endless scrubbing and cleaning. The scent of ash clung to her as she prepared breakfast for the household, a task that required precision. Lady Gertrude demanded perfection in every detail, from the golden hue of the buttered bread to the temperature of the tea. Any deviation, no matter how slight, was met with a sharp rebuke. The stepsisters would arrive shortly after, their laughter grating and their demands endless. Anastasia, the older of the two, was prone to throwing fits if her eggs were not prepared exactly to her liking. Drizella, though less prone to tantrums, had a sharper tongue, her words cutting and cruel. They delighted in finding faults with Cinderella, pointing out imaginary stains on her dress or mocking the strands of hair that fell loose from her braid as she worked. Cinderella bore it all in silence, her lips pressed together as she carried their trays and cleared their plates. The rest of the day was a blur of chores. The manor, despite its fading grandeur, required constant upkeep. Cinderella scrubbed the floors until her knees ached, polished the silver until her arms grew heavy, and hauled water from the well with a steady rhythm that left her hands raw. Outside, she tended to the garden, pulling weeds and pruning bushes, though her stepmother cared little for its appearance. The garden was her sanctuary, a place where she could lose herself in the simple pleasure of working the soil and caring for the plants. It reminded her of her mother, who had once tended the same flowers with such love and care. Inside the house, Lady Gertrude watched her with a hawk's eye, always ready to point out the slightest mistake. The stepmother's presence was like a storm cloud, heavy and oppressive. Her voice carried an authority that brooked no argument, and her commands were laced with a disdain that made it clear she saw Cinderella as nothing more than a servant. When Lady Gertrude wasn't barking orders, she was occupied with grooming Anastasia and Drizella for the social season, fussing over their appearances, and arranging for tutors to teach them the arts of dance, etiquette, and music. Cinderella, by contrast, was forbidden from partaking in any such lessons. "A girl like you has no need for such refinements," Lady Gertrude would sneer. Instead, her education was limited to the skills deemed necessary for maintaining the household. Despite this, Cinderella possessed a natural grace and intelligence that shone through in the smallest of moments. Her movements were fluid and precise, her voice soft yet steady, and her mind quick to solve the many small problems that arose in the course of her duties. These qualities did not go unnoticed by the animals that gathered around her, sensing her kindness and warmth. The birds, in particular, seemed drawn to her, often perching on the windowsill of her attic room, or fluttering around her in the garden. Though her days were filled with toil, it was the nights that weighed most heavily on her. In the quiet of her attic room, with only the stars for company, the loneliness crept in. She would lie on her straw mattress, staring up at the wooden beams overhead, and let the tears fall silently down her cheeks. Yet even in her darkest moments, she refused to give in to despair. She would remember her mother's words, spoken with such love and conviction. "Be kind, my darling, no matter what life brings." Those words became her mantra, a source of strength that carried her through each day. Cinderella's connection to her mother remained strong, despite the years that had passed since her death. The hazel tree that grew by her mother's grave was a symbol of that bond, and she tended to it with the same care she had once given her mother. She would visit the tree whenever she could, brushing away the leaves that gathered at its base and whispering her hopes and fears to the wind. The birds that gathered in its branches seemed to listen, their soft chirping a comforting presence. The few moments of peace she found at the tree were often interrupted by the demands of her step-family. They would call for her with shrill voices, their impatience evident in every syllable. "Cinderella, where are you? The fire needs stoking. Cinderella, my dress needs mending." Their voices echoed through the halls, a constant reminder of her place in the household. No task was too small or too menial for them to assign to her, and they took pleasure in finding new ways to humiliate her. One evening, as she sat by the hearth mending a torn dress for Drizella, the two stepsisters began to taunt her. They spoke of the grand balls they would one day attend, spinning elaborate fantasies of the suitors who would be captivated by their beauty. "What about you, Cinderella?" Drizella sneered. "Will you marry the chimney sweep? Or perhaps a farmer with dirt under his nails?" Anastasia laughed, her voice shrill and mocking. Cinderella kept her head down, her hands steady as she worked. She refused to let their words wound her, though each one was like a stone thrown at her fragile heart. Despite their cruelty, Cinderella never retaliated. Her kindness was not a weakness, but a choice, a defiance against the bitterness that threatened to consume her world. She found small ways to nurture her spirit, whether through a kind word to the animals that shared her burdens, or a stolen moment of song while she worked. Her voice, soft and clear, carried through the halls, a reminder of the beauty that still existed within her. The days blurred into weeks, the weeks into months, and the months into years. Cinderella grew from a child into a young woman, her beauty blossoming despite the hardships she endured. Her stepmother and stepsisters took little notice, too absorbed in their own lives to see the quiet strength and grace that set her apart. Cinderella, for her part, had little time to dwell on her own reflection. Her life was consumed by the endless cycle of work and rest. Her dreams of a better future kept alive by the smallest sparks of hope. Though the world around her seemed intent on breaking her spirit, Cinderella remained unyielding. The cruelty of her step-family, the drudgery of her daily life, and the loneliness of her nights could not extinguish the light within her. She held on to the belief that someday, somehow, her kindness and resilience would be rewarded. And so she endured, her heart a quiet flame that refused to be snuffed out. The village had not seen such excitement in years. News of the royal ball spread like wildfire, carried on the tongues of merchants and travelers, weaving its way through the cobblestone streets and into every home. It was a rare occasion when the royal family reached out to the people, and this announcement was more than just a formal affair. It was a spark of hope for many who yearned for a taste of grandeur and magic. For others, it was an opportunity to dream of new beginnings. The announcement itself came with great fanfare. On a crisp morning, as the sun bathed the village square in golden light, a royal herald arrived in a carriage adorned with the colors of the kingdom, deep crimson and gold. Trumpets blared, their notes sharp and triumphant, drawing a crowd from every corner of the village. Children darted through the crowd, their laughter mingling with the buzz of curious voices, while merchants paused in their dealings, and even the gruffest farmers stood still, wiping their hands on their aprons to listen. Cinderella, drawn by the commotion, made her way to the square. Her chores for the morning were nearly done, though she knew her stepmother would scold her for leaving her tasks unfinished. Even so, the pull of the gathering was irresistible. She slipped through the throng of people, her slight frame allowing her to weave unnoticed until she reached a spot where she could see the herald clearly. He was a tall, imposing figure, dressed in a fine tunic embroidered with the royal crest. In his hands, he held a scroll with an elaborate seal, which he broke with a flourish. Unfurling the parchment, he began to read in a booming voice that silenced the crowd. By decree of His Majesty, King Frederick the Benevolent, and Her Majesty, Queen Eleanor the Wise, the herald announced, his voice carrying over the square. A grand ball shall be held at the royal palace 3 nights hence. This occasion marks the search for a bride for His Royal Highness, Prince Henry of Eldoria. A murmur rippled through the crowd, and Cinderella's heart quickened. She had heard stories of the prince, of his kindness and charm, though she had never seen him herself. He was said to be noble and gallant, but also a dreamer, a man who sought more than power and wealth. This ball was a chance for every eligible maiden in the kingdom to meet him, to capture his heart, and perhaps change their fortunes forever. The herald continued. All unmarried women of noble birth are invited to attend. The prince himself shall choose his bride among them, and the lucky maiden will ascend to the throne as the future queen. Cinderella's excitement dimmed as the words sank in. Noble birth. Of course. The glittering world of the royal court was as far removed from her reality as the stars in the night sky. She was no more a noblewoman than the birds that nested in the rafters of the manor. Her patched dress and soot-streaked hands were evidence enough of her station. And yet, for a brief moment, she allowed herself to dream. What would it be like to wear a gown of silk, to dance beneath the light of crystal chandeliers, to meet the prince and see the kindness in his eyes? She felt a pang of longing so sharp it took her breath away. Around her, the villagers buzzed with excitement. Mothers whispered to their daughters, already making plans for the ball. Young women exchanged eager glances, their cheeks flushed with anticipation. Even those who had no chance of attending seemed swept up in the magic of the moment, their imaginations carrying them to the grand palace and the glittering scenes they could only imagine. Cinderella's stepmother and stepsisters were among the first to react. Lady Gertrude, always composed and calculating, immediately saw the opportunity for what it was, a chance to elevate her family's status. Her daughters, Anastasia and Drizella, were less subtle. They squealed with delight, their minds racing with visions of gowns and jewels, of dances with the prince and the possibility of becoming queen. When they returned to the manor, the preparations began in earnest. The house was filled with the sound of sewing machines and the rustle of fabric as the sisters demanded new dresses for the occasion. Lady Gertrude hired a tailor from the village, instructing him to create the finest gowns his hands could manage. She fussed over every detail, from the cut of the fabric to the placement of the embellishments, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Cinderella watched from the shadows, her heart heavy. She dared not voice her desire to attend the ball, knowing how her stepmother would react. Lady Gertrude would laugh, her lips curling into that cruel smile that always made Cinderella feel small. "You," she would say, her voice dripping with mockery. A girl covered in soot, with no title or dowry. What would the prince want with you? And so, Cinderella kept her dreams to herself, burying them deep within her heart. She busied herself with the preparations, mending hems, stitching lace, and polishing shoes until they gleamed. She worked tirelessly to ensure her stepsisters looked their best, though their demands grew more outlandish with each passing day. Anastasia insisted on a tiara encrusted with crystals, while Drizella demanded a train so long it would sweep across the ballroom floor. Cinderella fulfilled their wishes without complaint, her hands steady even as her heart ached. On the eve of the ball, the household was in chaos. The sisters bickered over accessories, their voices rising to a shrill crescendo as they fought over who would wear the ruby necklace. Lady Gertrude, exasperated, intervened with a voice that brooked no argument, silencing them with a single glare. Cinderella worked late into the night, ensuring every detail was perfect. She hemmed skirts, sewed on buttons, and ironed the delicate fabrics until her fingers ached and her eyes burned with exhaustion. When the morning of the ball arrived, the manor was alive with excitement. Anastasia and Drizella preened before the mirror, admiring their reflections and gloating about the impression they would make on the prince. Lady Gertrude supervised every step of their preparations, her sharp eyes scrutinizing their hair, makeup, and gowns. Cinderella, meanwhile, was invisible to them. She stood in the corner, her hands clasped tightly in front of her, longing to speak but unable to find the words. She wanted to ask just once if she might attend the ball, not as a noblewoman, not as a guest of honor, but simply as herself. Yet she knew the answer before she even opened her mouth. When she finally gathered the courage to speak, her stepmother cut her off with a dismissive wave. "Don't be ridiculous, Cinderella," Lady Gertrude said, her tone icy. "Who will tend to the house while we're gone? Someone must keep the fire burning and the floors clean. Your place is here." The words stung, but Cinderella did not argue. She watched in silence as the carriage arrived to take her stepmother and stepsisters to the palace, its polished wheels gleaming in the sunlight. As they climbed inside, Anastasia and Drizella glanced back at her with smirks, their eyes glinting with triumph. When the carriage disappeared down the road, leaving a trail of dust in its wake, Cinderella stood alone in the quiet courtyard. The stillness pressed against her like a weight, and for the first time, she allowed herself to cry. She wept for the life she had lost, for the dreams that seemed forever out of reach, and for the loneliness that filled her heart. Yet even in her sorrow, a spark of hope remained. Deep within her, a voice whispered that her story was not yet over, that perhaps, just perhaps, magic still lingered in the world, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. And so, she dried her tears, lifted her chin, and turned back to the house, unaware that her life was about to change forever. The manor was shrouded in an oppressive quiet after the departure of Lady Gertrude and her daughters. The echo of the wheels of their carriage faded into the distance, leaving Cinderella alone in a house that felt even colder and emptier than usual. She stood in the doorway, watching the road until the last trace of dust had settled. The evening was fast approaching, and the first stars began to shimmer faintly in the deepening blue sky. Her heart, heavy with longing and sorrow, seemed to beat louder in the silence. Cinderella returned to the kitchen, the hearth casting a faint glow against the darkened walls. The chores she had been left with, the endless list of tasks assigned by her stepmother, waited for her. Yet, for once, she couldn't bring herself to care. Her hands lingered on the edge of the worn wooden table as her mind wandered to the grand ball she had no hope of attending. She imagined the glittering chandeliers, the sweeping gowns, and the music that would fill the palace. Most of all, she imagined the prince, his kind eyes searching the crowd for someone who truly saw him, not just his title or wealth. Her longing was interrupted by a sudden movement outside the window. A bird, small and delicate, hopped onto the sill, its head tilting as it chirped softly. Cinderella wiped her hands on her apron and moved closer, her expression softening. The bird was one of her many companions, drawn to her by the gentle kindness that seemed to radiate from her. She opened the window slightly, allowing the cool evening breeze to waft in, carrying with it the scent of earth and blooming flowers. "Hello, little one," she murmured, her voice tender. The bird chirped in response, flitting to a nearby tree as if beckoning her to follow. Cinderella hesitated, glancing at the pile of laundry waiting to be folded and the floors left unswept. But something in the bird's movements, a sense of urgency, drew her outside. She stepped into the garden, the cool grass brushing against her feet as she walked toward the tree where the bird had perched. It was the hazel tree, the one that grew by her mother's grave. The air around it seemed different tonight, charged with a quiet energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The tree's branches swayed gently in the breeze, though the wind itself was barely strong enough to move the leaves. Cinderella approached slowly, her heart pounding as she felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree. She knelt at its base, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Oh, Mother," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I don't know how much longer I can bear this. I've tried to be strong, to be kind, but it feels like the world has forgotten me." As she spoke, the branches above her seemed to tremble, and a soft rustling filled the air. She looked up, her breath catching as she saw tiny lights, like fireflies, dancing among the leaves. They grew brighter, coalescing into a gentle glow that illuminated the area around the tree. Cinderella's eyes widened as she felt a warmth wash over her, a sensation that was neither frightening nor overwhelming, but deeply comforting. A voice, soft and melodic, seemed to emerge from the rustling leaves. It was not a voice spoken aloud, but one that resonated deep within her, like a memory from a dream. "My dear child," the voice said, filled with love and tenderness. "I have heard your cries. You have been so brave, so kind, even when the world has been cruel to you." Cinderella's eyes filled with tears as she realized the voice belonged to her mother. "Mother?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Is it really you?" The lights shimmered in response and the warmth grew stronger. "I cannot stay long," the voice continued, "but I am here to help you, my darling. Tonight, your dreams will come true, and the world will see you for who you truly are." Cinderella's heart swelled with a mixture of hope and disbelief. "But how?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have no gown, no way to get to the palace. I'm just me." "Do not doubt yourself, my child," her mother's voice replied. "You are far more than what they see. Close your eyes and let the magic of this night guide you." Cinderella obeyed, closing her eyes as the warm glow enveloped her. She felt a tingling sensation begin at her fingertips, spreading through her body like a gentle current. The soft rustling of leaves grew louder, mingling with the chirping of the birds and the distant hum of the evening. When she opened her eyes, she gasped. Her tattered dress was gone, replaced by a gown more beautiful than anything she had ever imagined. It shimmered in the moonlight, a soft silver that seemed to shift and sparkle with every movement. The fabric flowed like water, hugging her form gracefully before cascading into a train that trailed behind her. Her shoes, once worn and scuffed, had transformed into delicate slippers of gold that glinted with every step. Her hair, often tied back in a simple braid, now cascaded over her shoulders in soft waves, adorned with tiny jewels that sparkled like stars. She looked down at herself, her hands trembling as she touched the gown. "Mother," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's beautiful." The voice was soft but firm. "This is your night, Cinderella. But you must remember, magic cannot last forever. At the stroke of midnight, it will fade, and you will return to your ordinary life. Use this time wisely." Cinderella nodded, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you for everything." The lights began to fade, and the warmth receded, leaving her with a sense of peace she hadn't felt in years. As she stood beneath the hazel tree, a new sound reached her ears, the gentle clatter of hooves on the garden path. Turning, she saw a carriage unlike any she had ever seen. It shimmered like her gown, its body crafted from what appeared to be pure crystal, with golden wheels that gleamed in the moonlight. 4 white horses, their manes braided with ribbons, stood at the ready, their heads held high as if they knew the importance of their task. The door to the carriage swung open, and Cinderella hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. The interior was as magnificent as the exterior, lined with plush cushions of deep blue velvet. She settled into the seat, her heart pounding as the carriage began to move, carrying her toward the palace. As the carriage rolled through the village, she caught glimpses of familiar places. The marketplace where she had often run errands, the well where she had drawn water, the square where the herald had made the announcement. The world outside seemed to blur, the ordinary melting away as she drew closer to the extraordinary. She felt as though she were caught in a dream, one she dared not wake from. The palace loomed in the distance, its spires reaching toward the heavens, illuminated by the soft glow of countless lanterns. Cinderella's breath hitched as she took in the sight. The grand building, with its marble columns and glittering windows, was more magnificent than she had ever imagined. The music of 100 instruments floated through the air, mingling with the laughter and chatter of the guests who were already gathered inside. The carriage came to a gentle stop at the base of the palace steps, and the door swung open. Cinderella hesitated, her hands trembling as she reached for the handle. She stepped out, her golden slippers touching the ground with a soft click, and raised her head to take in the grandeur before her. She felt the eyes of the attendants on her, their expressions a mix of awe and admiration. But she paid them no mind. For the first time in her life, she felt like she belonged. As she ascended the steps, her heart swelled with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. The doors to the ballroom stood before her, gilded and imposing, yet inviting. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and stepped forward. The doors opened, and the world of magic and possibility awaited her inside. The grand ballroom of the palace was a sight that could take one's breath away. Its towering ceilings glittered with the light of 1,000 chandeliers, each crystal reflecting a cascade of gold and silver across the polished marble floors. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings and tapestries that told the stories of the kingdom's history. Battles won, alliances forged, and legends immortalized. Everywhere Cinderella looked, there was opulence. Golden candelabras, tables laden with delicacies, and flowers so vibrant they seemed almost unreal. The air itself shimmered with a sense of magic, as though the palace had been transformed into a living, breathing fairy tale. When Cinderella stepped through the grand double doors, all eyes turned to her. The hum of conversation faltered, and for a moment the music seemed to soften, as though the room itself was holding its breath. She stood at the top of the sweeping staircase, her silver gown catching the light and refracting it in delicate rainbows. Her golden slippers glimmered with each step, and her hair, adorned with sparkling jewels, framed her face like a halo. Though she was nervous, the warmth of her mother's words lingered in her heart, steadying her as she descended. The prince, standing near the musicians at the far end of the room, felt his heart skip a beat. He had spent the evening greeting noblewomen and dancing out of obligation, his polite smile never quite reaching his eyes. But now, as this mysterious woman entered the room, everything else seemed to fade. She moved with a grace and confidence that belied her humility, her beauty shining from within rather than merely from the gown she wore. For the first time that evening, Prince Henry felt his curiosity ignite. Who was she? Cinderella was acutely aware of the weight of the gazes upon her, but she refused to falter. The warmth of the golden light, the gentle strains of the orchestra, and the soft whispers of admiration filled her senses, giving her courage. She glanced briefly at the faces in the crowd, catching sight of Anastasia and Drizella. Her stepsisters were oblivious to her identity, their mouths agape as they tried to place this enchanting stranger who seemed to have captivated everyone in the room. Lady Gertrude, ever composed, narrowed her eyes suspiciously, but even she could not look away. As Cinderella reached the base of the staircase, an attendant announced her arrival with a voice that echoed through the room. The Lady Cinderella. The name wasn't hers, not really, but it was enough. She felt a thrill of both joy and disbelief as the title rolled off his tongue, as though she truly belonged among these noble guests. The prince wasted no time crossing the room toward her. The crowd parted for him as though they, too, understood the inevitability of this meeting. When he reached her, he offered a deep bow, his eyes never leaving hers. "My lady," he said, his voice warm and inviting, "would you grant me the honor of a dance?" Cinderella hesitated for only a moment before curtsying gracefully. "It would be my pleasure, Your Highness," she replied, her voice soft but steady. The orchestra began a new melody, one that seemed to match the magic of the moment. The prince led her to the center of the ballroom, and as their hands touched, Cinderella felt a spark, a connection that sent warmth rushing through her. They moved together as though they had danced 100 times before, their steps perfectly in sync. The world around them blurred, the other guests fading into the background as they became the center of the universe, orbiting one another in perfect harmony. For the prince, the dance was unlike any he had experienced. He had grown accustomed to the rigid formality of courtly interactions, the superficial charm of noble women who spoke only of wealth and power. But this woman was different. There was an authenticity in her gaze, a quiet strength that drew him in. As they danced, he found himself forgetting the responsibilities that weighed on him, the expectations of his parents, the political implications of choosing a bride. In her presence, he felt free. For Cinderella, the dance was a dream come to life. She had spent years on the sidelines, invisible and unimportant, her days consumed by servitude and sorrow. Yet here she was, dancing with the prince in the grandest ballroom in the kingdom. She felt her worries and fears melt away, replaced by a joy so pure it brought tears to her eyes. She allowed herself to be fully present in the moment, to savor the warmth of his hand in hers, the way he looked at her as though she were the only person in the room. As the music swelled, the guests watched in awe. Whispers rippled through the crowd, speculation and admiration mingling in equal measure. Who was this mysterious woman who had so effortlessly captured the prince's attention? Some guessed she was a foreign princess, others a noblewoman in disguise. Even Anastasia and Drizella, who rarely agreed on anything, found themselves united in their jealousy. They could not fathom how anyone could outshine them so completely. The dance ended, but the prince did not release her hand. "Would you care to take a walk with me?" he asked, his voice low and sincere. Cinderella nodded, unable to trust her voice to answer. Together they left the ballroom, stepping into the cool night air of the palace gardens. The gardens were a wonder in themselves, a labyrinth of hedges and fountains, their paths illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. The scent of roses and jasmine filled the air, and the sound of water trickling from ornate fountains added to the enchantment. As they strolled along a winding path, the prince turned to her. "I must confess," he said, "I have never met anyone like you. You carry yourself with such grace and warmth, yet I feel as though there's a mystery about you." Cinderella smiled, her heart fluttering at his words. "Perhaps we all carry a bit of mystery, Your Highness," she replied. "It is what makes life so fascinating, don't you think?" He chuckled, his eyes sparkling with genuine amusement. "I suppose you're right, but I find myself wanting to unravel your mystery." They continued talking as they walked, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Cinderella found herself sharing small glimpses of her thoughts and dreams, careful not to reveal too much of her true identity. The prince listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he learned more about her. She, in turn, discovered that beneath his royal title, he was a man with hopes and fears not so different from her own. He spoke of his love for music and his desire to connect with his people on a deeper level, beyond the constraints of his position. Time seemed to slip away as they wandered through the gardens, but the distant chime of the palace clock brought Cinderella back to reality. 11:30. Her heart raced as she realized how little time she had left. The magic that had carried her here would soon fade, and with it, her chance to be a part of this world, even for a single night. "I must go," she said abruptly, her voice tinged with regret. The prince frowned, his confusion evident. "So soon? The night is still young." She shook her head, stepping back as she fought the urge to stay. "Thank you, Your Highness, for this evening. It has been more than I could have ever dreamed, but I cannot stay." Before he could protest, she turned and hurried back toward the palace, her gown shimmering in the moonlight. The prince called after her, but she did not stop. Her golden slippers clicked against the stone path as she ran, her heart pounding with a mixture of exhilaration and dread. She reached the grand staircase, her breath hitching as she glanced back one last time. The prince stood at the edge of the garden, his expression one of bewilderment and longing. She wanted to run back to him, to explain, but the clock struck midnight, and she knew she couldn't risk it. She fled into the night, the first threads of her magical gown beginning to unravel as she disappeared into the shadows. When she reached the carriage, it transformed back into its humble pumpkin form, the horses returning to their mousy selves. Cinderella stood in the cool night air, her heart heavy but her spirit alight. Though the magic had faded, the memory of the prince's kindness and their shared connection lingered, a spark of hope she would carry with her always. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to believe that her life could change, and that perhaps, just perhaps, she had already begun to change it. The next morning, Cinderella awoke to the golden light of the sun streaming through the tiny attic window. The events of the previous night felt like a dream, a fleeting glimpse of a life she could hardly believe she had lived, even for a moment. Her heart ached with a strange mixture of joy and longing as she replayed the memory of the prince's warm gaze, the feel of his hand in hers, and the music that seemed to carry her through the air. Yet, as she looked down at her worn dress and calloused hands, reality settled over her like a heavy blanket. She was still just Cinderella, bound to a life of servitude. Downstairs, The household was abuzz with excitement. Anastasia and Drizella, completely oblivious to the identity of the mysterious woman who had captivated the prince, recounted every detail of the ball with exaggerated flourish. They had seen her, of course, the radiant stranger who outshone everyone, including themselves. But they could not fathom that she had been standing beside them in their very home just hours before. Lady Gertrude listened with a sharp smile, her mind already turning with schemes to ensure one of her daughters claimed the prince's heart. Cinderella listened to their chatter as she went about her chores, her hands scrubbing the floors while her thoughts wandered back to the prince. She wondered if he had thought of her since she fled, if he had noticed the sense of loss that had hung in the air after her departure. She wondered if he, too, felt the pull of their connection and the strange certainty that, even in a room filled with nobles, they had found something rare and precious in each other. That night, as the stars began to light up the sky, Cinderella found herself once again at her mother's hazel tree. The air was still, and the leaves whispered gently in the breeze. Her heart was heavy with the knowledge that the second night of the ball was beginning, and she would not be there to experience it. She knelt at the base of the tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Oh, Mother," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Last night was like a dream, and I fear it will be the only taste of happiness I'll ever know. I wish I could see him again." As she spoke, a soft glow began to emanate from the tree, just as it had the night before. The warmth enveloped her, filling her with a sense of peace and hope. The familiar voice of her mother resonated in her mind, gentle and reassuring. "Have faith, my child. The magic is not yet finished." Before Cinderella could respond, the glow intensified, and she felt the same tingling sensation as her dress transformed once more. This time, her gown was a deep, shimmering blue, like the night sky adorned with tiny stars. Her slippers, still golden, seemed to glint even brighter in the moonlight. She looked down at herself in awe, her heart racing with anticipation. The familiar carriage appeared once again, drawn by the same white horses, their manes braided with ribbons. Without hesitation, Cinderella climbed inside, her pulse quickening as the carriage began its journey toward the palace. The magic of the night filled her with a sense of purpose, as though she were being carried not just to a ball, but to her destiny. When she arrived at the palace, the scene was as magnificent as the night before. The chandeliers sparkled, the marble floors gleamed, and the air buzzed with excitement. But tonight, there was an added sense of anticipation, as though everyone was waiting for something, or someone to arrive. As she entered the ballroom, the same hush fell over the crowd. Her new gown, radiant and celestial, seemed to command attention, and once again, all eyes were on her. But Cinderella had eyes only for the prince, who stood near the staircase as though he had been waiting for her. His face lit up with relief and joy as their eyes met, and he moved toward her without hesitation. "You've returned," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "I was beginning to think I had dreamed you." Cinderella smiled, her heart swelling at the sincerity in his words. "I couldn't stay away," she admitted softly. The orchestra struck up a new melody, and the prince offered his hand. "Then may I have the honor of another dance?" This time, Cinderella felt no hesitation as she placed her hand in his. The music swept them across the floor, their movements fluid and effortless. The crowd watched in awe, their whispers filling the room like a gentle hum. It was clear to everyone that the prince was utterly captivated. his attention fixed entirely on the mysterious woman in his arms. As they danced, they spoke in soft tones. Their words meant only for each other. The prince asked about her life, her dreams, her hopes for the future. Cinderella answered carefully, sharing glimpses of her heart while guarding the truth of her identity. She learned more about him as well, his love for his kingdom, his desire to rule with wisdom and compassion, and his yearning for a partner who could see him for who he truly was, not just the crown he wore. The second night passed in a blur of magic and connection, but as the clock struck 11:30, Cinderella felt the familiar pang of fear. She knew her time was running out. "I must go," she said, her voice tinged with regret. The prince frowned, his eyes searching hers for answers. "Why do you always leave so suddenly? Will you at least tell me your name?" Cinderella hesitated, her heart torn. "Not yet," she whispered, "but I will see you again." Before he could protest, she slipped away, her gown shimmering like starlight as she disappeared into the night. The prince watched her go, his heart heavy with longing, yet filled with hope that she would return once more. The third night of the ball arrived, and Cinderella once again found herself at her mother's hazel tree. This time, she did not need to speak her wishes aloud. The magic of the tree enveloped her, transforming her into a vision of radiant gold. Her gown glimmered like sunlight, and her slippers, as ever, sparkled with an otherworldly brilliance. When she arrived at the palace, the atmosphere was electric. The prince had made it clear that he was waiting for the mysterious woman who had captured his heart. As Cinderella entered the ballroom, the crowd parted for her, their murmurs filled with awe and curiosity. The prince approached her immediately, his relief evident. "You've come back," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I feared I might never see you again." "I could not stay away," she replied, her voice steady but her heart racing. They danced as though the world around them didn't exist. The connection between them deepened with every step, every word exchanged. The prince's gaze never left hers, and Cinderella felt as though she were truly seen, not as a servant or a stranger, but as someone who mattered. As the final hour of the evening approached, Cinderella felt the familiar pang of dread. She knew this was her last chance to hold on to this magical world, to share something real with the man who had shown her kindness and joy. Yet she also knew she could not stay. When the clock struck midnight, she pulled away, her heart breaking as she whispered, "I must go." The prince reached for her, desperation in his eyes. "Please, tell me your name." But Cinderella could not answer. She turned and fled, her golden slippers clicking against the marble floors as the magic began to fade. In her haste, one slipper slipped from her foot, landing on the stairs behind her. She didn't stop to retrieve it, her only thought to escape before the magic vanished entirely. As the palace doors closed behind her, the prince picked up the delicate slipper, holding it as though it were the most precious thing in the world. He made a silent vow. He would find her, no matter how long it took, and discover the truth of the woman who had stolen his heart. The morning after the third and final night of the ball, the palace was awash with speculation and intrigue. The prince's mysterious dance partner had vanished into the night once again, leaving behind only a single golden slipper as a clue to her identity. Prince Henry held the delicate slipper in his hands as though it were the most precious artifact in the kingdom. Its intricate design, so light and fragile, seemed to hold the very essence of the enchanting woman who had captivated him. He had spent the sleepless night replaying every moment with her, every word exchanged, and the look in her eyes that spoke of something deeper, something true. Determined to find her, the prince made an announcement that sent ripples of excitement and anticipation through the kingdom. The golden slipper, he declared, would be the key to identifying the woman who would become his bride. Every maiden in the realm, noble or common, would have the chance to try it on. The woman whose foot fit the slipper perfectly would be the one he had danced with, the one who had captured his heart. His knights and royal messengers were dispatched immediately, carrying the slipper to every corner of the kingdom. The search began in earnest, with the royal entourage traveling from village to village, house to house. Crowds gathered wherever the royal carriage appeared, their faces filled with excitement and curiosity. The golden slipper became the symbol of hope for many young women who dreamed of becoming the prince's bride. Lines of eager maidens formed at every stop, each hoping to be the one who could claim the slipper as her own. The prince accompanied his knights, his presence lending gravity to the search. Though his advisors had warned him against this approach, fearing it would lower his status, he was resolute. He could not entrust this task to others. He needed to see for himself, to be absolutely certain when he found her. The sight of him descending from the carriage, his expression determined yet kind, only added to the fervor of the crowds. At each house, the process was the same. The slipper, protected by a velvet cushion, was carefully presented to each maiden. One by one, they stepped forward, their faces alight with anticipation as they slipped off their shoes and extended their feet. But no matter how hard they tried, the slipper never fit. Some tried to force their feet into it, wincing as they attempted to wedge themselves into its delicate confines. Others, realizing immediately that it was hopeless, stepped back with disappointment etched across their faces. The prince watched each attempt with growing frustration, his heart sinking as the days passed without success. The royal entourage eventually reached Cinderella's village. The news of their arrival spread quickly, and soon the square was teeming with people. Lady Gertrude heard the commotion from the manor, and immediately summoned her daughters. Anastasia and Drizella were beside themselves with excitement, convinced that one of them was destined to marry the prince. They fluttered about, preening and practicing their curtsies, their voices shrill with anticipation. Cinderella, meanwhile, kept her distance. She stood in the shadows of the kitchen, her hands busy with a task she barely noticed. Her heart raced as she listened to the stepsisters' chatter, her mind swirling with thoughts of the prince and the nights they had shared. She dared not hope, dared not believe that he could find her. And even if he did, what would he see? A servant, a girl in rags, unworthy of a place beside him. Yet the memory of his gaze, filled with warmth and recognition, lingered in her mind like a spark that refused to be extinguished. When the prince and his entourage arrived at the manor, Lady Gertrude greeted them with exaggerated politeness, her demeanor calculated and saccharine. She ushered them into the sitting room, where Anastasia and Drizella waited, dressed in their finest gowns and adorned with jewelry that sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the windows. They curtsied deeply, their movements practiced and theatrical, and exchanged fawning words with the prince. The slipper was brought forth, and the stepsisters were invited to try it on. Anastasia went first, her face a mask of determination. She slipped off her shoe and extended her foot, her expression faltering as the slipper stopped short at her toes. She tried again, pushing harder, her face turning red with the effort, but it was no use. The slipper was far too small. She stepped back, flustered and humiliated, as Drizella took her place. Drizella's attempt was no more successful. She twisted her foot this way and that, grimacing as she tried to force the slipper to fit. Lady Gertrude, her composure slipping, intervened with a tight smile. "Perhaps if we loosen the straps a bit," she suggested, but the knights shook their heads firmly. The prince's instructions were clear. The slipper must fit perfectly, without adjustment or alteration. As Drizella finally admitted defeat, the prince's gaze swept across the room. His eyes fell on Cinderella, who stood quietly in the corner, her head bowed as though trying to make herself invisible. Something stirred within him, a familiarity, a sense of recognition that he couldn't ignore. He stepped forward, his voice gentle but commanding. "And you, miss," he said, addressing her directly. "Have you tried the slipper?" Lady Gertrude's face darkened, and she quickly interjected. "Oh, she's just the servant," she said dismissively. "There's no need to trouble yourself with her." The prince's expression hardened. "I insist," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Cinderella looked up, her heart pounding as the room fell silent. The stepsisters stared at her with wide eyes, their shock quickly giving way to scorn and disbelief. Lady Gertrude's lips pressed into a thin line, but she had no choice but to step aside as the prince gestured for Cinderella to come forward. Her hands trembled as she approached, her gaze flickering nervously between the prince and the golden slipper. She sat down slowly, her breath catching as the knight holding the slipper knelt before her. Her stepmother and stepsisters looked on with barely concealed contempt, their whispers sharp and venomous. When the slipper was placed on her foot, it slid on effortlessly, fitting as though it had been made for her. The room fell silent, the tension so thick it seemed to fill the air. Cinderella's stepsisters gasped, their faces pale with shock. Lady Gertrude's expression twisted into one of disbelief and fury, her carefully constructed facade crumbling. The prince's face lit up with joy and recognition. "It's you," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "I knew it." Cinderella met his gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. "Your Highness," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I never thought." Before she could finish, the prince took her hands in his smile warm and sincere. "I don't care who you are or where you come from," he said. "You are the one I've been searching for, the one I danced with, the one who saw me for who I truly am. Will you come with me?" Cinderella's heart swelled as she nodded, unable to find the words to express the whirlwind of emotions coursing through her. The prince helped her to her feet, and as she stood beside him, the light streaming through the window seemed to cast a golden glow around them. Lady Gertrude and her daughters watched helplessly as Cinderella was escorted to the carriage, the golden slipper still glinting on her foot. For the first time in years, Cinderella felt free to dream, to hope, and to embrace the life she had always deserved. The prince's search had come to an end, but Cinderella's journey was just beginning. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon as the royal carriage rolled through the gates of the palace, carrying Cinderella and the prince. The golden light of dusk bathed the grand structure in warmth, its spires glowing like something out of a dream. Cinderella sat silently beside the prince, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She had spent so many years longing for freedom, imagining a world beyond the walls of her stepmother's house, yet never daring to believe it could be real. And now, here she was, sitting beside the man who had seen her for who she truly was. The prince, too, was quiet, though his gaze rarely left her. There was a gentleness in his expression, a mixture of wonder and certainty. It was as if, despite the whirlwind of the past few days, he had always known this moment would come. When the carriage came to a halt at the palace steps, he extended his hand to her, his eyes meeting hers. "Are you ready?" he asked softly. Cinderella hesitated, glancing up at the towering palace before her. She had never imagined herself in a place like this, never thought she would be stepping into a world so far removed from the one she knew. But when she looked back at the prince, the warmth in his gaze gave her courage. She placed her hand in his, her fingers trembling slightly, and nodded. The grand doors of the palace opened as they ascended the steps, revealing the breathtaking interior. The ballroom, where they had danced just nights before, was transformed once again, this time with soft candlelight and flowers that filled the air with their fragrance. The room was alive with murmurs as nobles, servants, and attendants gathered to witness the prince's return. Their eyes widened in surprise and curiosity when they saw Cinderella by his side. The queen and king stood at the far end of the room, their regal presence commanding attention. The queen's discerning eyes softened as they rested on Cinderella, while the king exchanged a glance with his son that seemed to hold both approval and understanding. The prince led Cinderella forward, his grip on her hand firm yet comforting. When they reached his parents, he bowed deeply before speaking. "Mother, father, this is the woman I have chosen," he said, his voice steady and clear. "She is the one I danced with, the one I have been searching for. She is the one I love." Cinderella's cheeks flushed, and she dipped into a deep curtsy, her heart pounding in her chest. "Your Majesties," she said softly, her voice tinged with both humility and sincerity. "I am deeply honored." The queen stepped forward, her elegant features lit with a warm smile. She took Cinderella's hands in hers, her gaze searching but kind. "My dear," she said, her voice melodic, "we have heard much about you. It takes a special kind of heart to capture my son's affection so completely." Cinderella blinked back tears, overwhelmed by the kindness in the queen's words. I am no one special, Your Majesty," she replied, her voice trembling. "I have no title, no riches. I am only a girl who has dared to dream." The queen's smile deepened, and she shook her head gently. "Titles and riches mean little in the matters of the heart," she said. "It is your character that matters, and I can already see that your heart is pure and true." The king stepped forward then, his voice booming yet warm. "If my son sees fit to call you his bride, then you are welcome here," he declared. "We are a family that values loyalty, courage, and love above all else. And it seems to me you possess those qualities in abundance." Cinderella's eyes filled with tears, and she could only nod, her voice momentarily lost. The prince stepped closer to her, his hand once again finding hers. "You see," he said softly, his eyes sparkling, "you belong here." The room erupted in applause, the sound echoing through the grand hall like a wave. The prince smiled at Cinderella, and for the first time, she allowed herself to truly believe that she was no longer alone. The life she had once thought impossible was unfolding before her eyes, and the joy of it was almost too much to bear. The festivities that followed were unlike anything Cinderella had ever experienced. The prince introduced her to members of the court, each of whom greeted her with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Servants hurried to prepare a grand feast in her honor, and the orchestra began to play a melody so sweet it brought a smile to her lips. Yet through it all, the prince never left her side, his presence a steady source of comfort. As the evening progressed, Cinderella found herself standing on the palace balcony, looking out over the kingdom. The stars above sparkled like diamonds, and the cool night air brushed against her skin. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the peace of the moment wash over her. "Penny, for your thoughts?" The prince's voice came from behind her, warm and teasing. She turned to find him watching her, his expression soft and curious. "I was just thinking about how much my life has changed," she admitted. "I never thought I would see a night like this. For so long, I was invisible, forgotten." The prince stepped closer, his hand reaching out to brush a strand of hair from her face. "You were never invisible to me," he said gently. "From the moment I saw you, I knew you were someone extraordinary." Cinderella smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "You saw me when no one else did," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "For that, I will always be grateful." The prince took her hand, his thumb brushing lightly over her knuckles. "And I am grateful for you," he replied, "for showing me what it means to truly see someone, to truly care. I never want to let you go." Tears glistened in Cinderella's eyes as she looked up at him. "Then don't," she whispered. In that moment, as the stars above them bore witness, the prince leaned down and kissed her. It was a kiss filled with all the love, hope, and promises that words could not express. The past, with all its hardships, faded away, leaving only the present, a moment of pure joy and connection. The sound of applause and cheers reached them from the ballroom, where the court had clearly witnessed their exchange. Cinderella laughed softly, her cheeks flushed, and the prince smiled at her, his expression one of unshakable devotion. "Shall we return?" he asked, offering his arm. Cinderella nodded, slipping her arm through his. Together, they stepped back into the warmth of the ballroom, where their future awaited them. The world they entered was one of light and celebration, but more importantly, it was one they would face together. For Cinderella, the journey to this moment had been long and filled with trials, but it had also taught her the strength of kindness, the power of hope, and the beauty of love. As the music swelled and the room filled with laughter and dancing, Cinderella realized that her story was not just her own. It was a story of resilience, of believing in the impossible, and of finding the courage to reach for a better life. And, as she danced with the prince beneath the glittering chandeliers, she knew that this was only the beginning of their happily ever after. The day of the royal wedding dawned with a brilliance that seemed to echo the joy of the kingdom. The sun bathed the palace in a warm, golden light, and the air hummed with anticipation. From every corner of the land, people flocked to the capital to catch a glimpse of the bride and groom. The streets were alive with celebration. Children chased each other with ribbons, merchants sold sweets and flowers, and musicians played festive tunes that echoed through the bustling crowds. Inside the palace, Cinderella stood in her chambers, staring at her reflection in the gilded mirror. Her wedding gown was a masterpiece, crafted from shimmering silk and adorned with delicate embroidery of flowers and vines, a subtle nod to the hazel tree at her mother's grave. A flowing veil, as light as a whisper, cascaded from her hair, which was swept up in elegant waves adorned with tiny pearls. She hardly recognized herself, yet there was a quiet confidence in her gaze, a reflection of the journey that had brought her to this moment. As her attendants adjusted the final details of her gown, the queen entered the room, her presence both regal and warm. She placed a gentle hand on Cinderella's shoulder, her eyes filled with affection. "You look radiant, my dear," she said softly. "Today is not just the beginning of your life with my son. It is a day that will be remembered by all who see the kindness and courage that brought you here." Cinderella smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she replied. "I only hope to live up to the faith you and the prince have placed in me." The queen's smile deepened. "You already have, my child." In the grand cathedral, the ceremony was as breathtaking as the day itself. The towering arches of the building were adorned with garlands of white roses and lilies, their fragrance filling the air. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the marble floor. The pews were filled with nobles and commoners alike, all eager to witness the union of their beloved prince and the mysterious young woman who had captured his heart. As the doors opened and Cinderella began her walk down the aisle, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. She moved with a grace and dignity that belied her humble origins, her every step a testament to the strength and resilience that had carried her through years of hardship. The prince stood at the altar, his eyes fixed on her with a love so profound it seemed to fill the entire cathedral. When she reached him, he took her hand, his touch steady and reassuring. Together, they exchanged their vows, their voices steady and filled with emotion. The ceremony was simple yet profound, a union not just of two people, but of two souls who had found in each other a love that transcended status and circumstance. As they exchanged rings, the crowd erupted into cheers, the sound echoing through the cathedral and spilling out into the streets. The king and queen watched with pride, their approval evident in their smiles. For the people of the kingdom, this was more than a royal wedding. It was a celebration of hope, of the idea that love and goodness could prevail even in the face of adversity. Yet not everyone shared in the joy of the day. In the far corner of the cathedral, Lady Gertrude and her daughters sat stiffly, their faces pale and drawn. They had been invited to the wedding, though it was clear their presence was more a formality than a gesture of forgiveness. Lady Gertrude's sharp eyes darted around the room, taking in the grandeur she had always craved but would never attain. Anastasia and Drizella, their usual arrogance replaced by discomfort, fidgeted in their seats, casting envious glances at Cinderella. When the ceremony concluded, and the newlyweds made their way out of the cathedral, the stepsisters could no longer contain their bitterness. They approached Cinderella as she stood greeting well-wishers in the palace gardens, their false smiles poorly masking their jealousy. "Congratulations, dear sister," Anastasia said, her voice dripping with forced sweetness. "You've done quite well for yourself." "Yes," Drizella added, her tone equally insincere. "Who would have thought that someone like you could end up as a princess?" Cinderella turned to them, her expression calm and composed. She had anticipated this moment and had prepared herself to face it with the same kindness and grace that had carried her through every trial. "Thank you for your kind words," she said, her voice steady. "I hope this day reminds us all of the importance of love and forgiveness." Lady Gertrude stepped forward then, her smile tight. "How generous of you, dear Cinderella," she said, her tone laced with condescension. But surely you must understand that such lofty ideals are easier to espouse from a palace. The prince, who had been observing from a short distance, stepped forward, his presence commanding. "Lady Gertrude," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Today is a day of celebration, not discord. If you cannot offer genuine goodwill, I suggest you take your leave." Lady Gertrude stiffened, her composure faltering under the prince's steady gaze. "Of course, Your Highness," she said, dipping into a shallow curtsy. "We mean no disrespect." As they retreated, the prince turned to Cinderella, his expression softening. "You have shown them more grace than they deserve," he said quietly, "but that is why you are who you are." Cinderella smiled at him, her heart swelling with love. "They are part of my past," she said, "but today is about the future." The wedding feast that followed was a marvel of music, laughter, and celebration. Long tables laden with delicacies stretched across the palace gardens, their surfaces adorned with garlands of flowers and glowing lanterns. Guests danced beneath the stars, their joy filling the night air. Cinderella and the prince moved among them, their happiness infectious as they shared their first hours as husband and wife. As the night drew on, the king stood to make a toast. He raised his glass, his voice carrying over the crowd. "To my son and his bride," he declared, his eyes shining with pride. "May their union bring joy to this kingdom and serve as a reminder that love, courage, and kindness will always prevail." The crowd erupted into cheers, their glasses raised high. Cinderella looked around at the faces of her new family, her friends, and the people who had gathered to celebrate her happiness. For the first time in her life, she felt truly seen, truly valued, and truly loved. And so, as the stars shone brightly above the palace, Cinderella and the prince began their new life together. A life built on the foundations of love, hope, and the unwavering belief that even the most humble beginnings could lead to a story worth celebrating. Years passed, and the story of Cinderella and the prince became one of the kingdom's most cherished tales, recounted in cottages and castles alike. It was a story of resilience, of love triumphing over hardship, and of kindness as a force that could change even the harshest of circumstances. But for Cinderella, her journey didn't end with her marriage to the prince. It was only the beginning of a new chapter, one where she could use her position to bring light to others. As queen, Cinderella embraced her new role with the same grace and humility that had defined her life before the palace. The court, initially skeptical of a young woman of humble origins ascending to such a high position, quickly came to admire her. Her warmth, intelligence, and genuine care for others made her beloved among the people, and it wasn't long before she became known as the Queen of Kindness. One of Cinderella's first acts as queen was to open the palace gates to the people, inviting them to share their concerns and joys. Every week, she held an open court where anyone, regardless of status, could come to speak with her. She listened with genuine interest, her heart breaking for those who suffered, and her mind constantly working to find ways to improve their lives. Farmers brought news of poor harvests. Artisans spoke of their struggles to find patrons, and children, wide-eyed with wonder, simply came to see their queen. Cinderella welcomed them all with the same compassion, never letting the weight of her crown separate her from those she served. The prince, inspired by her example, worked tirelessly alongside her. Together, they implemented reforms to ensure fair treatment for all, regardless of wealth or status. They established schools for children in even the most remote villages, recognizing that education was the key to a brighter future. They restructured the kingdom's laws to protect the vulnerable, including widows, orphans, and the elderly, ensuring that no one would endure the kind of hardship Cinderella had known. The palace itself became a haven for those in need. Cinderella transformed its once exclusive gardens into spaces where anyone could come to find peace and solace. She encouraged the cultivation of vegetables and herbs, which were distributed to those who needed them most. The hazel tree from her childhood, transplanted to the palace grounds, grew tall and strong, its branches spreading wide as though embracing all who sought shelter beneath it. The tree became a symbol of hope and renewal, a reminder that even the smallest seed could grow into something extraordinary. Cinderella's relationship with her stepmother and stepsisters, however, remained complicated. After the wedding, Lady Gertrude and her daughters returned to their manor, their pride bruised and their ambitions thwarted. They lived in relative obscurity, their wealth dwindling as the years passed. Cinderella, despite all they had done to her, did not forget them. She sent letters offering assistance, invitations to the palace, and tokens of goodwill. At first, Lady Gertrude and her daughters ignored these gestures, their bitterness too deep to allow reconciliation. But Cinderella's persistence, her refusal to return cruelty for cruelty, eventually began to soften their hearts. One day, years after the wedding, Lady Gertrude and her daughters arrived at the palace unannounced. They were humbled, their once proud demeanor replaced by quiet resignation. Cinderella welcomed them with open arms, her warmth undiminished. She listened as they apologized for their actions, their voices trembling with regret. "We were blinded by our own desires," Lady Gertrude admitted, her head bowed. "We failed to see the goodness in you, and for that, we are truly sorry." Cinderella's response was simple but profound. "Kindness is not diminished by the wrongs of others," she said. "It is strengthened by forgiveness. You are family, and you will always have a place here." The reconciliation was not instant, nor was it without its challenges. But over time, the wounds began to heal. Anastasia and Drizella found meaningful roles within the kingdom, using their talents in art and music to contribute to the court. Lady Gertrude, though less involved, lived out her days in quiet reflection, her relationship with Cinderella transforming into one of mutual respect. The legacy of Cinderella's kindness extended far beyond her personal relationships. Her story inspired countless others to embrace compassion in their own lives. In villages across the kingdom, people began to look out for one another, offering help to neighbors in need and welcoming strangers with open arms. The kingdom flourished, not just because of economic reforms or royal decrees, but because its people began to embody the values their queen held dear. Even the children of the kingdom felt the ripple effects of her influence. Stories of Cinderella's rise from servant to queen became bedtime tales, teaching lessons of courage, kindness, and perseverance. Parents reminded their children that goodness could be found in even the darkest moments, and that dreams, no matter how impossible they seemed, were worth chasing. As the years passed, Cinderella and the prince raised a family of their own. Their children grew up surrounded by love and guided by the same principles their parents cherished. The royal family was often seen walking among the people, visiting markets, attending festivals, and sharing in the joys and struggles of those they ruled. They were not distant figures, but part of the fabric of the kingdom, beloved and trusted. One evening, as the sun set over the palace gardens, Cinderella sat beneath the hazel tree with her children. They listened intently as she told them the story of her life, of the hardships she had faced, the magic that had changed her fate, and the choices that had brought her to where she was now. She spoke of her mother's words, the ones that had carried her through even the darkest days. Be kind, my darling, no matter what life brings. Her youngest daughter, wide-eyed and curious, asked, "Did you ever stop being kind, Mama, even when people were mean to you?" Cinderella smiled, her eyes shining with both joy and the weight of memory. There were moments when it was hard, she admitted. But kindness is not about what others deserve. It's about the kind of person you choose to be. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Cinderella looked around at her family, her heart full. The life she had built, the love she had found, the joy she had shared, the good she had done, was more than she had ever dared to dream. Her story, once filled with sorrow, had become a testament to the transformative power of hope and compassion. And so, as the kingdom thrived under her care and her legacy grew with each passing year, Cinderella's name became synonymous with kindness. Her story was a reminder to all that even the smallest acts of love could change the world, and that even the humblest beginnings could lead to the most extraordinary endings.